Good morning, sir. Sir, your audio is not joined, so please join the audio. Good morning, ma'am. Sir, please unmute, sir. Varun, sir.
Hi, are we audible now? Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. Good morning, ma'am.
Morning, Dr. Ranjit. I see Mr. Narendra Gupta also on the call.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So good
How
morning.
are you, sir? Mr. Gupta, can you hear us?
I think,
Dr. Ranjit, are we audible?
yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Perfect.
Vishal sir is also here. Vishal sir, good morning.
Hi, Vishal. He is not yet connected.
सुधांशु सलीमा बोलो उसमें डाल देंगे मेरा स्पेक्स दोनों लेकर
So, Gupta sir, please check your audio is not joined. Good morning, Vishal sir. Vishal sir, can you hear us?
Hello.
Hello. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. How are
Thank you,
you?
sir. Thank you. I'm good, sir. How are you, sir?
I'm fine. Namaste to everybody.
Namaste, sir. Namaste.
So you're getting my voice now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Perfectly. You are
Okay,
getting
thank
our
you.
voice, sir?
Yes, yes, absolutely perfect.
Thank you, sir. Varun, sir, can we start?
Yes, sure, we can.
Yeah. Vishal, sir?
Hi, Varun sir. How are you?
Hi, Dr. Gupta, how are you?
I'm not Dr. Gupta.
I know. I intentionally said that because over here everybody has considered you as Dr. Gupta, and they all know you're Dr. Sankey, of course, the original forensic officer.
Thank you. Thank you very
Yeah.
much. Thanks a lot.
But how are you doing?
I'm fine. Perfectly all right.
Good to hear that.
Thank you. Uh,
So we've got two. So I can see two. So Dr. Ranjit is there, the real forensic officer,
he
and
is the
Mr.
real.
Narendra Gupta.
He is the real one, and I'm the real one.
Real one, yes, absolutely.
So because of sir, many students and many people joined the forensic science.
My
And
God.
because of the Mansi ma'am and the Varun sir, now we got a recognition that yes, forensic science something which exists and which have a lots of possibility and scope.
Yes.
it's a huge compliment for me. It's
हाँ,
really ये बहुत मेरे लिए बहुत ही बड़ी बात है कि लोग मेरे ये कहते हैं कि हमने आपकी वजह से फॉरेंसिक ज्वाइन किया है. आई वेंट टू वर्धा यूनिवर्सिटी में मैं गया तो उन्होंने कहा कि हमने आपकी वजह से फॉरेंसिक डिपार्टमेंट शुरू कर दिया है. आई फील स्पीचलेस. मुझे समझ नहीं आता. And I take a chance to convey my regards to Mansi and Varun, both of you.
Thank you, sir.
And
This is
it was such a wonderful working in forensic film. I enjoyed every moment of that film.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for
And
being a part of it.
my niece told me that she met you, Jojo. Met
Yes. She was Soho, right?
you.
Yeah. We interacted just a couple of months back.
Yeah. She told me that.
Good.
Wonderful to see you today.
Thank you. Same here. Sir.
Thank you.
So with your permission, sir, can we start? We are waiting for the Vindu sir also. Vindu sir is just reaching and he is going to join us. He is reaching quota. And Vishal sir is having some technical errors. So I request Aarti to keep eye on the participant so that we can make a Vishal sir as a co-host. So Aarti, you just
Sure.
as early as you find the Vishal sir in the room, you just let us know. And I'm in a communication over the WhatsApp with sir as well. So thank you, Mansi ma'am, Varun sir, for joining this summer school opening. And I'm sure that with your presence, this summer school going to be a huge success. And Narendra Gupta sir, especially, whenever we started forensic science learning, I still remember when 2004, when I started learning forensic science. So people ask me what subject you are learning. So we asked that forensic science. So people ask me, "Wo kya hota hai?" So they said, we are doing some kind of investigation and other things where the things people solve, and once we see that evidences that was analyzed in the forensic science laboratory. So there's acha wo Dr. Salunke wala aap keh rahe ho kya, wo wala course karte ho kya? So the people are so mesmerizing, even in the whole forensic community. When I announced that Gupta sir is going to join, whenever I took some sessions, we asked what is the name of Dr. Salunke. So even unfortunately, they do not know the real name. So now I said your real name, that the real name is Dr. Salunke. That's why on the poster also I mentioned Dr. Salunke and then Gupta. So that
I tell you one thing. Whenever people know me as my personal name, even they don't call me as Narendra Gupta. They used to call me Dr. Salunke.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So thank you, Vishal sir. Can you hear us, sir?
And Mansi ma'am, you have, Varun sir, you have taken a wonderful step to make the film forensic. It's a huge subject. And,
Thank you. Yeah.
And I request you keep on doing this. This is a subject which have many layers, and we can keep on exploring this, and it will do wonders.
Right.
Absolutely, of course.
I tell you, it's a wonderful subject, basically, as you know, and it needs a courage to take this subject and make such a successful and beautiful film. I mean, it's such a wonderful film, basically, so everybody can sit in the home and watch this film together. That is
Yeah.
Right.
that is the thing, which very close to my show CID, because CID was seen by the children and the grandparents together. This film is
Absolutely.
like that. This film represents that only
Hmm.
and gives you immense knowledge. So keep doing that. And
Thank you.
Yeah,
Very
sure.
cool.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So Vishal sir, can you hear us now?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, perfectly fine.
Vishal is
Okay.
there.
So with the permission
Hi
of
everyone. Hi,
Hi,
Mansi,
hi, Vishal sir.
Varun.
Hi,
Hi
Vishal.
Narendra sir. Hi Ranjit sir. How are you all today?
all doing
I'm
good.
fine. It's
How are you
wonderful to see you
Vishal?
today.
Same here, sir.
So with the permission of all my guests, Varun sir, Mansi ma'am, Vishal sir, and Narendra sir, and Bindu sir is also going to join very soon. So with this, I'm starting, and I'm glad that we have a guest as a team forensic who given a recognition of forensic science through the Bollywood, because Bollywood is the one medium where we can reach to the maximum people about the subject. We have seen the movie on the police officers, we have seen the movie on the advocate, we have seen the movie on the doctor, we have seen, but this is the first time when the Mansi ma'am and Varun sir taken a courage to make a movie on the forensic scientist. And forensic scientists, we always, even in some media news, we didn't get the recognition. So I used to call, we are the unsung hero. And when first time we interacted with the Varun sir, and Varun sir, then we arranged a similar kind of Zoom meeting with the Vishal sir. And when Vishal sir came to our office in Delhi, I was so surprised कि criminal justice के छोरी के director हमारे office में आए हैं. So it was, like बहुत ही exciting moment था. And then we got कि हमें forensic में काम करना. And on the set, all the actors, everyone was so humble, and support we got. So that's why we think that forensic science is the one field which is required a recognition. And I'm thanks to Mansi ma'am, Varun sir, Vishal sir, Narendra Gupta sir, all to making this subject, this topic, aware for the public, so that people can all know forensic science with the CID. And thanks to the Narendra Gupta sir for making this subject to the, at least the terminology, to the everyone in the world, so that in the India they know the forensic science with your CID. Earlier days, even I have seen that many people, they are not able to pronounce the forensic science properly, they forensic science or something like that. But now, by seeing the movie Forensic, they all are excited. So thank you all for joining this summer forensic school, finishing school, where we are having a 24 expert on the 4 Sundays. So 6 expert on one day. But in this opening, I'm glad that you all have accepted my invitation and coming to discuss the issues and the challenges and exciting about that forensic science. So this institute, Sherlock Institute of Forensic Science, I represent, and we are organizing this summer finishing school, forensic summer finishing school, in collaboration with all these organizations. So these organizations where we have the MOU and where we have we have a premiere the forensic science movie on these all institutions. So whenever I go for the lecture to all these institutions, we have a premiere this. Even in when I go to the CAPT, where we have a lots of DYSP and the top officers, where also we discuss about the movie forensics. So University of Philippines, Manila, I was in the April in Manila, and we saw this whole movie through the subtitles. So the old people of the 6 universities, the Manila, we have saw this. Holy Angel University, Delhi University, University of Baguio, PSGR College, Centurion University, Garden City University, Federal University of Nigeria, then Marathwada Mitra Mandal, National PG College, Savita Dental College, Chandigarh University, Srinivas College, Jaipur National University, Gulab Devi Mahila PG College, Balia, KR Mangalam University, Holy Cross College, and Medicap University, Modi University, Lyceum University, Tarlak University, Guru Ghasidas, Sada University, Rabindranath Tagore University, Galgotias, Aditya Degree College, Kalinga University, Bharati University, and JECRC, and the Renaissance. So even the Renaissance University, they have offered to hold the forensic team, and they will take care of everything to do the premiere in their university. So it's a great, and in this summer school, we have got around 600 plus participant registration from 200 plus university and organization from 43 countries. So they're all excited to hear from the team forensics, those who have made the movie Forensic, which is available on G5. So I'm glad, and thank you all the participants for joining. We can see the only 285 here in the Zoom room. All are the live on the YouTube channel. So with this, I request my co-host Aarti to kindly give the, we have a Faninder. So we in Faninder, I request you to kindly give the, introductory remark about this so that we can take a few questions. We have received lots of questions from the participant for the Mansi ma'am, Varun sir, and we have got the few special questions for the our one and only Dr. Salunke sir and the Vishal sir. We have got lots of questions when the Forensic 2 is coming, when the Criminal Justice next episode is coming, and lots of questions we have got. So such kind of things we have received, and in this we have definitely we are going to take all these questions in this. So with this, I request Faninder, so kindly give the welcome remark.
Hi, good morning, everyone. It's
Good
my
morning.
pleasure. It's my pleasure to be, co-hosting this session along with Dr. Ranjit, and I believe this is a dream project for Dr. Ranjit and many of the forensic experts today. While the forensics as a movie and the reach it actually got from the ideology and the theme set behind, there are many who talks about the concepts of forensics today, and many thanks to the creators, the actors, and the the team behind it who made so practical, and especially that 3D machine which was shown in the movie. It's actually impressive, and many of the investigation officers today do recognize those situations in the movie. So I first of all thank all the participants and all the dignitaries here who have made your time to be here with us. And I believe as a concept of finishing school is concerned, many questions, many discussions would actually happen in this forum, so that for those who have any questions about whatever happened in the past, maybe they get some clarifications on this. And for many, I believe this discussion would be inspiring them to be the future forensic experts of our country. So, and not just our country, it could be any country where they live in, but to take the profession into their career is what we are looking at it. So with this, I welcome all the dignitaries and all the participants, and I wish this program a very grand success.
Thank you, Faninder sir. So moving further, I request Aarti to kindly welcome our guest.
Very thank you, sir, and I welcome you all to this forum of Summer Finishing School organized by SIFS India. So I take this pleasure to introduce Varun sir and Mansi ma'am to this platform and to our participants. Varun Bagla sir is an entrepreneur who has ventured into the film business through his company, Mini Films. He holds a master degree in business management from the University of Nottingham in England, and also has spent a few years of his early career in London as well. He has a keen knowledge of the movie industry, and he has produced the very first forensic film in this particular era. Now, I take this privilege to introduce Mansi ma'am, who has a great sense of concept selection, and her expertise lies in spotting the right talent and getting the mix of the cast and makers together for producing small and large budget projects. Her vision and passion for Hindi cinema are unmatched, and her hunger to constantly devise creative and innovative projects remains the prerequisites of the business. The company's vision is to create the right content and profitable films. And with this, Mansi Bagla ma'am of Mini Films is a Dabitan Bollywood producer and her first film is Forensic, which is a great job on screen. I heartily welcome you, ma'am and sir.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
Aarti,
Thank
for the
you for
lovely
the
introduction.
Thank you so much.
Moving further to our next guest, Vishal Puria sir, who is the director of Forensic movie. I take this privilege to introduce Vishal Puria sir to this platform. He is an acclaimed Indian film director known for his work in the Hindi film industry. Born and raised in Mumbai, Maharashtra, he developed a passion for storytelling and filmmaking from a young age. He pursued his education in the field, graduating with a degree in film and television production. He gained recognition for his directorial debut with the Marathi horror film Lapachhapi in 2016. The film received critical acclaim and showcased his skill in crafting a suspenseful and atmospheric narrative. He further solidified his reputation as a talented director with his subsequent projects, including the Hindi thriller series Criminal Justice and the Marathi horror film Padshali. His unique storytelling style, coupled with his ability to create a sense of tension and fear, has made him a sought-after director in the Indian film industry. With this distinct vision and dedicated to his craft, he continues to captivate audiences with his compelling films. I welcome you, sir, to the platform.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Aarti. Lovely. Thank you for having me here on this lovely Sunday morning.
Thank you, sir.
I take this privilege to introduce Naren Gupta sir, called as Dr. Salunke and renownedly known as the forensic icon of India. So there can never be enough words to describe the contribution of Naren Gupta sir on the Indian television as well. He has worked in several high-budget projects and has tons of experience behind him. His most popular project has been CID, which is undoubtedly one of the longest-running series on Indian television. He plays the role of Dr. Salunke, a forensic technician in this crime series, and inspires a lot of people in this particular country. He has worked in show from 1998 to 2003 and then reappeared in 2006 and 2007 seasons as well. His next most popular TV, Saat Fere, Saloni Ka Safar, the later became the 9th longest show on Indian television. In each of these shows, he has managed to stand out in the spite of a collective cast assembly. He also made his mark in Bollywood movies with a few projects under his name. And I welcome you, sir, to this platform. It is a really honor to us.
Thank you very much, Aarti. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
I now welcome Bindu Dara Singh sir, who is also an actor in the movie Forensic. And I take this privilege to introduce him as an Indian actor and reality TV personality known for his work in the Hindi film and television industry. He was born on May 6, 1964 in Mumbai, India, into a family which was having a rich wrestling heritage. He is the son of legendary wrestler and actor Dara Singh. He made his acting debut in 1994 film Karan and went to appear in several movies including Khel and Houseful. In recent years, he has also gained recognition through his participation in reality TV shows and also emerged as a winner of the 3rd season of the popular reality show Bigg Boss in 2009. Apart from his acting career, he is actively involved in promoting cyber awareness as well. He has spoken out on various platforms about the importance of internet safety, cyber security, and protecting personal information online. He emphasizes the need for individuals to stay informed about the cyber threats and adopt responsible online practices to safeguard their privacy and digital well-being. I welcome you, sir, to this platform.
Thank you, Aarti. So Bindu sir is traveling and he's facing some issues in the joining. So he said he will join very soon. So with this, I start this interactive session with our all esteemed guests, Mansi ma'am, Varun Wagla sir, Vishal Puria sir, Bindu Dara Singh sir, and Dr. Salunke sir, Naren Gupta sir. So because once we'll tell Naren Gupta sir, nobody is going to, recognize, but they all recognize.
It's my second name. It has become my.
Yes, sir. That passport name is your second name. First name is when the Indian knows is the Dr. Salunke.
Yes.
So It's my privilege and honor to have you all in this opening. And here, we can take some questions from the participant. But before that, I have some question which is already asked by several participants. So with the Mansi ma'am, we'll start with the Mansi ma'am. First things, you always ask that we have seen that people are making movie on, as I already said, on the police officer, on the advocate. So what made you to produce the movie Forensic on the life of a forensic officers?
So I think forensic is just a word. It's a term, but the meaning behind the word is very massive. And filmmaking is a massive process. I wanted to do a different film. I like films which are informative. And of course, the subject has to be big. The story has to be big. The screenplay has to be big. Overall, the film has to be big, and it has to have a reach out. So this is where I think we both came from.
Yeah.
That we want to make a different film, and a film which has never been touched by anybody. So that makes us also different. And this is how we started Forensic.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Now with Varun sir. Varun sir, after doing the forensics, आपको बहुत सारी ground reality के बारे में पता लगा forensic science की, because you have did lots of research work. I still remember you communicated with lots of Canadian, US based forensic expert and many other. So now, what is your view on the forensic science by understanding and the role into the criminal justice system by producing this wonderful movie?
I feel the role of forensic science was already vast, but the reach and the acceptance of the knowledge to the people was not there. I think to this film, we have probably made it a channel to reach out to a lot of people and give them what the ground reality is. Like, forensic is being a crucial part of any investigation for years. It is just that it was not used sufficiently into the film business and not very comprehensively also broken down, correct? With forensic as a film, we gave that flavor. And as Mansi said, the idea was to come up with something unique. Yes, it took us months of research. It took us a lot of experiment before finalizing on the script like Forensic. And once we had that, it was very important for us to showcase what forensic is and to show it in as much as detail as possible and as much as the correct way in terms of the facts, the machinery is used, the crime scene placements, how the crime scene is practically found. And what I appreciate and what we enjoy at the moment is after the film, I have started noticing a lot of other film giving importance to forensic as a department as well. There are more characters which have started developing. There are teams which are relying on the forensic evidence for any crime thriller which is ongoing. Like just very recently, I was watching Scoop last week. And in that also, at the end, the entire case was on the premise. The entire case was waiting for the forensic audit report to come in. Correct. And it is based on a true story. Now, this happened almost 20 years back. And there are multiple stories which have come out in of that era. But nobody put that much of weightage. So I probably noticing these small things which are happening and which is good. And which I feel is one of the objectives which is kind of achieved with the film that we make, apart from the commercial success and the love of the people that we get. And, sometime back, even Mr. Narendra Gupta was saying that, he feels proud when he hears that students have actually taken up education after watching him, right? So similarly, we as producers feel if the forensic science and education gets promoted and if it is inspiring people to study, to pursue it, to feel proud about the profession and to do it just like any other good profession would do it. And it's an amazing feeling. And I feel that is one of the things that you achieve sometimes in life when you make difference in people's life and people's thinking. So I feel we've achieved that and that's been a great experience for me as well.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am, for making this film and giving importance to the forensic science. As we Varun sir very rightly said, nowadays almost I see that every second movie we find the forensic officers, forensic testing and other things.
Yeah.
So, Vishal sir, so you already produced the, you already, directed the criminal justice. So people love a lot about the criminal justice and this forensic. So, once you got this, director, you have to direct this movie. What are the challenges you came in your mind to make a forensic officers on the set? Because, people, they have seen that, yes, we have a child inside, which Johnny Khanna is showing in the movie. We cannot be, so serious. So making that character with all scientific parameters. So I'd like to, hear from you, Vishal sir.
Thank you, Ranjit sir. Thank you for calling me over here. First of all, I think this movie was possible because of Mansi ma'am. She was the first who actually recognized the subject. She brought us all together. She brought me to direct this film, and she was very sure that it is me who has to direct this film. So that is the first thing, and I will always be thankful to her for this. Varun obviously is there with Mansi ma'am always. So both of them, yes. Uh, when she offered me this subject, I actually remembered all those CID days and Dr. Salunkhe, Mr. Narendra. I mean, he was always there in those episodes, and it was very intriguing how he used to examine the dead bodies and find those little things. उसके पहले तो पता ही नहीं था कि डेड बॉडी में से भी कुछ निकलता है. ऐसा लगा था कि हाँ ठीक है, बाहर ही ढूंढना होता है. So it was new science for all of us as kids, and it was very intriguing. It was very mysterious. In the end, he would find something in the dead body, and then the case would be solved. So that always remained at the back of my mind, that there is something more to this. Now with films, we always get an opportunity to discover new eras, which or areas of study or practical knowledge, or just like to find new experiences, because in our everyday life we are not a specialist enough to be a forensic officer. But when we start working on a film, we try to we try to understand the intricacies of that particular profession. We try to go into the depths as much as we can, which is needed for our story, to understand what these people are and what is the kind of work that they do. So with criminal justice, I got to understand the law system and to understand the jail system and all of that. But forensic was not so much a part of that particular series. So when this came into my life, I thought that this is a great opportunity for me to understand how forensics work. And then we started exploring this whole field, and then obviously you came into the picture, Dr. Ranjit, and Dr. Hemlata also came into the picture. So when I met both of you guys, I found that it doesn't need to be very serious, because both of you guys are very cool. You are not like ऐसे छड़ी लेके बैठने वाले लोग नहीं हो आप लोग, क्या, या ऐसे कोट वोट पहन के एकदम सीरियस टॉपिक करने वाले लोग नहीं हो. आप बहुत कूल लोग हो. Or you are young people, you are not old people, or very serious people. Even I think even the character of Dr. Narendra Gupta in CID was quite funny. It was quite quirky in that sense. तो मुझे लगा कि this quirky side of the character needs to be explored. So then we discussed, me and Mansi and Varun, we discussed that we need to make this character quirky. We can't keep it very serious. It needs to have some kind of madness, some kind of passion for the profession. So matlab, so that's how we tried to make Johnny Khanna a cool character. Also I thought that if somebody has to look up to a character, जैसे हम सिंघम की बात करते थे, जैसे पुलिस इंस्पेक्टर की बात करते हो तो हम सिंघम की बात करते हैं, तो बड़ा कूल हो जाता है कि हाँ, अच्छा सिंघम है तो ये प्रोफेशन बड़ा कूल है. एक लॉयर की बात करें तो हमने जॉनी एलएलबी की बात किया, या कोई दूसरे लॉयर की बात की, तो बड़ा कूल हो जाता है प्रोफेशन. तो वैसे फॉरेंसिक में ऐसा कोई कैरेक्टर खड़ा नहीं हुआ था जिससे दिस प्रोफेशन लुक्स कूल. And we wanted to establish a cool character who has tattoos, who is a young fellow who is very passionate about his job, and that's how Johnny Khanna came into being. And we tried to ensure that he is a cool guy. He is alone in his work always, because that's how I guess a lot of forensic people are, either in groups of 1, 2, 3s, और सब हो जाने के बाद उनको उसमें जाना पड़ता है, तो वो आदमी एक तरीके से उसमें घुसा पड़ा रहता है, right? And they have to delicately work in their field, right? Find the minutest थिंग्स जिसकी किसी की भी नजर इस चीजों पे नहीं जाती। जैसे मैं आप दोनों से बात कर रहा था तो मैंने देखा कि आप रूम में बैठे बैठे कि आप एविडेंस ढूंढ रहे हो रूम में भी क्या हो रहा है करके, राइट। तो मैंने बोला कि ये तो आपका रोज का काम है एविडेंस ढूंढना, तो ये बड़ा कूल काम है। तो ये बहुत सारी चीजें मिक्स हो के जॉनी खन्ना में आई, एंड आई थिंक वी हैव क्रिएटेड एन इंटरेस्टिंग कैरेक्टर एंड इंटरेस्टिंग फिल्म।
वेरी ट्रू सर। एंड आपने जिस तरह से एक वो हम लोगों को इतना कंफर्ट दिया, बिकॉज पहले जब मुझे इस मूवी के लिए वरुण सर से बात हुई तो मुझे बड़ा डर लग रहा था कि विशाल सर के साथ काम करना, इतनी सक्सेसफुल सीरीज दे चुके हैं, इतनी मूवी दे चुके हैं।
और हमको उल्टा डर लग रहा था कि हमको आपके साथ काम करना है, अब हमने कुछ गलत कर दिया तो आप पकड़ लेंगे कि अरे ये तो आपने ऐसे कर दिया। हमारा मर्डर वर्डर जो हमने किया, मानसी हमने तो 50 मर्डर कर चुकी है, तो अब उनको पता है कि कैसे उसका मर्डर सारे छुपाने हैं। तो इसलिए उन्होंने फॉरेंसिक सब्जेक्ट सिलेक्ट किया कि अब उनको
तो ये तो अच्छा है, ये तो अच्छा है, डर प्लस डर इज इक्वल टू मोहब्बत।
तो बिंदु सर ने हम लोग को ज्वाइन कर लिया है। बिंदु सर
नमस्ते।
नमस्ते बिंदु सर। सर अनम्यूट कर लीजिए सर। सर आप म्यूट पे हैं। बिंदु सर।
Hello everyone. Hi.
हेलो
Hi, Bindu ji, how are you?
This is a wonderful जो टीम जिसने फोरेंसिक बनाई, and it is like सच्ची बता रहा हूँ, मानसी है जिसने ये ड्रीम को पूरा रियलाइज किया है। And I think we are very lucky that we had you on the sets, रंजीत जी, because हमें भी बहुत चीजें सीखने मिली। और ये देखो नरेंद्र जी यहाँ पहुंचे हुए हैं, जो बोलते ना, जो फोरेंसिक के बारे में बात करें इंडिया में तो आई थिंक आपसे पहले इनकी शक्ल आती है नजर में।
हम लोग की तो शक्ल आती नहीं, बिकॉज वी आर अनसंग हीरो। एंड जो जॉनी खन्ना का कैरेक्टर है रियल लाइफ,
वो तो भाई हमारी जान है। उसने जो जिस तरीके से फिल्म बनाई, मुझे लगता है 2 फिल्में हैं जिनकी बैड लक है कि वो फिल्में ओटीटी पे आ गई। एक फोरेंसिक है और एक अभी जो ये पिक्चर आई है एक बंदा। ऐसी पिक्चरें ये 50 करोड़ आई थिंक थिएटर में कर लेती है अगर पिक्चर में लगती। So it's just bad luck, you know. We were confused and you don't understand what to do at that time. So जो होना है वो होता है, but it's a fantastic movie and
Sir, it is a hugely popular film, sir. It's on ZEE5 also. But
being an OTT, sir, is very hugely popular. And in India, when we started studying forensic science, we had the 13-14 institution. Now we have a 150 plus institutions. And some institutions में फोरेंसिक मूवी की बात तो जरूर होती है, जहां पे समटाइम वो लोग पूछते हैं, अच्छा आप लोग सही में सेट पे गए थे काम करने के लिए? वो बड़ा
आपके बगैर तो बनती नहीं रंजीत सर। आप थे पूरा टाइम हमारा हाथ पकड़े हुए, तभी तो हम कर पाए, वरना बहुत मुश्किल होता।
थैंक यू सर। एंड बिंदु सर, आपने जो एक रोल प्ले किया है इसमें, एक ऑफिसर, एविडेंसेस को प्रॉपर तरीके से कलेक्ट करना और एविडेंसेस जो इग्नोर हो जाते हैं, और उसके साथ साथ आप एक बड़ा पॉपुलर शो भी चलाते हैं सोशल मीडिया। जैसे हम लोग की कितनी बातें हो जाती हैं ओवरऑल, ये क्राइम हो रहा है, ये हो रहा है। सो मूवी करने के बाद आपने फोरेंसिक साइंस के बारे में थोड़ा और पढ़ना शुरू किया होगा, जानना शुरू किया होगा। सो फोरेंसिक साइंस के बाद, मूवी बनाने के बाद और उससे पहले, और आपका जो सोशल मीडिया बच के रहना रे बाबा, इनके बाद फोरेंसिक साइंस को देख करके कैसा आपके प्रोस्पेक्ट क्या है, एंड हाउ फोरेंसिक साइंस इज इम्पोर्टेंट फॉर ऑल काइंड ऑफ केस इन्वेस्टिगेशन?
I think it is very important that any case should have a forensic officer, because otherwise the police makes mistakes, blotches the case up, and then in court the case becomes weak. And I must tell you one more thing, that no matter how fast you all are going, the cyber criminals and all are going faster than you. So we need to catch up with them, or at least try and stay one step ahead. They बोलते हैं dead man talks, a dead body actually talks. तो वो तो आप लोग सॉल्व कर लेते हो, पर ये साइबर क्राइम जो इंडिया के अंदर ही नहीं पूरी दुनिया में, इसको भी आप लोगों को सॉल्व करने के लिए कुछ ना कुछ टेक्निक निकालनी पड़ेगी, because they are unreal.
Very true, sir. Very true. We are working. So now, if you can see the chat box, Narendra Gupta sir, there is one thing. I can't believe that Dr. Salunke is live on the Zoom with us. So
उनके लिए आपको अलग सेशन रखना पड़ेगा रंजित सर, डॉक्टर साळुंखे और नरेंद्र सर के लिए। हमारे साथ
मैं
पूरी उनके फैन फॉलोइंग बहुत ज्यादा है। मतलब मुझे मैसेज आते हैं तो 10 में से 9 मैसेज तो यही कहते हैं कि आपने डॉक्टर साळुंखे को लिया तो उससे बेटर कुछ हो ही नहीं सकता फॉरेंसिक में।
सर मुझे
तो
दोबारा से लॉन्चिंग मिल गई फॉरेंसिक फिल्म में। मुझे अमेरिका से कई मैसेज आए, मेरी बच्ची अमेरिका में रहती है, उसके आसपास के सब लोग, हे वी हैव सीन योर अंकल अगेन इन फॉरेंसिक फिल्म, व्हाट अ परफॉर्मेंस एंड व्हाट अ फिल्म एंड दिस एंड दैट। तो मुझे दोबारा से आपने जीवन दे दिया, जिंदगी दे दी।
एक कंफर्ट है ना सर, आपको देखकर एक कंफर्ट मिलता है, एक वार्मथ, एक कंफर्ट आता है कि ये हमारे जाने पहचाने हैं, ये कुछ बोलेंगे तो ये सही बोलेंगे। तो ये एक श्रद्धा है लोगों की।
ये
जब फर्स्ट टाइम मैं गुप्ता सर से इंटरेक्ट हुआ, एंड सर इज सो हम्बल, सो डाउन टू अर्थ, तो मुझे लगा ही नहीं कि हम लोग, मतलब सब लोगों से, मैंने विशाल सर को पहली मीटिंग में बोला था, सर मुझे विश्वास ही नहीं हो रहा कि मैं एक विशाल फुरिया के साथ खड़ा हूँ। सो
अरे
वो एक
सर,
कंफर्ट जो आप लोग देते हैं ना, बाहर की दुनिया से थोड़ा अलग लगता है। एंड जो कंफर्ट आप लोग देते हैं वहां सेट पे, बिंदु सर का हंसी मजाक करना और इस चीज को। सो गुप्ता सर, फॉरेंसिक साइंस को आपने, हम लोगों ने मानसी मैम ने उसको एक बड़ा स्क्रीन दिया, विशाल सर ने उसको डायरेक्ट किया, सब कुछ किया, बट आपको फॉरेंसिक तो बहुत सालों से करते आ रहे हैं। मतलब डॉक्टर सालुंके इज वन ऑफ द फेमस कैरेक्टर। अगर हम
22 years of CI।
22 ईयर्स अगर हम देखें, बहुत सारे सीरियल में कुछ कैरेक्टर होते हैं, जैसे कई मीम्स बनते हैं, कई भी चीजें होती हैं, तो कोमली का एक रोल कैरेक्टर आता है। वैसे एक डॉक्टर सालुंके इतना पॉपुलर कैरेक्टर है जो फॉरेंसिक साइंस को आप 20-25 सालों से अपने साथ जी रहे हैं। सो फॉरेंसिक साइंस को आपके प्रोस्पेक्ट से, क्योंकि साइंटिफिक स्टडी आपने करी होगी इसके साथ जो आप बनाते हैं, तो क्या क्या चीजें आप, क्योंकि स्टूडेंट्स हैं एंड यू कैन सी द चैट बॉक्स, कितने रिएक्शन है, कितने वो हैं कि मतलब इट्स अ ड्रीम कम ट्रू दैट यू आर, पीपल आर सीइंग लाइव यू। सो आप एक तरह से बहुत सारे, इवन हम लोग जब सेशन लेते हैं ना, तो ड्यूरिंग द इंडक्शन कोर्स हम पूछते हैं कि फॉरेंसिक क्यों ले लिया, तो सब लोग बोलते हैं कि हमने CID देखी थी। सो वो एक जो आपने एक अवेयरनेस फॉरेंसिक टर्म को दिया है, फॉरेंसिक टर्मिनोलॉजी को दिया है, ऑल्दो सॉरी बट साइंटिफिक पैरामीटर्स, बहुत सारी चीजें हमें एंटरटेनमेंट में इग्नोर करनी पड़ती है। सो फॉरेंसिक को आप किस तरह से देखते हैं फॉर क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम?
फॉरेंसिक को मैं क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम में इस तरीके से देखता हूँ, जैसे सारा खाना बन जाए और उसमें नमक गायब हो जाए, तो खाना कैसा रहे? बड़ी मेहनत की, 4-5 घंटे लगाए, बड़े अच्छे अच्छे पकवान बनाए, सारी सब्जियां बनाई, लेकिन उसमें नमक नहीं। ऐसे ही क्रिमिनल इन्वेस्टिगेशन में अगर फॉरेंसिक नहीं है तो यू कांट रीच एनीवे। आप घूमते रहेंगे गोल गोल, या तो पुलिस अपनी फाइल बंद कर देगी या कुछ और होगा, लेकिन फॉरेंसिक साइंस उतना ही जरूरी है। अगर 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 हमको कोई भी क्रिमिनल जस्टिस तक पहुंचना है तो फॉरेंसिक साइंस के बगैर पहुंचा नहीं जा सकता है। ये मैंने पिछले 22 साल मतलब एज एन एक्टर ये रोल फॉरेंसिक में डॉक्टर सालुके का करते करते भी मेरे साथ एक बहुत अच्छी बात ये हुई कि परमात्मा की दुआ से, बाय ग्रेस ऑफ गॉड, मुझे ये कैरेक्टर मिला तो मैं और एनरिच हो गया अपने आसपास की चीजों को देखने समझने के लिए। और तब जाके मुझे लगा कि ये जो मैं कर रहा हूँ, ये साइंस कितनी ज्यादा जरूरी है सोसाइटी के लिए। सोसाइटी के लिए इसलिए कि अगर क्राइम होगा, और सोसाइटी है तो क्राइम होगा, क्राइम होता है, लेकिन उसको सॉल्व कैसे किया जाए? या तो 4 पुलिस वाले जाएं, डंडा मारें, पूछे ताछे, किसी को बंद कर दें, उठा दें, मुकदमा चला दें, खत्म। लेकिन एविडेंसेस कहाँ से आए, वो कैसे निकाले जाएंगे एविडेंसेस? उस पे फॉरेंसिक साइंस स्टेप इन करती है, पूरा साइंटिफिक रिसर्च के तरीके से, क्योंकि साइंस तो झूठ नहीं बोल सकती, कोई और झूठ बोल सकता है, साइंस नहीं झूठ बोल सकती। और वो साइंस जब आपको आगे बढ़ाती है उस क्रिमिनल जस्टिस की तरफ, तब जाकर के एक क्रिमिनल को उसके अपने असली अंजाम तक पहुंचाया जाता है। और अगर क्रिमिनल्स ऐसे अपने असली अंजाम तक पहुंचते रहेंगे तो सोसाइटी में थोड़ा सा सुधार होगा, मैं ऐसी आशा करता हूं। तो फॉरेंसिक साइंस तो, और बल्कि फॉरेंसिक साइंस की एक नजर तो आज की तारीख में मुझे लगता है हर एक को जरूरी है, क्योंकि उससे किस्म की अवेयरनेस आती है। मैं तो हर एक से कहता हूँ कि चाहे विकिपीडिया में जा करके चाहे कैसे भी थोड़ा सा फॉरेंसिक साइंस के बारे में पढ़ो तो आपको पता लगेगा। और अब कई बार मैं बहुत आश्चर्यचकित हो जाता हूँ कि लोग मुझसे कहते हैं सर वो उस केस में ये मर्डर हुआ था तो उन्होंने उसमें दरवाजे में से फिंगरप्रिंट क्यों नहीं उठाए। ये एक आम आदमी बोल रहा है। लेमैन इज आस्किंग मी कि उन्होंने वो दरवाजे में से दरवाजा खोला होगा ये किया होगा तो उन्होंने वो क्यों नहीं उठाया, फिंगरप्रिंट्स क्यों नहीं उठाए। ये शायद इसलिए भी हुआ कि 22 साल से वो लोग बच्चे से बड़े हो गए फॉरेंसिक को देखते हुए सीआईडी। ये एक मैं इसका श्रेय उन लोगों को देता हूं जिन्होंने सीआईडी बनाया और जिन्होंने सीआईडी को देखा, दोनों। क्योंकि अगर इतनी एजुकेशन आपको मिल रही है देखते देखते तो लोगों को समझ में आता है कि यार ये फॉरेंसिक साइंस कुछ चीज है। और उसके बाद अब इतने लार्जर स्केल पर फॉरेंसिक फिल्म बनाना और उसका नाम ही फॉरेंसिक रखना ताकि लोगों को समझ में आ जाए। एक आपने स्टांस दे दिया। इट्स अ वंडरफुल थिंग टू नेम दिस फिल्म एज फॉरेंसिक बिकॉज जैसे ही आप ये फिल्म देखते हैं आपको पता होता है कि इन विच एरिया यू आर एंटरिंग। आपको फॉरेंसिक के बारे में ही जानकारी मिलेगी इस फिल्म से। और वो किस तरीके से मिलेगी वो एक स्टोरी निट की जाती है, वो होता है। लेकिन और ये बहुत जरूरी है कि आप अपने ऑडियंस को एक स्टांस दे दें कि ये व्हाट आई एम गोइंग टू सी नाउ, तो उसको पहले से ही आपने कैप्चर कर लिया। क्योंकि लोगों को पता है कि फॉरेंसिक साइंस का मतलब कुछ अद्भुत है, कुछ अलग है, ये कुछ करेंगे, ये चाकू में से कुछ निकालेंगे या पत्थर में से कुछ निकालेंगे या मिट्टी में से कुछ निकालेंगे। और जब मैंने फॉरेंसिक सीन्स पढ़े और जितने और उसका सबसे अच्छा कारण इस फिल्म का, और मैं एक बात बताता हूँ जो आप लोगों को सबको मालूम है लेकिन मैं एक कहना चाहता हूँ आप लोगों के सामने, क्योंकि आई वॉज अ वेरी स्मॉल पार्ट ऑफ एंड आई एम फॉर्चुनेट दैट आई वॉज देयर एज अ एक्सपर्ट एंड थैंक्स टू विशाल सर एंड थैंक्स टू यू ऑल। पर आप लोगों का जो काम करने का तरीका है उसने इस फिल्म को और ज्यादा एक्साइटिंग बनाया और ज्यादा एंटरटेनिंग बनाया। जो मैं सेट पे देखता था कोई स्टार ऐसा नहीं, स्टार तो कोई था ही नहीं, हर कोई एक इंसान था और हर इंसान अपना अपना काम कर रहा था। जैसे बिंदु जी हैं वो एक्टर हैं तो एक इंसान एक एक्टर है वो अपना काम कर रहे थे, विशाल एक डायरेक्टर का काम कर रहे थे, मानसी और वरुण अपने प्रोड्यूसर का काम कर रहे थे, लेकिन कोई स्टार नहीं था। और जब इस तरीके से एक कॉम्बिनेशन बनता है तो कहानी बहुत अच्छी बनना लाजमी है। इट्स नेसेसरी। One ensemble of few wonderful, good, like-minded, well-behaved people around, it is going to happen. तो ये आप लोगों का बहुत अच्छा काम था। और फॉरेंसिक तो मुझे लगता है कि जिंदगी में थोड़ा बहुत हर एक को जानना बहुत जरूरी है और ये आप डॉक्टर रंजीत बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं कि लोगों को फॉरेंसिक के बारे में थोड़ी नॉलेज दे रहे हैं। और मेरा तो बहुत लंबा सफर है, मैं फॉरेंसिक के बारे में कुछ भी नहीं जानता था। जब मुझे इस सीरीज में किसी ने कास्ट किया था तो मुझे बोले कि एक डॉक्टर का रोल है और मैंने रिफ्यूज कर दिया क्योंकि मैंने कहा डॉक्टर का कोई रोल नहीं होता है। और उससे पहले जब मेरा टेलीविजन का कैरियर शुरू हुआ था तो मैंने एक डॉक्टर का ही रोल किया था। हिंदुस्तान की बहुत बड़ी डायरेक्टर है विजया मेहता, उन्होंने एक सीरीज बनाई थी लाइफ लाइन जीवन रेखा, जो हमने नानावती हॉस्पिटल में शूट की थी। तो उसमें मैं एक डॉक्टर ही था एज ए मेडिकल प्रैक्टिशनर। उसके बाद फिर मुझे कोई डॉक्टर का रोल करना नहीं था क्योंकि मैंने जब इन्होंने मुझसे कहा तो मैं डॉक्टर का कोई रोल नहीं होता है, वो अस्पताल में होता है और पेशेंट के पास आके कहेगा हमने अपना काम कर लिया बाकी भगवान से प्रार्थना करो और कह के निकल जाता है। तो मुझे ऐसा नहीं करना। फिर उन्होंने कहा नहीं आप आइए, पता चलेगा कि हम किस डॉक्टर, तब उन्होंने कहा तब उन्होंने कहा जब मेरे को पता लगा कि फॉरेंसिक होता क्या है तब मुझे समझाया गया कि फॉरेंसिक एक्चुअली चीज क्या है। उसके बाद मुझे समझ में आया कि फॉरेंसिक क्या चीज है और इसका कितना योगदान है किसी भी क्रिमिनल जस्टिस। सो दैट्स माय स्टोरी।
थैंक यू सर। एंड ये बिल्कुल आपने सही कहा कि फिल्म के सेट पे एक टीम वर्क का जो काम चल रहा था, एक जैसे हम लोग फॉरेंसिक साइंस में करते हैं ना, कोई भी क्राइम सॉल्व करने के लिए प्रॉपर चेन ऑफ कस्टडी जरूरी है। सो वैसे विशाल सर की कौन कौन से एविडेंस लगने हैं, क्या क्या कलेक्ट होना है, और आई स्टिल रिमेम्बर वन जो हेयर सैंपल कलेक्ट करने वाला सीन था, एंड विशाल से कहा पकड़ 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 विक्रांत पकड़। सो दैट वाज थिंग्स की अंदर से कि वो बिल्कुल दिखना चाहिए कि हाँ फॉरेंसिक एक्सपर्ट का काम कर रहे हैं। और वो एंड इवन इवनिंग में जब मैं वरुण सर से मिला तो वरुण सर ने भी बोला कि वो हेयर पकड़ने वाला सीन जो है बड़ा अच्छा आप लोगों ने कैप्चर किया है। सो
नहीं, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट था ना सर, अगर हम फॉरेंसिक नाम की फिल्म बना रहे हैं तो वो हर एक चीज करेक्ट होनी बहुत जरूरी है। अगर कहीं थोड़ी सी लिबर्टी हम ले सकते हैं, क्योंकि हम सिनेमा बना रहे हैं, हम रियल लाइफ में नहीं है, तो थोड़ी सी लिबर्टी हम ले सकते हैं, लेकिन फिर भी एटलीस्ट 90 चीजें करेक्ट होनी बहुत जरूरी है। तभी लोगों को लगेगा कि हम ऑथेंटिक फिल्म बना रहे हैं और ऑथेंटिक प्रैक्टिसेस है। और इसीलिए मुझे याद है मैं हर बार आपसे बहुत ज्यादा बातें करता था कि सर आप करेक्ट, आप बताइए, आप ही हो, बता सकते हो, हमें तो नहीं पता, हम तो सिर्फ अपना ही थोड़ी बहुत रिसर्च करके जो हमने किया है वो किया है, बट आप ही बताते रहिए क्या हो रहा है। अगर आप बताएंगे तो हम आप पे पूरा भरोसा करके हम वही करेंगे। तो आई थिंक आप, इसलिए मैं कहता हूँ कि आप अगर नहीं होते तो शायद हम उतना नहीं कर पाते जितना हम कर पाए।
थैंक यू सर फॉर
रंजीत सर, मैं इसमें अपना एक एक्सपीरियंस जोड़ना चाहता हूँ कि रियल फॉरेंसिक एक्सपर्ट में और एन एक्टर एक्टिंग एज अ फॉरेंसिक एक्सपर्ट में कितना फर्क है। मेरे साथ ये बहुत बार हुआ शुरू में। इट्स अ वेरी टेक्निकल थिंग। मुझे मेरे डायरेक्टर ने कहा कि यहाँ से इस चमड़ी में से एक बाल निकालो और उसको कैमरे के सामने लाओ, ताकि लोगों को लगे कि आपने इस चमड़ी में से क्या निकाला, और मैं इस पे जूम करूंगा और बाल दिखाई देना चाहिए। अब मेरे समझ में नहीं आ रहा यार, ये बाल इतनी पतली सी चीज है, इसको बिल्कुल अच्छा, उसने कैमरामैन ने अपना फोकस ले लिया उस पॉइंट का, और मेरा हाथ इधर उधर चला जाए तो फोकस में आए नहीं। अब असली फॉरेंसिक एक्सपर्ट को ये झंझट नहीं झेलने पड़ते। उसने निकाला बाल और दे दिया, भैया ये बाल निकाला है। हम जो एक्टर्स हैं उनको जो फॉरेंसिक के सीन करने पड़ते हैं तो बाल निकाल करके ऑडियंस के लिए हमको कैमरा में दिखाना पड़ता है, ये रहा बाल, और उसको बिल्कुल फोकस में ही लाना पड़ता है। यहाँ पर और एक स्किल काम करती है। फॉरेंसिक का तो आपका काम है ही है, ये एक स्किल और काम करने पड़ती है कि किसी भी बारीक से बारीक चीज को बाकायदा फोकस में कैसे लाया जाए। फिर मुझे समझाया गया अपने बॉडी के थ्रू कि तुम जितना अपनी बॉडी को, हाथ को बेंड करोगे, आप एक स्ट्रेस एक फील करोगे किस एंगल पे आपकी बॉडी, और आप जब वो याद कर लोगे, वो स्ट्रेस याद कर लोगे अपनी कोहनी का या अपने हाथ का, तो हर बार आपका हाथ वहीं आएगा, क्योंकि वो स्ट्रेस आपके मेमोरी में जा चुका है। यार इट्स अमेजिंग एंड इट हैपेंड। मैं बार बार वहीं लेके आता था, क्योंकि मुझे पता था कि अभी मेरी हाथ में मेमोराइज हो गया है इस पर्टिकुलर शॉट के लिए, और ये यहीं आएगा। सो दैट इज द डिफरेंस बिटवीन प्लेइंग ए फॉरेंसिक एक्सपर्ट एंड डूइंग अ रियल फॉरेंसिक एक्सपर्ट। तो हमारी यात्रा थोड़ी ज्यादा मुश्किल है बहुत से मामले में।
वेरी राइट।
लेकिन आपको सर ढूंढना नहीं पड़ता ना, आपके लिए रेडी होता है वहां पर, वो इन बेचारों को ढूंढना पड़ता है।
वो बात सही है। वो बात सही है।
मानसी मैम, अभी जैसे आप पहले भी इतनी पार्टियों में जाते थे, आज की डेट में पार्टियों में आप जाते हैं तो बोलते हैं क्या कि जरा फॉरेंसिक एविडेंस ढूंढ के दिखाना। जैसे अगर आपको याद हो, हम लोग एक इंटरव्यू कर रहे थे आपके साथ
जी,
तो उसमें ये क्वेश्चन था कि क्या पता लग सकता है कि शर्ट पे लिपस्टिक है तो किसका है। सो बड़ा लाइटली बोला था कि नहीं नहीं ये नहीं है। सो मानसी मैम, क्या अभी भी आपके पास ऐसे क्वेश्चंस आते हैं कि फॉरेंसिक एविडेंस ढूंढ के बताओ, क्योंकि आपने फॉरेंसिक मूवी बनाई है?
नहीं, अभी मैं लोगों को बोलती हूँ कि अभी एनीबडी हु कैन थिंक कि मेरा मर्डर करना है, तो आई थिंक इट इज डिफिकल्ट फॉर देम, क्योंकि वरुण छोड़ेगा नहीं उसको। आई थिंक ही इज मोर डिटेल्ड, उसको फिंगरप्रिंट्स के बारे में पता है, बहुत चीजें पता है। तो अगर किसी ने मेरा मर्डर करने के लिए सोचा भी तो उसके दिमाग के अंदर घुस के भी वो पता लगा लेगा कि ये मुश्किल है और नामुमकिन है। So yes, people come up with such questions and चलता रहता है। अभी पार्टीज में तो of course forensic is the top of the town.
Yes.
And काफी सवाल आते हैं मेरे पास।
So विंदु सर,
अभी तो लोग डरते भी है ना, देखिए क्या होता है ना डॉक्टर रंजीत की, कभी कभी कोई चीज आपके लोग फियर भी करते हैं, बोले कि यार इनके साथ ये नहीं करते हैं, इनके पास पूरा फॉरेंसिक की स्ट्रेंथ है, सारे फॉरेंसिक लोग खड़े कर देंगे एक दिन में अगर चाहिए तो तो वो सब चीजें जो बहुत मायने करती है। एंड ऑफ कोर्स अभी तक तो कोई ऐसा तो लिपस्टिक वाला इंसिडेंट तो अभी तक आया नहीं है। तो मतलब
बोला
तो मैं
वाला नहीं आया,
तो मैं वो सोचूंगा कि चलो अभी भी हम अच्छे सर्कल में हैं, अभी तक किसी को ये सर्विस की जरूरत नहीं पड़ी है। सब अपने अपने, सबको पता है कि उनके पास जो लिपस्टिक लगी है वो उनकी पत्नी की है, और अगर शादीशुदा नहीं है तो उनकी गर्लफ्रेंड की है। तो वो हिसाब से आई थिंक वी आर गुड राइट नाउ।
जी जी। सो विंदु सर, आप तो ये सोशल मीडिया अवेयरनेस का शो करते हैं और उसके बारे में लोग पूछते होंगे ना, आपने तो पूरी फॉरेंसिक करके आए हैं, फॉरेंसिक एविडेंसेस के बारे में सीख के आए हैं। सो नाउ फॉरेंसिक किस तरह के क्वेश्चंस आपके पास आते हैं?
मुझे शौक है ताकि लोगों को अवेयर करूं। अभी जैसे आप मेरे पास एक मैसेज आ रहा है कि जियो का आपने बिल नहीं भरा, और जैसे आप उसमें क्लिक करोगे तो सीधा आपके पैसे वैसे उड़ जाएंगे, और जियो का है ही नहीं वो। तो दिस काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स नाउ मानसी को मैं चाह रहा हूँ कि फॉरेंसिक टू विशाल मानसी ऐसी चीजों पे कुछ साइबर क्राइम पे कुछ ऐसा बनाए जो जो आजकल चल रहा है, जैसे जामतारा काइंड ऑफ क्राइम। बहुत जामतारा से भी बहुत आगे चले गए। मैं आपको और भी बताना चाहूँ, जब हमारी शूटिंग हो रही थी तो विक्रांत जब हमारे रियल फॉरेंसिक एक्सपर्ट के साथ सीन था, जिस तरीके से वो खुश हो रहा था नरेंद्र जी को मिलने, he was like a baby. He's saying, Vindu, I can't believe it. I'm going to shoot with him. I'm nervous. Vikrant, क्या कर रहा है तू? He was so happy to shoot, and we were also happy to shoot with him. So thank you, sir, for being a part of forensic and driving all the way, flying all the way, and coming and giving us that beautiful portion of that movie. ये पिक्चर बहुत दिल के करीब है और हमेशा रहेगी। Forensic 2 की तैयारी चल रही है।
Vishal sir and you all. Credit goes to Vishal sir and you all that I am there.
Yes,
नहीं सर, क्या है ना, हमारे आप विंदु सर और नरेंद्र सर, आप लोग जो सीनियर लोग जो हमारे साथ रहते हैं, और आप जब हम हौसला अफजाई करते हैं तो लगता है कि हम कहीं सही काम कर रहे हैं। तो आप दोनों का होना सेट पे और आप दोनों का कंटिन्यूअस सपोर्ट देना और अप्रिशिएट करना, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट था।
सर हमारे पास कोई और ऑप्शन नहीं है, आप लोग इतने अच्छे हो कि आपको सपोर्ट ही करना है।
नहीं, और नरेंद्र जी ने एक बात अच्छी बोली थी, आई थिंक, जो हमने भी बहुत नोटिस की सेट पे, कि सब लोग अच्छे थे हमारे साथ, सब लोगों के इंटेंशन अच्छे थे, एंड आई थिंक इस वजह से फॉरेंसिक आज इतनी सक्सेसफुल बनी एंड सब तक पहुंची, एंड अभी भी प्यार मिलता है, एंड आई एम श्योर पीपल फॉर years to come will love the film. And कितना जरूरी है, देखिए, फिल्म मेकिंग इज अ पीपल्स बिजनेस। आप, ये कोई फैक्ट्री नहीं है कि आप इसमें ये मटेरियल डाला और ये प्रोडक्ट आपका निकल गया। यहाँ पे आप लोगों के साथ डील कर रहे हैं, तो अगर आपके लोग अच्छे हैं, एक एनवायरनमेंट अच्छा है और सबके इंटेंशन अच्छे हैं, तो आप डेफिनेटली अच्छी चीज बनाएंगे, वरना वो चीज नहीं बन पाती है वैसी। सो आई थिंक दैट इज वर्क विद एवरीबडी, विशाल, बिंदु जी, नरेंद्र गुप्ता जी, everybody has been so nice and so as part of a team, कि हमको लगा ही नहीं कि हम डायरेक्टर के साथ काम कर रहे हैं, कि एक्टर के साथ काम कर रहे हैं, हमको लगा, और कि टेक्नीशियन के साथ काम कर रहे हैं, हमको लगा कि ये टीम है, और सब टीम का एक फोकस है कि हमको फॉरेंसिक फिल्म बनानी है और सुपर बनानी है और बहुत अच्छी बनानी है ताकि लोगों तक पहुंचे। इनफैक्ट डॉक्टर रंजीत, आपकी और आपकी टीम का भी अच्छा सपोर्ट था, अच्छा इन्वॉल्वमेंट था, जो इस चीजों में एक करेक्टनेस लाने में हमको बहुत हेल्प किया। एंड आज उस वजह से फॉरेंसिक लोग, पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन वाले लोग सब देखेंगे तो आज उनको भी एक रियलनेस लगेगा। जो आपने बोला कि हमको ये इक्विपमेंट्स डालने चाहिए, हमने वो डाले, उससे भी लोगों को एक रियलिज्म से कनेक्ट होएगा कि भाई, कि वो फैरो मशीन, मुझे आज तक याद है कि फैरो मशीन इज सच अ अमेजिंग technological piece of machine that it is so beautiful. I was so impressed with it कि आप एक वो मशीन के थ्रू आप एक फ्लावर का पोलन तक मेजर करके अपने रिकॉर्ड में रख सकते हैं। तो वो चीजें इतनी जरूरी है और वो चीजें इतनी मार्केट होनी चाहिए कि ताकि वो हर एक जगह तक पहुंचे, हर एक काउंटी में पहुंचे, हर एक पुलिस स्टेशन में पहुंचे, तो वो धीरे धीरे अवेयरनेस से होएगा। And I feel कि if through the film, if through a product that you create, and if you are able to change life and make that difference, it's a fabulous feeling. And मेरे हिसाब से, forensic officers are like, how the army is, आज border पे जो army के लोग रहते हैं, वो कभी corrupt नहीं हो सकते, पूरी देश उनके ऊपर rely कर रही है। Similarly, forensic evidence ऐसी चीज है जिसके ऊपर काफी लोग रिलाय करते हैं, जो कॉन्विक्ट्स रहते हैं, जिनके ऊपर एलिगेशंस लगी रहती है, तो वो लोग वेट करते हैं कि भाई कि फॉरेंसिक एविडेंस आए और वो अगर निर्दोष है तो वो उससे प्रूव हो। तो इसी वजह से फॉरेंसिक डिपार्टमेंट कभी करप्ट नहीं हो सकता है। So it becomes a very strong responsibility for whoever is studying forensic or pursuing forensic, that they have to be very true to their profession. Just like an army officer on the border, he cannot go wrong. He cannot, not fight for the country, and he cannot be corrupt over there because it is a matter of a country. Similarly, when a forensic officer is finding evidence and giving his reports, he cannot be corrupt because he might just ruin an innocent person's life, correct? Which can make a difference. So hence I feel it is such an important thing, and it is such an important profession that one should take it seriously. And we are glad we are part of it, to encourage and inspire people, and the young people especially.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And we are, glad to be the part of this. As Faninder rightly said, this is my dream project. So I joined because, once we get the communicated with Varun sir, we had a long discussion. So my first question, what is the name of movie? So he said forensic. So I said, there is always yes from my side. You setting up to laboratory, taking all equipment from my laboratory to the Mussoorie, setting whole night. And it was like fun. And Vishal sir का जो support था, Vishal sir ने हाँ इसको ऐसे रखना है, मुझे अभी स्टिल याद है रोहित सर की तबीयत खराब हुई तो रात के 3 बजे हम लोगों ने ल्यूमिनॉल टेस्ट किया था कि देखना है कि कैसा आता है। तो वो एक जो डेडिकेशन है ना विशाल सर के साथ, तो मुझे तो विशाल सर के साथ 10 बार काम करना पड़ेगा, तो मैं 10 बार आऊंगा काम करने के लिए एंड 24/7 अवेलेबल रहूंगा, क्योंकि वो वेरी राइटली सेड कि अभी जैसे बिंदु सर ने बोला सब लोगों के क्वेश्चन आते हैं और हम लोग जब भी जाते हैं सर फॉरेंसिक 2 कब आ रही है, गोवा में कब जाना है, सब लोग पूछ रहे हैं विशाल सर।
चल रहा है कुछ चल रहा है। मानसी जी ने वापस अपनी फौज तैयार कर ली है और अभी बंदूकें बना रही है, वो बहुत जल्दी फायरिंग शुरू होगी उनके साइड से और आगे बढ़ेगी बात।
आई थिंक जैसे पुलिस लोग डॉन का वेट करते थे, आई फील जो हम बड़े हुए हैं डॉन का इंतजार कर रही है। कौन सी मुल्क, कितने मुल्क की पुलिस, व्हाट वाज द कितने मुल्क की पुलिस बिंदु जी?
43
सो आई थिंक फॉरेंसिक 2 का भी बहुत जगह से इंतजार हो रहा है एंड डेफिनेटली वी विल बी मेकिंग, इट विल कम सून एंड वी आर एक्साइटेड।
मैम डॉन का इंतजार तो 11 मुल्कों की पुलिस कर रही है, इंतजार जो है फॉरेंसिक का इंतजार आज की डेट में 43 कंट्री के पुलिस ऑफिसर कर रहे हैं और फॉरेंसिक कब आएगी।
बिल्कुल, और जैसे कि आपने बोला डॉक्टर रंजीत की आप विशाल सर के साथ 10 बार भी आएंगे, तो फॉरेंसिक 10 तक आप हैं हमारे साथ।
हाँ, थैंक यू सो मच। थैंक यू मैम। एंड बहुत सारे क्वेश्चंस लोगों के हैं एंड आई नो यू ऑल आर ऑक्यूपाइड एंड बहुत बिजी हैं आप सब लोग। सो आप लोगों की परमिशन हो तो हम लोग और थोड़ी देर कंटिन्यू कर सकते हैं कुछ क्वेश्चंस?
जी यस इट्स ओके।
या श्योर,
या थैंक यू सर। सो क्वेश्चंस है कि जब फॉरेंसिक आप बना रहे हैं और उसमें साइंटिफिक थ्रिलर को डालने के लिए साइंटिफिक एविडेंस कलेक्शन करना और स्टोरी में लिखना और उस स्टोरी से प्रोड्यूसर का कन्विंस होना और उसके बाद फिर ये विशाल सर उसको स्टोरी में लाना कितना डिफिकल्ट होता है?
बहुत डिफिकल्ट होता है क्योंकि ये आप ऐसी एक बारीकी वाली साइंस है ना, फॉरेंसिक साइंस। ऐसे नहीं कि आपने ऊपर से कुछ बात बोल दी और वो बात खत्म हो गई। तो क्राइम सीन से एविडेंस कलेक्ट करना ये बहुत बारीकी वाली चीजें हैं और ये चीजें अगर गलत हो जाए तो सब कुछ ही गलत हो जाएगा ना। वो बेसिस, आई थिंक फॉरेंसिक साइंस हैज बिकम द बेसिस फॉर एवरी केस। एक बार आपने कल्प्रिट को आप 10 बार इन्वेस्टिगेट कर सकते हो, लेकिन क्राइम सीन को तो शायद एक ही बार इन्वेस्टिगेट किया जा सकता है, राइट? तो वो एक ही बार में आपको जो करना है वो सही करना है। तो अगर फिल्म की स्टोरी में भी अगर वो सही से नहीं बैठता है तो वो चीजें गड़बड़ा जाएंगी। सो इट वाज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर अस टू अंडरस्टैंड हाउ ईच एंड एवरीथिंग इज डन। उसकी फॉर्मेलिटीज क्या होती है, उसकी मार्किंग कैसे होती है, उसके नोट्स कैसे लिए जाते हैं, उसकी फोटोज कैसे खींची जाती है, बॉडी लैंग्वेज क्या है फॉरेंसिक इन्वेस्टिगेटर की, और वो हमारे एक्टर्स भी सही से उसको फॉलो करे ताकि जो देखने वाली जनता है, जैसे आज आप हमें इतना मान सम्मान दे रहे हैं, इतना रिस्पेक्ट दे रहे हैं, वो इसलिए दे रहे हैं क्योंकि आई थिंक कुछ तो हमने सही किया और कुछ तो हमने सही चीज दिखाई है जो आपको भी लगता है कि इट इज अ प्राउड थिंग फॉर यू टू कनेक्ट विथ, राइट? अगर हमने गलत दिया होता तो शायद आप हमको नहीं बुलाते, तो शायद वो चीजें कहीं ना कहीं सही हुई है, तो वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट था। और आई थिंक इवन इन द थ्रिल, फोरेंसिक वाज द थिंग दैट शुड ड्राइव द स्टोरी एंड नॉट द पुलिस प्रोसीजरल। सो इसीलिए हमने वो स्टोरी लिखते वक्त बहुत ज्यादा हमने उस चीज का ध्यान रखा कि फोरेंसिक हैज टू ड्राइव द स्टोरी फॉरवर्ड, लाइक द स्टोरी वुड मूव अहेड ओनली व्हेन द फोरेंसिक डिपार्टमेंट फाइंड समथिंग इंटरेस्टिंग और फाइंड समथिंग व्हिच वाज राइट और रॉन्ग और मिसलीडिंग, and that stayed till the very end of the story. So yeah, so it was difficult. A lot of research was needed. The study of new technology was very important because हमने बहुत सारी टेक्नोलॉजी तो हमने सीआईडी या उस तरीके के शोज में देख ली है, लेकिन नई टेक्नोलॉजी क्या है जो नए ऑडियंस को इंटरेस्टिंग लगेगी, जैसे फारो स्कैनर हो गया, फॉरेंसिक फिनोटाइपिंग का जो प्रोसेस था, तो ये प्रोसेस नए प्रोसेसेस है। तो और ये ऑडियंस को शायद ज्यादा इतना पता नहीं है इसके डिटेल के बारे में, तो ऐसे प्रोसेसेस भी होते हैं, ये समझना और उसको फिल्म में डालना ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट था। तो जैसे फिल्म के बाद बहुत लोगों ने मुझे क्वेश्चन किए कि ऐसे थोड़ी ना प्रोसेस होते हैं, और फिर मुझे बताना पड़ा कि नहीं, ये प्रोसेस होते हैं, ये बाकायदा एग्जिस्टिंग प्रोसेसेस है और इनसे इतनी डिटेल में चीजें निकल सकती है। सो आई थिंक ये इंटरेस्टिंग प्रोसेस रहा ओवरऑल, राइटिंग और डायरेक्टिंग और सब कुछ।
So, Varun sir, and
जी।
अभी फोरेंसिक 2 आई नो वर्क प्रोसेस में कितना रिसर्च करना पड़ता है किसी भी, क्योंकि फर्स्ट जब क्या होता है ना, जब सक्सेस मिल जाती है और लोग मूवी को अप्रिशिएट करते हैं, तो एक अपने आप के अंदर ही चैलेंज आ जाता है कि हमें इससे अच्छा करना है। सो उसके लिए आप लोग को, मुझे लगता है कि आप लोग कहीं भी जाते होंगे, देखते होंगे ये एविडेंस है, ये स्टोरी है।
Yeah, of course, and I think see it's a challenging process, and जैसे हमने forensic 1 बनाई थी तभी भी चैलेंज था, पर हमने वो ओवरकम किया, क्योंकि क्या होता है कि नए लोगों के साथ नई सोच आती है, एंड आज हम खुद भी इतना सिनेमा देखते हैं तो हम चाहते हैं कि हमको किस टाइप की चीज देखनी है, किस टाइप की चीज होनी चाहिए, किस टाइप की चीज नहीं होनी चाहिए। एंड हमने रिसर्च की, सही लोगों से मिला, आपसे मिले, हमने हर एक चीज वही आपको बोली थी कि भाई कि हमको हर एक चीज सही डालनी है। एंड इसी तरीके से एंड हमने एक और चीज रियलाइज की कि फॉरेंसिक भी काफी वास्ट है, जैसे अभी बिंदु जी बोल रहे थे, साइबर इज द न्यू थिंग, करेक्ट। फिर आपकी बैलिस्टिक्स को लेके भी चीजें होती है, तो काफी चीजें रहती है जो हम करते हैं। लाइक आई वाज सरप्राइज कि देयर इज एनिमल फॉरेंसिक आल्सो, करेक्ट, कि भाई कि जो बोन्स मिलती हैं एंडेंजर्ड स्पीसीज की, वो फॉरेंसिक साइंस के थ्रू आप ये भी ट्रैक कर सकते हैं कि वो जानवर कैसे मरा था, कि उसको किसी ने हंट किया था कि वो नेचुरल डेथ थी, करेक्ट, एंड वेदर वो जानवर ये टेरिटरी का है कि नहीं। सो आई थिंक फॉरेंसिक इज क्वाइट डीप, इसमें बहुत सारे चीजें हैं जो अच्छी तरह से अगर एक्सप्लोर करें तो आप फॉरेंसिक 2 नहीं, आप फॉरेंसिक 10-20 भी बना सकते हैं। मानसी बहुत खुश होगी सुन के, आई एम श्योर, but there are a lot of things that can be explored. It's about the right minds coming together and sincerely working towards it. And I think जो आगे भी बनाएंगे उसमें भी यही रहेगा कि हम कुछ नया लेके आए, कुछ फ्रेश लेके आए, कुछ ऐसा लेके आए जिससे लोग कनेक्ट कर सके आज की टाइम पे, एंड मजा भी आए एट द सेम टाइम और थ्रिल भी रहे।
यस सर। सो आपने बिल्कुल सही कहा कि बहुत सारी फील्ड होती है फॉरेंसिक साइंस की जिसपे कि हम लोग वर्क करते हैं, एंड बहुत सारी टेक्नोलॉजी, जैसे फारो को इंट्रोड्यूस करना, एंड या 3D प्रिंटर को इंट्रोड्यूस करना, या फिनोटाइपिंग को इंट्रोड्यूस करना, एक अवेयरनेस थ्रू दिस, जैसे सीआईडी के थ्रू फॉरेंसिक टर्म एंड फॉरेंसिक मेथोडोलॉजी का अवेयरनेस हुआ है, फॉरेंसिक मूवी के थ्रू वर्ल्ड वाइड हुआ। लाइक जब ये मूवी मैंने फिलीपींस में टेलीकास्ट की थी वहां पे, तो उन लोगों ने बोला कि यू पीपल ऑल हैव दिस मच एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजी इन योर कंट्री बिकॉज यू आर मूविंग सच अ वंडरफुल मूवी। सो पूरा 2 यूनिवर्सिटी में पूरा 2-2 घंटे प्लस वो मूवी चली और लोगों ने बड़ा उसको अप्रिसिएट किया। सो उसके बाद जब फॉरेंसिक लोगों ने देखा, हमारी फॉरेंसिक कम्युनिटी ने, तो आज की आप अभी देख सकते हैं कि CFSL कोलकाता से डॉक्टर विंद्रेश सर हैं, IFS औरंगाबाद से राजेश सर हैं, गुजरात यूनिवर्सिटी से कपिल सर हैं, गुरु घासीदास यूनिवर्सिटी, सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी से सुधीर यादव सर हैं, और सभी यूनिवर्सिटी के हेड ऑफ डिपार्टमेंट यहाँ आज बैठे हुए हैं आप लोगों को सुनने के लिए। एंड सबका सपोर्ट, कोई भी लेबोरेटरी में आपको कुछ भी विजिट करना है, कोई स्टोरी, इतनी सारी स्टोरीज होती है, इतनी सारी कहानियां होती हैं, सो कोई भी साइंटिफिक हेल्प करने के लिए, बिकॉज हम लोग को लगता है कि एंटरटेनमेंट के लिए मूवी बनती है, ये तो बात बिल्कुल सही है कि वो जरूरी है, लेकिन एक ऐसे सेंसिटिव सब्जेक्ट को जिसको आप लोगों ने एक मतलब वो प्लेस दिया है जिसकी बहुत जरूरत है। और इवन जब मैं अभी सेंट्रल पुलिस एकेडमी में गया था, DYSP थे वहाँ पे 5 स्टेट्स के, उन्होंने बोला अच्छा फॉरेंसिक मूवी हम लोगों ने देखी है। सो आई सेड कि हाँ, मैंने उसमें साइंटिफिक लेवल पे कुछ असिस्ट किया। सो वो लोग मेरे साथ सेल्फी लेने लगे, तो वो मुझे बड़ा अच्छा लगा कि मतलब एक अच्छी फीलिंग आई कि यस, एंड इट्स ऑल क्रेडिट गोज टू यू ऑल कि आप लोगों ने एक ऐसे सब्जेक्ट को, ऐसे टॉपिक को लिया और ऐसे टॉपिक को बनाया। सो I again thank you all for joining this, and मैं समझ सकता हूँ आप सबके पास समय थोड़ा सा ऑलरेडी मीटिंग टाई अप होती है, एंड बीइंग ऑन संडे हम लोग जरूर और भी ऐसे इंटरेक्टिव सेशंस करते रहेंगे। सो बहुत सारे क्वेश्चंस हैं, बट वही है कि समय को ध्यान में रखते हुए जो मैंने आप लोगों से टाइम 1 घंटे का लिया था उसमें लेते हुए, और लास्ट क्वेश्चन मानसी मैम से लेना चाहूंगा मैं। मानसी मैम, आपसे लोग पूछ रहे हैं कि आप साइंटिफिक थ्रिलर ही बनाते रहिए, उसमें आपका परफेक्शन आता जा रहा है के बाद, और विशाल सर तो ऑलरेडी प्रूव कर चुके हैं। सो मानसी मैम, कितनी साइंटिफिक थ्रिलर फ्यूचर में आने वाली है फ्रॉम?
मैं फिलहाल तो फॉरेंसिक 2, 3, 10 उसी पे ही काम करती रहूंगी, और आई थिंक उसपे काफी थ्रिल आ जाएगा, एंड फोकस इज ऑन वन सब्जेक्ट नाउ, पर आगे चलता रहेगा काम।
मानसी सिर्फ साइंटिफिक थ्रिलर नहीं, फॉरेंसिक साइंटिफिक थ्रिलर ही बनाएगी मुझे लगता है।
Because I've also gotten emotional to this subject. It's a universal subject. It's a global subject. You know, ये कोई आम बात नहीं है। Forensic मेरे, in my eyes, it's a heroic subject. And जो real लोग होते हैं, उन्हीं से इंस्पायर होके हम रील में दिखाते हैं। So for me, forensic officers, doctors, they are the real heroes.
और मैंने उनको देखा है विशाल के साथ बहुत बात करते हुए। विशाल बोला कि आई थिंक मानसी जब तक फॉरेंसिक 100, जब तक हम बूढ़े नहीं हो जाएंगे ना, तब तक मानसी बोलेगी कि फॉरेंसिक ही बनानी है, इनकी सीक्वेंस चलती ही रहेंगी। बोले केसेस तो नए आते हैं, कितने केसेस है, यू नो, क्राइम्स तो होते ही रहते हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं से कुछ इंस्पिरेशन मिलेगी, कहानी मिलेंगी, और ये बनाते जाएंगे फिर।
And I think to resolve also, like I said, that I'm emotionally attached because एक resolve होना चाहिए case. So I'm also inclined towards that. Even, we all need justice. Through forensic, if we can get justice, then why not?
That wish is very strong, because I don't think you guys know. She wanted to pursue IAS when she was young, तो इसके लिए क्या है ना कि भाई कि जो चीज सही है वो सही है, एंड शी इज द पर्सन हु विल स्टैंड फॉर दैट, एंड शी इज द पर्सन हु विल नेवर स्टैंड फॉर द रॉन्ग। तो एक वो आई थिंक द फीलिंग दैट शी हैज और द प्रिंसिपल दैट शी हैज समवेयर आल्सो कनेक्ट्स विद द फॉरेंसिक साइंस, बिकॉज it is something which supports that system. It supports the rightness and supports the right kind of a justice. So I think it resonates with her thinking and personality, and I think that's the reason she will not leave this subject.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Very, very right, sir. So, as I already told, we are having a time limitation from you all. Thank you for joining this. And before concluding, I request you all to kindly give the concluding remark. So let's start with Mansi ma'am, Varun sir, Vishal sir, Bindu sir, and Narendra Gupta sir. And this summer school, we have almost all expert, 24 expert from 24 different universities. They have their own expertise in the subject. So for this summer school, where we have students 6,000 plus from different university and the colleges throughout the 43 country, I just want some concluding from you. Although we are very much excited, to announcement about the forensic 2, all the forensic fraternity is announcement, because they are excited to hear from the Mansi ma'am that what is going in the forensic and when we are going to start the forensic 2. So with this, I request you, ma'am, to kindly give the concluding remark about, and this is about this summer school for all the learners, because we had the learner from not from the only forensic background, from the school also, and from the other background as well.
It was an exceptionally good Sunday. so informative to be all with all of us. And I think forensic 2 का इंतजार मैंने बोल ही दिया कि अभी सभी इंतजार कर रहे हैं, and we are in the process. जल्दी अनाउंस होएगी, जल्दी बनेगी भी, and काम चल रहा है. And story is important, cases are important. हमने उठा के एक और case, we don't want to just plug in. So that is why there is a lot of research, lot of support we want in this film as well. So yes, I think we have to wait.
Yeah, and thank you for having us today, and thank you for all the students who've participated, to all the the chancellors and the senior people from the universities and the institutions who are part of this. And we are glad that you were intrigued to listen to us and to be a part of this session. And thank you, Dr. Ranjit, for having us here, and to ensemble the entire cast and the makers and everybody over here. We are so happy because it is also happening somewhere very close to us completing 1 year of a film release.
1 year, yes.
So
sir.
it is less than a week away now. Coming Friday is when we'll complete our 1 year. So it's great to be a part of this session, and and all the best to all of you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Vishal, sir.
Thank you, Ranjit sir. Thank you for taking the film everywhere. Thank you for showing it to all your students. I thank you. I thank the whole forensic fraternity for showing so much love to our film, to the hard work that all of us put in, starting from the producers, to my team, to you guys, to Dr. Narendra Gupta, all of us, Vinduji, and all the other participants, all the other technical heads, everybody. So I really thank you from the forensic team for showing so much love to the film. It really means a lot. It validates what we did in the film, all our hard work. And I hope that we try and keep giving you interesting films and to make you proud. Also to all the students, yes, it is, every profession is challenging. This one will also be challenging in its own way, but be at it. It's a great profession. It is only starting off. There's a huge future to this profession. So keep at it. All the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Bindu, sir.
Well, I think that forensic is something that is very, very important. In India, the cases should have a forensic before the FIR also. But you know that the police like to not keep forensics, give it the importance that it deserves, so that they can twist the case around. But once forensic, I think in this part 2, I hope Mansi and Vishal show this problem that India is facing, that the forensic evidence is taken lightly, and जो पैसा देगा वो उसके हिसाब से उसको पुलिस वाले घुमा देते हैं. So once forensic evidence is taken and just stamped, then I don't think a case can be solved very easily.
Yeah.
Very true, sir.
So true.
Narendra Gupta, sir.
Yeah, so God bless you all. Study hard and let's try and push this agenda. Okay, forensic evidence is a must. A forensic officer is a must on every case in forensic 2.
Love you, sir. Love you always for your encouragement about the subject.
Yeah.
Narendra Gupta, sir.
Thank you very much, Ranjit sir, for having me in the show. And like a child, I was excited from last night. कि यार मैं आज इस इतने बड़े बड़े समझदार लोगों के बीच में क्या बोलूंगा, कुछ नहीं समझ में आ रहा है. तो मैं कहा ठीक है, लाइफ है, देखते हैं, अपने एक्सपीरियंस के साथ कुछ बोलेंगे. लेकिन उसके बाद जब यहाँ पर ये और चेहरे दिखाई दिए, मैंने आपसे पहले पूछा था विशाल सर हैं क्या, ये है क्या, वो है क्या, तो मुझे बहुत ज्यादा एक्साइटमेंट हो रहा था आप सब लोगों से मिलने. विशाल सर, मानसी मैम, वरुण सर, बिंदु जी, आई लव यू सर. तो ये सब लोगों से मिलकर के और भी ज्यादा एक्साइटमेंट हुआ. और इसके सब के जिम्मेदार आज की तारीख में रंजीत सर आप हैं कि आपने इन लोगों से मुझे आज फिर से मिलवाया और बाकी इतने सारे लोगों से मिलवाया. इतने सारे लोगों ने हमारी बात सुनी, हमें देखा, हमें जाना, हमारे बारे में पूछा. ये अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ी बात है. मेरे ख्याल से किसी भी कला के साथ जुड़े हुए व्यक्ति के लिए, न सिर्फ एक्टर्स, डायरेक्टर्स, प्रोड्यूसर्स, किसी भी कला के साथ जुड़े हुए व्यक्ति के लिए ये बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी और बहुत ज्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है कि जो काम वो करता है उसे लोग पसंद करते हैं. ये एक स्टैम्प है. आपने एक बार फिर से हमें वो एक स्टैम्प दिया है. हमें अपने आप के बारे में सोचने के लिए फिर से मजबूर किया है कि हमने वाकई कुछ तो ऐसा किया होगा कि इतने सारे लोग हमें प्यार करते हैं, और अब हमारी जिम्मेदारी इसमें है कि इस प्यार को और ज्यादा कैसे बढ़ाएं, चाहे फॉरेंसिक 2 के जरिए बढ़ाएं और लोगों से मिलने का। मेरा आपसे रंजीत सर एक वादा है आज सभी के सामने, जब जब आप चाहेंगे, जब जब आपके स्टूडेंट्स चाहेंगे, मैं आपके लिए कहीं भी आने को तैयार हूँ, कभी भी आपसे मिलने को तैयार हूँ, क्योंकि इसमें मैं सिर्फ अपना भला देख रहा हूँ। इससे मुझे अपने बारे में एक स्टैंप मिलता है कि मैं अभी भी जिंदा हूँ लोगों के दिलों में।
थैंक यू।
और मुझे लोगों से मिलकर के हमेशा बहुत अच्छा लगता है। और एक बात मैं वरुण सर आपसे कहना चाह रहा था, जो आपने कहा था कि सब लोग बहुत अच्छे होते हैं तो बहुत अच्छा काम होता है। पता है, मुझे फॉरेंसिक टीम में अपनी सीआईडी टीम की शक्ल दिखाई देती है। हम लोगों ने 22 साल एक साथ काम किया है, सेम प्रोड्यूसर्स, सेम एक्टर्स, सेम डायरेक्टर्स, इवन द स्पॉट बॉय वाज द सेम। जो एक छोटा बच्चा स्पॉट बॉय था वो जवान होकर के हमारे साथ रहा, लेकिन वो सब साथ में थे। हमारा मेकअप मैन छोटा सा बच्चा आता था, वो अब तक साथ में था। जब इतने सारे अच्छे लाइक माइंडेड लोग जिनका पैशन होता है कुछ अच्छा करना, वो साथ में मिलते हैं तो सीआईडी जैसा शो बनता है जो 22 साल चला, और तो फॉरेंसिक जैसी फिल्म बनती है और आगे भी बनती रहेगी जो 22 साल चलेगी, मोर देन 22 ईयर्स। तो आप तैयार हो जाइए, जब तक आपके बाल सफेद होंगे। मैं भी जब सीआईडी में आया था मेरे बाल काले थे, सफेद हो गए, आपके भी बाल सफेद हो जाएंगे, आप फॉरेंसिक बनाते रहेंगे। विशाल सर,
चलो, अच्छी बात है।
थैंक यू
बिकॉज ऑफ योर पैशन। अगर आप में पैशन है तो आप अपने बारे में और ज्यादा जानकारी हासिल कर लेंगे। बहुत सारी चीजें हैं जो जानकारी मिल सकती है, यू कैन एजुकेट योरसेल्फ, बट पैशन का होना जरूरी है। वो पैशन आप लोगों में भाई दिखाई देता है, आई सैल्यूट एवरीवनस पैशन हियर, एंड दिस इज द अपॉर्चुनिटी टू सैल्यूट यू ऑल।
थैंक
you, sir.
एंड रंजीत सर, मैं आपके लिए हमेशा तैयार।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर योर लव।
और विशाल सर, वो फॉरेंसिक के सीन्स जो आपने लिखे थे, जो मैंने भी एनेट किए थे, सच वंडरफुली वेल रिहर्स्ड सीन्स, बहुत कम बार ऐसा होने। हमारे सीआईडी में कई बार हम इधर उधर से निकल जाते थे, क्योंकि हर बार एक एपिसोड बनाना पड़ता था, तो कुछ चीजें छोड़ देते थे, कुछ चीजें कर लेते थे, कुछ, लेकिन इसमें बहुत अच्छे तरीके से किया। आई एम श्योर रंजीत सर का उसमें काफी सारा योगदान रहा, लेकिन वो मुझे वाकई करने में बहुत मजा आया।
सबसे एडवांस
फिर कभी मुझे बुलाएंगे तो मैं आपकी लैब में आकर के खड़ा हो जाऊंगा।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू,
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू,
So sweet.
Thank you, so sweet of you. Yes, thank you.
क्वेश्चन आने लगे फॉरेंसिक 22 तक, तो हम लोग देखेंगे सीआईडी सीजन 2 के बारे में भी लोग पूछने लगे। मैं विशाल सर से बोलूंगा, मानसी मैम से, कि सीआईडी जैसा कोई सीजन 2 फॉरेंसिक फाइल।
मैं तो विशाल सर और मानसी मैम से कहता हूँ, आप लोग ही उठा लीजिए इस सब्जेक्ट को और सीआईडी बना दीजिए। आई एम श्योर सीआईडी के जितने पुराने लोग हैं, आप उनके साथ काम करेंगे, चाहे वो शिवाजी साटम हो, चाहे दयानंद हो, चाहे अभी आदित्य श्रीवास्तव हो, वो सब लोग इतने अच्छे लोग हैं। आप लोगों के साथ काम करके उन्हें इतना मजा आएगा, इतनी खुशी होगी। यू स्टार्ट सीआईडी अगेन, क्योंकि हमारे एक प्रोड्यूसर की डेथ हो गई है, मिस्टर प्रदीप कपूर की। उनको ब्लड कैंसर था तो उनकी डेथ हो गई। दूसरे प्रोड्यूसर भी बहुत ज्यादा अच्छी सेहत में नहीं है, तो बीच में बात चली थी कि हम लोग इसको वेब सीरीज बनाएंगे, लेकिन वो शायद अब नाउ वी आर, अभी हमें कोई दूसरा परमात्मा ढूंढना है जो हमें रोजी रोटी दे दे। तो
नहीं, डेफिनेटली आई थिंक करेंगे।
फॉरेंसिक में जोड़ देंगे
जी।
सीआईडी अपने आप में एक ब्रांड हो चुका है, और जो लोग उसको देखते हैं वो सारे 400-500 लोग जो हैं, उनको लोग अभी भी वाकई पूछते हैं। हर दिन, कोई दिन ऐसा नहीं जाता जब लोग ये पूछते हो कि आप कब दोबारा से आ रहे हैं, कब दोबारा से आ रहे हैं। तो हम कई बार उनको कहते हैं हाँ नहीं आएंगे, क्योंकि नेगेटिव क्यों सोचे कि नहीं अब नहीं आएंगे। मैं अभी भी ये सोचता हूँ कि अब जैसे सीआईडी का ही दूसरा रूप में फॉरेंसिक में देखता हूँ। आई थिंक इट्स द एक्सटेंशन ऑफ सीआईडी फ्रॉम स्मॉल कैनवास टू a larger canvas. Forensic is nothing but the extension of CID. So
Yeah.
that is. So
It
all the
was
best
so
to you all,
wonderful
and
to hear you, Narendra ji.
wonderful to talk to you. And विशाल सर को तो मैं हमेशा से नतमस्तक हूँ। ये तो मतलब ये
Sir,
such a wonderful
क्या?
man.
Sir,
और जैसे ही मैंने
आप senior हो,
जैसे
sir,
मैंने सुना
बस।
था कि ये फॉरेंसिक फिल्म बना रहे हैं, यू रिमेम्बर विशाल सर, मैंने
जी,
आपसे
जी,
कहा था इट्स अ वंडरफुल
जी, जी।
सब्जेक्ट, वेरी क्लोज टू माय हार्ट। सर मुझे कुछ होगा तो मुझे छोटा मोटा काम दे दीजिएगा।
आप है
वो
तभी
मैंने
तो हम
पहले
है।
दिन कहा।
आप है तभी तो हम है। आपने
नहीं
शुरू
ऐसी
किया
बात
है, हम आगे ले जा
नहीं।
रहे
मैं
हैं, बस और
वेरी
कुछ नहीं।
सिंपल मैन सर, थोड़ा बहुत जो है करता हूँ। बिंदु जी से काफी कुछ सीखा है मैंने, कैसे इंसान को नॉर्मल रहना चाहिए। लव यू बिंदु
जी,
जी।
जी, जी।
बिंदु सर से हम लोगों ने सीखा कि कितनी भी लाइफ में टेंशन हो, आपको बिल्कुल खुश रहना चाहिए।
And your hero Vikrant, such a, I tell you, such a wonderful cast, such a wonderful technician, बहुत अच्छा था फॉरेंसिक में। मैं तो आज तक यही याद करता रहता हूँ। मैं सबसे कहता हूँ यार, विशाल के साथ या इन लोगों के साथ कभी काम मिले, एक लाइन का भी तो जरूर करना, मना मत करना यार, you will miss something. Such a wonderful technicians, everybody was so wonderful. Your assistants were so wonderful. They are still in touch with me, विशाल सर, आपके
जी,
assistants. मतलब ऐसे ही काम अच्छा हो,
जी।
वरना नहीं हो सकता। और
I think
पैशन था
there's
कुछ
so much
करने
of positivity. There is so
और
much of positivity.
और एब्सोल्युटली एवरीथिंग वाज सो पॉजिटिव। एंड जो पैशन था, अब मैं सबसे पहले ये देखता हूँ कि पैशन कितना है। जो पैशन था काम करने का, वो अमेजिंग था, बहुत अच्छा था, वेरी गुड। सो ऑल द बेस्ट।
Passion, positivity से ध्यान आया मुझे बिंदु जी from day one. We were very sure कि हमारी पिक्चर सुपर हिट है. So I think बिंदु जी ने इतने बार बोला सुपर हिट है, सुपर हिट है. So I think it just went into the universe. And then of course passion, everything just, you know.
मैं जब पहले दिन शूट पे पहुंचा, तो ईमानदारी की बात बता रहा हूं, बिंदु जी, मुझे खुद को डर लगा था, बिंदु जी से बात करूंगा, इनसे बात करूंगा, कैसा हुआ। मुझे पता ही नहीं लगा कि कब मैं इन लोगों का दोस्त बन गया, कब से मैं इनका दोस्त हूँ। ऐसा लगा जैसे हम वी आर कैरिंग दिस रिलेशनशिप ऑफ इयर्स टुगेदर। बिल्कुल भी ऐसा नहीं लगा कि मैं बहुत नया हूँ इस पूरे सेटअप में या कुछ है। और थैंक्स टू बिंदु जी एंड थैंक्स टू विक्रांत एंड आपटे एंड एवरीबॉडी।
आप इस कंट्री के पायनियर हो, फॉरेंसिक के पायनियर।
वो तो सब ठीक है सर। तो वेरी गुड, इट्स अ गुड सेशन, वंडरफुल, लव यू।
So thank you so much.
रंजीत जी जय हो, वरना ये तो खत्म ही नहीं होगा।
Love you sir, love you
जी,
always. So thank you Mansi ma'am.
Love you all. Good luck.
Thank you.
Good
Bye-bye.
luck.
Thanks.
I just need
Thank you,
forensic
Ranjit sir.
experts
I
out
just
there. Love
I
you
just
all. Much
2
needed.
minutes. Yeah, I just need 2 minutes, sir. Bindu sir. So thank you, Mansi ma'am, Varun sir, and everyone, and Vishal sir, and so for this interactive session. So I request you, as we are in the virtual mode, very soon I'll meet you all, and in person we will felicitate. So I request Mansi ma'am and Varun sir to kindly appreciate this memento for this wonderful interaction session. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, sir. I request Vishal sir to kindly accept this e-memento.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request Narendra Gupta sir to kindly accept the e-mementos.
Thank you, sir.
And I request our, I can say, the wonderful boy.
This world is now virtual.
So very soon I'll come Mumbai and meet in person and hand over this memento.
Please, we'll wait for
Most
you.
welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Love you. Love
Okay.
you, Dr. Saab.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Love
Thank you. Bye-bye. Take care. Good
Bye.
day, everyone. Bye.
Bye bye, sir.
Bye, Vishal.
Bye,
Bye.
Ranjit ji.
Love
Bye.
you.
Bye,
Love you,
Mansi.
love you.
Bye,
Bye,
Varun.
Vishal, sir.
Bye, Ranjit sir. Bye.
Bye,
everyone.
sir. Bye.
Bye, Ranjit sir.
Bye, sir.
Thank you for
Thank
this
you, sir.
wonderful session.
Thank you
जब
so
भी
much.
आपको मेरी जरूरत है या
सर आपके लिए इतने क्वेश्चंस हैं।
I am very happy.
सर
I am very happy to meet Dr. Saluke live in this session. I just appreciate that everybody is recognizing him like a icon of forensic at that present moment. I must tell you, everybody recall his name whenever somebody asks for the forensic.
correct, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So with your permission, sir, we are moving, next session. So thank you, Naren sir, for joining us, being here for even more than I requested time. It's 1.5 hours. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Time
Thank
and
you.
your love and support always for forensic. Thank you, Mansi ma'am, Varun sir, Bindu sir, and Naren Gupta sir. Moving further, this summer school have gala of the people. We have an expert from the different universities of different things where we have thought that we are going to, get the knowledge from all these things. And as we are here, welcome you all on the day one for learning. Formally welcome you all on day one for the learning of Forensic Summer Finishing School. And today's we have a speaker, Dr. Kapil Kumar sir from Gujarat University, Ahmedabad. We have a Yogesh Kumar sir from Andaman Forensic Lab, Port Blair. We have a Dr. Rajesh Kumar sir from GIFS Aurangabad. We have a Dr. Sudhir Yadav sir, Guru Ghasidas University, Bilaspur, Dr. Komal Yadav from KR Mangalam University, and Dr. Deepika Bandari from IFS Mumbai. So I request my co-host Aarti to kindly give the introduction about our esteemed speaker, Dr. Kapil Kumar sir. And I request Kapil sir to, after this, you start the session and we can start the formal forensic learning after the excited session from the forensic film, people. So Aarti, over to you.
Thank you, sir. I take this privilege to introduce Dr. Kapil Kumar sir, who is currently working as an associate professor and coordinator at the Department of Biochemistry and Forensic Science, Gujarat University, Ahmedabad. He has completed his PhD and master's degree in forensic science. He was a pioneer member in establishing the Department of Forensic Science at Gujarat University, Ahmedabad in 2006. He was an organizing secretary for the 24th All India Forensic Science Conference organized in 2018, jointly with DFS, Ministry of Home Affairs, RSU, and Gujarat University. He served as a resource person at many RUSA-sponsored faculty development programs, short-term courses, and refresher courses in various universities, covering topics on several branches of forensic science and nanotechnology. He is a lifetime member of Gujarat Science Academy and a member of Board of Studies of Forensic Science at Paral University, Vadodara. He is also a member of Board of Studies at Biotechnology, Biochemistry and Forensic Science at YCIS, Satara. He has numerous publications under his name in various national and international journals and has also provided consultancy activities in financial investigation and various bank and police organizations. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for accepting the invitation. And I'm really sorry we are running 30 minutes late due to this. So over to you, sir.
Thank you, Ranjit. Thank you for inviting me. Though we are late, but the early sessions were very interactive. I think the audience or the participants have enjoyed that session more. It's the one-time opportunity, in fact, we get to meet such a like forensic में सबसे ग्लैमर कम होता है, मतलब forensic के इसमें साइंस ही साइंस और पढ़ाई ज्यादा है. So it's great to see that we are there in real forensics, and hope के fiction में भी जो है scientific inputs ज्यादा होंगे आने वाले time में. Thank you, Ranjit. So let us start today's session. Let me share the screen. So today's session is on advancements and challenges, and my screen is visible?
Yes, sir. Perfectly visible, sir.
Okay.
Perfectly visible, sir.
Okay. So today's topic is the advancement, challenges, and future directions in forensic ballistics. As today's session is for summer and finishing schools, so I hope the most of the audience have finished their masters or your graduation in forensic science. So I have not kept many things in ballistics, just in introduction of ballistics. So we all know that ballistics is an evolving field, and lots of improvements has come in recent times in ballistics. Though the cases of ballistics has less in India because there is less gun culture or a very strict licensing system, but definitely we receive cases in illegals, especially in the encounter cases, and in cases where the country-made firearms are being used. So that becomes that is how the ballistic becomes important. to study in forensic science. It's a vast field, though it's an applied field, and most of the techniques are taken from applied physics. Okay. So the ballistics, as it's a science of shooting or branch of applied physics, so basically it deals with the three things, that is the motion of projectile and conditions governing that motion. And if we talk about forensics, so how these techniques can be used in forensic science. So broadly, this ballistics can be divided into three parts. That is internal ballistics, that includes the phenomena occurring inside the weapon. What are the cartridge used, how cartridge behaves in the barrel, action mechanism of the gun. So all these are included in internal ballistics. External ballistics deals with the phenomena of the projectile when it comes in the free space or in air. Okay, how it behaves, how it propels, what are the angles it makes, effects of air resistance, effect of wind, and various factors, environmental factors on the projectile or bullet is being studied under external ballistics. Terminal ballistics is when the projectile imparts on the target. That if a target is a living body, we usually call it as wound ballistics. So what is the angle of impact, how much force it got while impacting, what was the what was the penetration, the damage the bullet has made. So all these are distance from which it has been fired. So these are the phenomena or studies we make in terminal ballistics. Let us come to the basics in ballistics, that is the firearm. So firearm is the most important part in any ballistics. In India, the definition of firearm is given in Indian Arms Act Section 2, para E, which gives the firearm definition. Many other things are also being included in this, that is the artillery, hand grenades, riot pistols, or any the substance which discharges noxious liquid gases. So they are also being included in the ballistics. And then accessories for designing the firearms are also under category of definition of firearms. So and parts of the machineries or any part of the firearm is also under the definition of firearm. So it is important to know that firearm is not just a weapon. If we have any part of it or any machinery used to make that firearm, that will also amount to possessing a firearm, and it will be prosecuted accordingly. So let us see a small event, how the things happens in a ballistics, and when we pull a trigger, what are the sequence of events occurring. The very first thing is when you that firing pin, when we pull a trigger, the firing pin strikes the primer detonates in the cartridge, which further ignites or deflagrates the main charge, that is known as the propellant charge, usually the gunpowder, semi-smokeless powder, or smokeless powders, which increases the pressure inside the cartridge. The bullet is forced casing from the rifling from the barrel. Rifling imparts spin as, see, this is a sequence of event for rifle weapons. We will talk about smoothbore also. The rifling imparts spin as barrel transfers barrel length, and then barrel leaves following the muzzle. So these are the sequence of events which occur inside the weapon. So these are events included in internal ballistics. Okay. So if we talk about the firearms, the kinds of firearms in internal ballistics, so firearms are of different nature depending on their characteristics. The very first is the bore characteristics. Bore is the internal surface of the barrel. So actually bore can be used in two ways. It can be used as a characteristic. When you talk about the bore characteristic, it means smooth bore or rifled bore. Whereas a bore word can also be used to give the caliber of the smooth bore weapons. So that is a different thing that also we will discuss. So on the basis of bore characteristics, a firearm can be smooth bore or a rifled bore. On loading characteristics, it can be muzzle loaders, that is the barrel is loaded from the muzzle end, and breech loaders, that is the barrel is loaded from the breech end. Then on the basis of action mechanism, where we have manual weapon, automatic or semi-automatic. When we talk about the action mechanism, it includes the loading of the weapon, cocking of the weapon, firing, that is pulling the trigger, firing, then after firing, that extraction and ejection of the fired cartridge shell from the barrel, and reloading. So these are the parts which are like the process included in action mechanism. So if all this action mechanism is done manually, one by the person, then it is called a manual weapon. If the loading, extraction, ejection is done automatically, but firing is done, that is we have to manually pull the trigger, then we call it as semi-automatic weapon. And if all the process once initiated gets repeated unless it is stopped, so it is called an automatic action mechanism. Okay. For handling characteristics also, the usually like handguns, small weapons with less than 10 inches we include in the handguns. Then shoulder guns are with a fired with a shoulder support, usually long rifles or long shotguns. Then mounted weapons are usually the large weapons like LMG, light machine gun, or mega machine guns, which need a mounted tripod or bipod for firing. So let us see the very first thing, that is the bore characteristics. So rifled bore and the smooth bore weapon. So rifled bore is basically the cutting this internal surface of the barrel, grooves inside the internal surface of the barrel in spiral formation. So here you can see here the cross section of a barrel where this spiral formation can be seen. That is the cutting of these grooves is with an angle. Okay, we'll discuss that spinning also, why this angle is there or what is the significance of this angle. Whereas the second type of the barrel is the smooth bore barrel, where the internal surface of the barrel is smooth. It resembles like a plumbing pipe. Okay. So smooth bore barrels are basically the barrels with multiple projectiles, and their caliber is being given by bore. As I told you earlier also, that bore can be used in two ways, either giving the characteristics of the barrel as well as giving the caliber of the smooth bore barrels. So this is an ancient term. Actually, this terminology is being used in ancient times, where we were not having a mechanism to measure the internal diameter of the barrels. So they made a system where 1 pound of lead was used, and if you make spherical balls, like 12 spherical balls of similar shape and size, okay, so the size of each ball is equal to the diameter of that barrel. So they will pass that ball from the barrel, and if it passes it exactly, then it will say it's a 12 bore. And likewise, if you make the 10 balls out of that 1 pound of lead, then it will become a 10 bore barrel. So that was the mechanism how the caliber was being measured. So in smooth bore, still we follow that mechanism where we denote the caliber of the weapon by the number of bores. Bores are usually in even numbers, because it becomes in even numbers it becomes easier to make the spherical balls and precise diameter. We can like, if you want to change the bore diameter into a centimeter or inches, so that also we can convert by this formula. D cube is equal to 4.657 divided by n. N is the number of bores. So the smooth bore is having a unique kind of cartridge and ammunition. So because this has this cartridge is made in such a way that the force traveled is evenly distributed with the wads inside it. Wad is one of the unique feature of this cartridge. So presence of wad on a crime scene after firing is a sure shot indication that a shotgun has been used, whereas these wads are not. These wads actually separate the one chamber from the other chambers. Like the primer is the primary composition is at the bottom, followed by the propellant charge. This is the cushion wad, separated by another wad, that is the below projectile wads, and the above projectile wads. So these actually helps in the packing of this cartridge and sustain the pressure. As there is multiple projectiles being used in this cartridge, so the injury patterns and all the other phenomena are different as compared to the rifled weapons. One phenomenon which is very important in the shotgun cartridges is that as the the firing distance increases, the spreading of these pellets or the projectiles increases. So by the spread of the pellets in a body or on a target, we can like identify what could be the probable distance from which it is being fired. So here is an example of pellet dispersion. Like here you can see the projectiles. The majority of the projectiles has hit at the center of this injury, and the other pellets as spread. Another case where you cannot see a single hole in this projectile, whereas multiple pellets are there in a larger surface area. So this is an indication that it has fired from a intermediate distance, and by injury pattern also we can identify what kind of projectile or weapon is being used. Second type of the weapon is the rifled bore weapon, where rifling is being done in the barrel. So rifling is the cutting of lands and groups in the spiral formations. So the raised part in the barrel, if you see the cross section of this, the raised part is called the lands, and the depressed part of the barrel is called the grooves. And this number of rifling depends on the various different manufacturers. According to their needs and requirement, they do the amount of rifling in the weapon. Here you can see rocket launcher is rifled rocket launcher barrel is there, where you can see the lands and groups clearly and with an angle. So they are in a spiral formation with these angles are being made. So it's not just firearms are being or rifles are being with rifling patterns or lands and groups. Even the rocket launchers and even some cannons are being like with the rifled barrels. So why this rifling, that twist in the rifling is usually known as a twist, or it is also known as the pitch. Though the pitch is actually the angle with which this rifling is there. The angle is very important in this rifling, because the angle with which this rifling is made will determine how much a projectile will spin in the barrel. Okay, so this twist formula, which can be calculated, it was given by Professor Greenhill, which states that twist length into bullet length is equal to 150, that is 150. So this formula can determine what should be the twist length according to the bullet length of a weapon. So this twisting gives the gyratory motion to the bullet when it comes in the open space or in external ballistics. So here is an example of 0.303 pitches. 1 ton is around made in 10 inches. Okay. Whereas in 7.62 mm SLR, 1 ton is in 30 centimeters. As far as this rifled ammunition cartridge is concerned, the structure is quite similar with the shotgun cartridge, but there are few differences. That the entire body of the cartridge is made up of brass or metal, whereas the cartridge case of a 12-bore cartridge or smooth bore cartridge the body was made up of the plastic or cardboard. There in the 12-bore we were having vads, and the separations chambers were separated, but here in rifled barrel we are not having any separated chambers. So we have a single chamber where the base contains the primers, that is primary compositions, lead azide, lead stufnet, and that kind of explosive which are sensitive to shock, followed by the main charge in the main body of the cartridge, and the projectile is directly fitted on the neck of this cartridge. Okay, so this packing, actually there is a close packing of this projectile with the cartridge or cartridge case itself. Okay, the bullet or the projectile can be made up of lead or alloys, lead alloys, that is 85% lead and 15% antimony. This may differ from different compositions, where these tungsten bullets are also being used for certain purposes, where like steel bullets are also in practice in few firearms. So then that bullets can be jacketed or unjacketed depending what kind of property we want. So if you want more penetration property, we jacket the bullet so that it can penetrate. It should not break, or it should not get fragmented while hitting the target. Where it can be semi-jacketed. Semi-jacketed bullet usually hits the target and gets deformed or splits into pieces, and which actually increases the damage to the projectile and damage to the target. So here is an example of a rifled bore. See here, the center part is the projectile hole, whereas this surrounding part, it resembles like it's a shotgun fire, but no, it's not shotgun fire. This sidewise injury is actually the pattern of the ejecta or the unburnt particles which is coming out of the barrel. So when we talk about the effect of ammunition characteristics, so like if we change certain characteristics on the of the ammunition, either it is 12 bore or a rifled bore, what kind of properties we will get? Okay, so in that case, the very first is that these are the three parameters where we can make the changes in the ammunition of the cartridge, which will certainly affect the ballistic properties of a weapon. The first thing is the cartridge case, like what kind of cartridge case is there, how we are packing it, what amount or volume of the cartridge we are taking, and how it is going to be packed, or loading density characteristics and all are studied under this cartridge case. Whereas propellant charge is mainly what kind of explosive charge is there, what is the shape, nature, and etc. of the propellant charges, and the last one is the bullets or the projectiles in the cartridge. So let us first start with the propellant charge. So this propellant charge is, we all know, is the main charge. We call it as the main charge of the projectile, or sorry, of a cartridge. This main charge, we all know that the very first was the gunpowder, which was in ancient, usually used in ancient weapons. In modern weapons, mostly semi-smokeless or smokeless charges are being used. Okay, so the importance of this main charge is not just the explosive substance used to manufacture these charges. The importance is also in the other parameters of this charge. That is what is the shape of this charge, what is the size of the grains used in this charge, what is the rate of burning of this charge weight, what is the amount of weight being used in the cartridge for firing, then degree of uniformity of grains, like if all the grains should be of same size. If there is a different sizes of grains, it is definitely going to affect the ballistic properties of the cartridge. Okay, and then of course the composition of the explosive substance which is being used. So propellant charge is not just an explosive substance like we take in other explosives and ballistics or in propellants. Main part is how this charge particles are being made, or the grains are being made. Okay, these grains can actually or change in this properties can actually affect the thermochemical properties of the projectile, which will ultimately affect the propulsion of the projectile in free space. So the properties of the propellant charges, here we all know that the thermochemical properties of the charge are the most important one, followed by the density of the propellant and thermochemical energy, or the force constant, represented by force constant, which will determine what kind of force is being applied by the charge, how much force will be applied with what durations. Rate of burning of the propellant, which is raised or can be calculated by the pressure index of the propellant. Then shape of the propellant according to the requirement express the ballistic equations, which is known as the form function. So form function is that when a shape constitutes the ballistic properties or properties in a weapon. So then we call it as form functions. So let us see form function in slight detail. So form functions, or as I told you, the propellants, they are in a form of grains. The grain is an individual particle of propellant regardless of size or shape. So shape and size of these grains are will determine the burn time, amount of gas released, and the thrust or versus time profile. So there can be different types of shapes of these grains. That can be ball shape, sheet, strip, cord, pallet, single perforated, multi perforated, and rosette kind of grains can be there. The burning of the propellant grains in this cartridge is being like calculated or being studied by on the basis of the Pybert's law of burning. So this Pybert law of burning says that when a propellant grain of different regular shape and uniform structure being ignited, the ignition spreads over the entire exposed surface area simultaneously. So the important thing is to note that it is that ignited simultaneously on the exposed surface area and proceeds in parallel layers on all sides of the grains. That means, like if you see here in the illustrated diagram, that first the burning will ignite simultaneously in all the exposed surface areas, and it will move parallelly. So if here it is spherical, then it will move spherically in parallel lines spherically in both the outside, if outside surface is exposed, and from inside also. So this is the main basis of the burning of the propellant charges, and this is required to have the ballistic properties on the basis of these shapes, that how they burn. So these propellants can be divided into three parts, that is progressive burning. See, the one thing here is to be noted that we are not changing the explosive property of the substance. We are not changing the substance. Merely by changing the shape of the grains of a propellant charge, we can have all three desired properties of the same explosive substance. Like progressive burning, if the grain is of multi-perforated or a star cut in the center, provides a surface area, because in multi-perforated, the surface area or exposed surface area of a grain is increased, that is from inside and from outside both. So the burning will be simultaneously in all the exposed surface areas. So once it starts, it will go on increasing and increasing. So that's why we call it as progressive burning. Whereas in degressive burning, it's a solid grain shape of a cylinder or sphere, where only the outer surface of the propellant grain is exposed. So outer surface is only the exposed surface area for burning. So first it will burn, and gradually the surface area will go on decreasing, because it is burning only from the outside. So it will go on decreasing. The rate of burning will also decrease. So that's why we will have a degressive burning in that case. Whereas in neutral burning cases, where a single perforation is there, in single perforation, the propellant charge or grain burns from inside as well as from the outside. When it burns from inside, it increases the diameter as the burning is moving parallel. Whereas when it burns from outside, it is reducing the radius or the diameter. Okay, so from inside it is being increased, from outside it is being decreased. So there will be no significant change in the burning rate of the propellant grains. So that's why we call it as neutral burning propellants. Loading density is one of the important parameter, where the quantity of powder per unit volume of a cartridge is being studied. So if we change the loading conditions, that is the amount of cartridge or volume of the cartridge case and amount of this propellant grain being filled in the cartridge, we can have desired characteristics. Here these characteristics are shown with a graph here, where it is a pressure versus travel graph. This point, there's a point 0 to point 2 illustrates the pressure traveled. Here you can see at point 1, 2, there is a change inside this. This is due to the packing pressure. When this projectile overcomes the packing pressure, it starts moving ahead and acquires this red color. You can see the pressure versus travel graph, where pressure is increasing and the projectile is traveling in this x-axis. Whereas this blue graph tells us the internal ballistic where the packing pressure is more. It actually starts from point 2 and then it goes to point 4, and then it has acquired the motion and further it moves. So by changing this charge weight, if we increase the charge weight, we will get this red color graph. If we go with the traditional method, the standard method, we will have the this blue graph. So ultimately, by simply changing the charge weight, we can have the desired properties in the ballistics. So this is usually being done when we take the test fires. So we reduce the propellant charge inside the barrel, so that we can get only the desired velocity of the projectile, where the passing of the projectile is more important from the barrel rather than the velocity with which it passes from the barrel in case of obtaining a test fired cartridge. So we reduce the charge from the cartridge by simply taking the bullet out and slightly reducing it, and then again we fix that bullet inside that cartridge. Okay, so there are many studies. If someone wants to go for a research and is interested in research, so this type of work can be used for various types of cartridges, that how we can use this phenomena and what will be the effect of these phenomena and various properties of the projectiles. One more the important thing which we study in the internal ballistics is that the barrel fouling, it is forensically very important, though ballistically it is not very important because it actually reduces the efficiency of the weapon. But barrel fouling is important in as a ballistic forensic point of view, because presence of barrel fouling will give an indication that when this weapon was used and whether it was used recently or not. So the cases where a fake weapon has been kept and it was like said that we have been fired from this weapon. So this barrel fouling and the presence of the scraps and even the rust and all other parameters in the barrel wash will give you a good indication when this barrel was used. Let us come to its firearm injuries. That the rifled weapons will have the injuries with a single holes. Usually they have entry and exit holes both. Whereas in shotguns, we will not have exit holes, because most of the time they have multiple pellets and they do not have the force to penetrate the body or the tissues. Whereas the rifled firearms are with a high velocity, with a spinning motion, so they have an entry and exit, both kinds of wounds inside the body. Let us see the facts and importance for evaluating the firearm injuries. So in firearm injuries, the most important thing is to determine the range of the firing. What was the range from which the firing has been done. Okay, and then the size of the projectile. What was the size of the projectile? What was the nature of the explosive, and the gun itself, like what kind of gun is being used in the firing. So in determining the range of the firearm, the ejecta is referred to the material whichever comes out from the barrel. They are the most important things to be evaluated. That is, ejecta in shotgun cases may include wad, smoke, metallic chips, stone from the bullets, flames, and unburnt or partially burnt grains. So this will give you an indication of the ejecta will constitute in formation of certain parameters which are being used to determine the range. First is the collaring. That what kind of collaring? Collaring is the surrounding area of a wound or the wound firearm wound hole. So there can be three kinds of collars: abrasion, grease, and contusion collars. So abrasion collars are made, actually it's an injury pattern, abrasion pattern are surrounding the hole, and grease and contusion, the grease collars are due to the amount, the greases and the particles present on the bullet, which adhere to the edges of the wound when this projectile enters in the body. Whereas contusion collar is the formation of contusion or bruise around the way, around the wound, formed by the internal bleeding around the firing hole. Burning and scorching is due to the heat produced while firing. If it's a close shot, then flames may affect on the flames may have an effect on the bullet holes or injury site. Whereas the hot bullets may also induce burning of the tissue surrounding the hole. Okay, but we won't have scorching and singeing in those cases. Blacking and smudging is basically due to the carbon particle deposits around the wound, and it depends on the caliber of the weapon, what kind of weapon is being used, type of powder used. That smokeless powder gives more blackening as compared to the semi-smokeless and smokeless powders. It also determines the range of the firing. The presence of blackening is an indication that the fire has been fired from a close distance, whereas if no blackening is there around surrounding the wound, that means that it's a distant shot. Tattooing is due to the unburnt particles which are adhered to the surface. Again, if in close shots is there, then tattooing will be present in the surrounding the wounds. Lead ring or metal ring formation can be there on the collars with a small amount of lead metals around the wound. This can be can be determined by simple X-rays or small X-rays, digital X-rays, or if you go for a swab and then analyze with instruments like XRD, then we can determine the rings present or metal rings present around the wounds. I'm not going in mechanism. So this is a basic difference between entry and exit wounds. Here I have stated only for the rifled weapons, where the size of the entry wound is small, whereas exit wound is always larger due to the spinning and gyratory motion of the projectiles. Then edges are inverted in entry wounds, averted in exit wounds. And then we have contusion collars, grease collars. They all are present in entry, whereas of course they are absent in exit wounds. Fat protrusion is absent in entry wounds, whereas in exit wounds, as the internal surface of the skin comes out, the fat protrusion may be there. Cherry red coloration is due to the carbon monoxides and monoxides present, the reaction of the blood. So it may be present in the entry wounds, but it is always absent in the exit wounds. Then fibers of the clothes are toned in and or maybe like it is toned inside. So the fibers may be inside the wound also, whereas they are being toned outside of the exit wound. So these are the few parameters which will help us to determine whether the wound is an exit or entry wound. So here you can see an illustration here that the bullet has entered from the top. You can see here the hole. It's a small entry wound, whereas you see here it's a large, which is an indication of the exit wound, and the arrow shows the path of the bullet traveled inside this foot. So the bullet has entered from here top of the foot and has left at the bottom of this above the heel of this foot. So this is an indication of entry and exit wounds. And let us see the characteristic of the smooth bore firearms. So entry wound of the smooth bore firearms is when it is formed in a contact shot. It is irregular, and one of the important character being produced by the smooth bores in contact shot is the explosive blast effect. We will discuss. I will show you some examples of this. So the scorching, blackening, tattooing, and recoil abrasions of the muzzle will definitely be there. Then close shots, it's circular tissue stains, blackening, tattooing, and hearing, charring discoloration is present. Near shot is also circular, oval, but you may find some the pellets or the shots surrounding that wound. So it's the hole, the wound hole is not a perfectly circular hole. it is of a ratchet kind of things are there, which is known as a rat hole. And in that case, blackening and burning is not present because the distance increases, or as it is a shotgun cartridge, the wads may strike the skin of the cartridge. So the bruise can be there due to this striking of these wads on the injuries. Then, as I discussed earlier also, as the distance increases, the dispersion of the pellets increases. So by the dispersion of these pellets, we can determine what could be the probable range of the firearm from which a shotgun has been fired. Now, medical legal, as far as the medical legal aspects of firearm injuries is concerned, so the firearm depends on like what is the size of the bullet, weight of the bullet, caliber, size and direction of firing marks, and kind of metals it is made up of. These all things we can determine by examining the wounds. Then range of firing can be the presence of smoke, tattooing. Test firing with suspect weapon can give you the of using the same weapon can determine the range. Then the direction of the firing, that if it is striking with the right angle, so that will be a perfectly circular hole. If it is and with an oblique angle, that will be a oval hole injury formation. So this is like quite common. Or then sites of firing depends on the circulation of range. Then cause of death usually in cases of firearms is hemorrhage, where more blood loss is there, and if the projectile hits the vital organs like heart, brain, so it is due to the loss of that functioning of that heart or brain can lead to death. In many cases, carbon monoxide poisoning can also be there, like if a injury especially in case of shotgun injury is there, and if it is not treated within the time frame, the secondary infections of monoxide poisonings can be there and the person may die. Next is the manner of death. So manner in all three cases, by using these weapons, suicide, homicide, and accidental deaths can take place. Here is an medical legal aspect, how to differentiate that whether it is an homicide, suicide, or accidental deaths. Okay, the important, I'm not going in detail due to the time constraint, but I will discuss the certain similar points, like important points, like in suicide, always the injury or site of injury is always on the accessible part, that up to that extent that weapon can move. So in suicide, you will not find injury at the right back of the back, or some part which is not accessible from that right hand. So from the right hand, you won't be able to inflict an injury on the left side of your temple. So these are the things which is very, very important to note. Accidentals can be at any point of the any part of the body. Okay, but in accidental, usually the angles in accidental fires are not common or not very particular, because the angles are usually unusual angles from which the weapons fire while handling the weapons. So that is more important to see in accidental. In homicide, it can be on any parts. Okay, and in usually in accidental fires, the weapon is absent in the hands of the shooter. Then it comes the shooter and identification, to identify who is the shooter, where we take the swabs of this shooter's hand from the surfaces shown in body in this figure 1, 2, 3, 4. So these are the areas from which the swabs are being taken, and then further introduced for the analysis of like gunpowder residues, or the residues of the propellant charges, or we can have the residues like lead, presence of lead, antimony, barium, that type of elements if present, then we can say that yes, he is the shooter. Along with this shooter, we can many of the times also take the cloth pieces of the shooters. So GSR is that gunshot pattern or gunshot residues we usually collect from the surface. So these residues actually are the indication that the firing has been taken place, first thing. Second, the GSR from the hands will let us know who is the shooter, and the GSR deposits will also tell us about the distance from which a weapon is being fired. I will just skip that. Here you can see an example of GSR pattern on the clothes, where the injury holes, the maximum GSR is present at the injury holes, followed by powder grains at different parts of this cloth. So one thing is very important, that while post-mortem, the clothes of the body should be like put on, and for the FSL analysis also, along with the injury holes in the photographs of the injuries, this cloth should be sent for FSL. Okay, because many of the times the doctor like cut these holes or make changes in these clothes while giving the treatment. So while giving the treatment also, it should be noted that this cloth is of very important, is of importance in determining the ranges and amount of GSR present on these clothes. Here is an example of, as I discussed in contact shot explosive wound. So this is an example of a contact shot of a shotgun where projectiles or pellets have entered in that. It looks like an explosive wound. Here also one more example of an fragmented injury, where you can see a single hole at this wall. Okay, but the fragmentation of the bones has caused this effect. Okay, so here actually it resembles like it's an explosive wound with a shotgun, but no, it is a injury hole by a rifled bullet, but the angle is such that fragmented the bones has made or has given an explosive effect. Likewise, here you can see the exit hole of the bullet from the other side of the cheek. So this is again an example of an exit hole injury. The presence of the unburned particles or the GSR ejecta around the wounds is an indication of near shot. This we have discussed. A single hole with multiple these injuries or satellite injuries are made due to the unburned particles or ejecta coming out of the barrel, indicating a near shot. Or searing and shearing of the clothes and skin is an example that, or it's an indication that a barrel has in contact or in close contact of the body, where it has the range, the fire has the range to strike on the cloth. Because of this, burning is there. Here is an indication. Again, you can see the angle of the entry wound. That entry wound and shearing is also clearly visible in this injury. This is an example of soot on the cloth. So if you put this, here I was, as I discussed earlier, that what is the importance of the cloth. If you put on this cloth and then you examine this injury hole, it will give a clear-cut indication that it's a near shot, where the carbon particles or unburned particles has struck the cloth. If you remove this cloth and then you examine this injury hole, as there is no blackening or the charring or the phenomena on this hole, this may mislead to a shot fired from a distant shot. So while firing, this clothes, importance of cloth is always there. Then in contact shots, of course, the impression of the muzzle imprints will be there. Then muzzle imprints is one of the character while we can determine the type of weapon is being used. So here, from this injury hole, we can see here a foresight impression is also there on the injury. So this is an indication that a weapon with a close foresight is being used with a contact shot. This is a short contact wound. Again, a contact wound with a star-shaped contact wound with shotguns. Muzzle impression clearly visible on the temple with the injury hole at the bottom, and the entire ejecta, that is blackening and unburned particles, everything is there inside this wound. Again, an example of shotgun with a close range. You can see that all the projectiles has entered in the body, and the linings of this injury holes is irregular, indicating rat hole injury. Then again, shotguns. Here is a grease slug and exit wounds. This is a .50 BMG machine gun fire. It's a machine gun fire that in the skull. It gives like an explosion has taken place, but actually it is a firearm injury. Now let us come to the main part of the firearms, where we examine or we compare this bullet cartridges with the firearms, or linking the bullet with the firearm, linking the cartridge with the firearms. So as we all know, the basic principle of forensic science, the Locard's principle of exchange, that is every contact leaves a trace. That means when a projectile comes in contact with the barrel, so both will have mutual transfer. So barrel impressions or the rifling impressions will come on the surface of the bullets. Likewise, when the firing pin strikes the percussion cap or breech face of the weapon comes in contact with the breech face, this percussion of project cartridge case, extractor and ejector marks when articulates with the cartridge case, they will definitely impart a mark on it. So just going in a quick succession. So first thing is relating the cartridge fired bullet with the weapon. So of course we know that process, that the weapon recovered from the crime scene be fired and similar ammunition from it and obtain a test fired bullet. So this test fired bullet is examined with the suspect bullet recovered from the crime scene or body of the victim. So if both the bullets have the same striation marks, you can see here in this figure, these are the striation marks, and this comparing these striation marks with the help of a comparison microscope will give us indication that whether they are fired from the same weapon or not. Here, this figure 8.2 illustrated here gives you an indication that two bullets fired from, you can see the canally of these bullets and the prominent rifling mark inside both the bullets. So this is actually a barrel defect, but very prominent in examining the source or cartridge of the bullets. Then comes the cartridge case, examining of the cartridge case. First is the firing pin mark. The base of the cartridge is being examined for firing pin marks. And again, of course, compared under comparison microscope side by side, overlapping with each other will indicate whether they both are fired from the same weapon or not. Likewise, here is an example of chamber marks. When a cartridge is loaded in the chamber leaves certain marks on the sidewise body of the fired cartridge. So by comparing these chamber marks, we can identify whether this barrel was or this weapon was used for firing or not in the cases. And breech face marks is there, which is produced by breechers. Now, let us come to the advancements which are being made in the ballistics so far, and there is a lot of scope where new technique can be incorporated in these advancements. The very first thing is IBIS. Though IBIS is not new to this field, it has been like more than 20-25 years now that IBIS has been introduced, but upgradation of this IBIS is very important because as the automation techniques are going on changing, we are in a world of AI, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. So we should actually make this IBIS more robust to collect these data and matching these data more effectively when a process is being performed or data is being stored, and it should more automation kind of thing should be there. Instead of the future can be that instead of firing a weapon, simply by examining the barrel characteristics, we will be able to determine the barrel, that whether this is the barrel by which these marks are being produced or not. Second is the 3D imaging or 3D reconstructions. These 3D reconstructions are important in designing, determining the bullet diameter or fragmented bullets diameter, where we can recreate the bullet structure virtually, as well as we have some 3D imaging models like CT scan models are there, where we can take CT scan models of the fired injury, and then we can see the patterns, how the bullet had passed, what could be the path of the bullet inside the body, how much change, permanent cavitation or temporary cavitations has been made by these bullets. So 3D imaging has constituted a lot. Then microscopic analysis is, of course, is there. Previously, we used simple two stereo microscopes attached together, forming a comparison microscope. But now we have like more advanced things, like we can use SEM for determining the GSR, small particles on the clothes and the surface of the injuries. We can use XRD, that is X-ray diffraction spectroscopies, for analyzing the metals present or surrounding the collars, the various kinds of collars of the wound. Then we have techniques for determining the firearm types. Ammunition brands can also be known by examining those ammunitions under the stereo microscopes. Striation analysis we have already discussed, but striation analysis is again like moved ahead of simply comparing the striations from a comparison microscope to automated 3D model of striations which are being made and can be compared by using AI. Then a concept of virtual firing range is also coming up, where we can like have a firing range which is virtual in nature, and by this firing we can determine the firearm movements, trigger pulls, characters of like trigger pulls, enabling forensic examiners to analyze, compare result, especially the angles by which it is being fired. So 3D modeling of a crime scene and then virtually firing and test firing that bullet on these crime scenes can help to trace the path of the bullets or directions or angles of the bullets on a virtual platform. Next is the database integration. So previously it was thought that ballistics is only for the physics people or those who are there in this forensic field only, but there is a vast scope for those who are using this computer science and techniques of data integration and database management, because as the more and more cases are becoming automated, so there is a need to have a robust data integrated mechanism. We can integrate data from the different sources. We can have one repository for it. So even the software engineers or IT people can contribute a lot in the ballistics and managing these database and evidences. And then the data analysis and machine learning. This is like, you can say, a futuristic approach which can be made in the ballistics, where the AI can be used. AI can be used to fetch the insights of a data collected from firing, from the firing or virtual firing of a firearm or a cartridge or a projectile. Okay, so and even this machine learning models can further be used to enhance trace the paths, design the models, where these models can be used for both teaching as well as for the analysis patterns. Again, as I told you, for enhancement, this digital image enhancement, like as we all know, the microscopic analysis of these cartridges or the bullet striations is very important. So what we can do is we can integrate imaging techniques or image enhancement techniques to get more required data from the desired microscopic images, and which can be compared and which can be analyzed virtually or by using the machine learning tools. So image enhancement is one of the another parameter where you can use multimedia forensics, application of multimedia forensics in ballistic evidences and ballistic phenomena. So this is all about ballistics for today's lecture. I hope I would have justified it.
Thank you so much.
Ranjit. So that's it from my side.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. It's a wonderful session and well explained about all aspects. So on behalf of organizing committee, Sherlock Institute of Forensic Science and other institutions, those who have collaborated in this summer finishing school, And thank you, sir, for delivering your talk on the topic, the advancement, challenges, and the prospective direction in the forensic ballistics. On behalf of organizing committee, I would request you to kindly accept this e-mementos. And once
Thank you for this wonderful
personally
memento.
meet, I'll hand over this to you, sir. So,
Thank you.
sir. And also on behalf of organizing committee, I would like to request you kindly accept this e-certificate for your imparting a valuable insight and inspiration on the topic, the advancement, challenges, and the prospective direction in forensic ballistics to all the learner and fraternity under the Forensic Summer Finishing School. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Ranjit.
Thank you. So with your permission, we are moving to the next speaker, and our next speaker is one of the dynamic personality of forensic science, Yogesh Kumar sir from Andaman Forensic Science Laboratory. Sir is going to talk on the topic, the depth of awareness and the dedication at the crime scene. I request my co-host Aarti to kindly give the introduction of Yogesh Kumar sir. Aarti, over to you.
Thank you, sir. And I take this privilege to introduce Yogesh Kumar sir to this platform. Yogesh Kumar sir is working as a senior scientific officer in charge at the Forensic Science Laboratory, Port Blair, Andaman and Nicobar Islands, India, and has 15 years of work experience in the field of forensic science. He has worked as a senior research fellow at the National Dope Testing Laboratory in New Delhi, India, and worked as a scientific associate at Forensic Science Laboratory, Rohini, New Delhi. He is currently pursuing a Doctor of Philosophy from Galgotias University, Noida, and also pursuing a Master of Arts in Psychology from Indira Gandhi National Open University, New Delhi. He did his post-graduation in forensic science from the Department of Chemistry, Institute of Basic Sciences, Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar University, Agra, and also did his postgraduate diploma in journalism and mass communication from Indira Gandhi National Open University, New Delhi. Now he is also working on establishment of first body farm of India. And I welcome you, sir, to this platform and hand over the session to you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for accepting our invitation. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Ranjit. I'm happy to share my feelings with you. And first of all, you have said like I'm a dynamic personality. So it's a motivational word for me. So I will surely try to do something good here today. So it's the topic of crime scene management and like awareness and what is my topic? I'm not remembering, but I will speak something good for our students. So I'm also thankful to invite me here to connect with the students in India and abroad, because I'm also working in Indian body farm. That is the first Asian body farm, and I need the support of students and or other experts for this. So first of all, I would like to share my screen, then I will speak again. Is it visible?
Yes, sir. Completely visible, sir.
Yeah. So as you know, like we have a shortage of time. Kapil sir has already taken earlier we were late over 30 minutes. So I will try to complete some time. I will reduce the gap of this presentation. So I've divided my presentation in two parts, like depth of awareness and dedication at crime scene today. So for that, I will explain the first part of slide. And the second part, I will try to explain any other lecture or any other day, because it will take 2 hours for that. But today, the depth of awareness and dedication at crime scene. So we were discussing about the movie Forensic and the CID, the episode. So I'm very thankful to Dr. Ranjit that you are creating history in India and in world also. So I'm also trying a different platform, that is forensic journalism. So I've started a new YouTube channel before some time, and I'm trying to take interviews. So you're also part of my list of interviews. So I've taken 5 to 6 experts in coming time. So you are the next one. So I would like to take your time here in front of all students. So before moving ahead, I would like to know like how many types of students like BSc or MSc we are having here. So
So here we have a BSc and MSc both students,
both,
and
right?
also we have some non-forensic students, sir.
Okay, okay. So because forensic science is a lucrative field nowadays, so many students other than forensic, they are also wanting to work in forensic science. So as you all know, like what is the crime scene? We are reading in BSc and MSc forensic science, and we are discussing what is the crime scene. Everybody knows what is the crime scene, and today, as you can see, the depth of awareness and dedication at crime scene, because I've written a book like on motivation, so that is a non-fiction book. So that part I've been working on crime scene like last 10 years here in Andaman, and before that also I worked in NDTL and the Leap Forensic Lab. So my personal experience is like we can discuss here my experience, not the bookish language, and we will take the help of bookish language because without that we cannot move forward. So depth of awareness and dedication at crime scene, so that is the main thing. Like new students, they are accepting forensic science on the basis of crime scene and investigation. They want to be good in investigation, they want to be like a good investigator. And so my message to the new generation is like, for being a good forensic expert, you have to go into deep. Like that's why I've taken this title, awareness and dedication. Without your awareness, without your dedication, you are not going to be a good expert. So here we are discussing like scene of crime. In simple way, a crime scene is a place or physical entity where tangible and potential evidence relating to a crime scene is found. It's very simple language, but in real, when you feel like you are working with SIPs or any forensic lab, any university or anywhere you are doing your private job, and you feel that there is a crime scene, if you are going to attend that crime scene or you are not going to attend that crime scene, and you are a forensic expert, what do you feel? You can feel so many things. If you are going to attend that crime scene, there is a different current in your body, like I'm going to attend a crime scene. That may be a simple case of suicide, theft, or attempt to murder, sexual assault case, any kind of case that may be. So before that, I would like to use that self thinking for attending a crime scene, for visiting a crime scene, and using a mind like a good forensic expert. How to use a mind to solve the case forensically, because you cannot take the whole part of any case. Like police is working, lawyers are working, medical officers are working, but forensically, what you are doing, that is your part. So type of crime scene is indoor and outdoor. In simple way, we are going like if there is a crime scene in indoor, it may be house and any kind of indoor area, maybe car, bus, train, anything. So what kind of things are to be understand? And for outdoor crime scene, what are to be understand? Like for outdoor crime scene, like the weather condition is maybe cloudy and maybe extreme hot. So what is important? The importance of time. So I feel like if there is a crime scene, outdoor crime scene in forest area, and you have to walk like half a kilometer and 1 kilometer inside a forest area, and there is a chances of rain. So what's your duty? If police is communicating forensic science laboratory or mobile forensic unit like to visit a crime scene, and you are taking your lunch, dinner, breakfast, can you say that it's a time of rain, so my evidence may be disturbed due to rain or anything else? Maybe some wild animals, maybe they are in forest area, they can disturb your evidence. So you have to just take everything is quick. You have to reduce your time, and that will create you a good forensic expert, not in present, but slowly you will be the good forensic expert. Like when you will feel like to attend a crime scene timely, your nearby police, your team, your in charge, your director, your colleague, they will feel like he's good in his work, and they will feel like we should do that also. That is your dedication towards your work. And the best example of dedication is in front of you, Dr. Ranjit. He has done a great job in India. So that is, you have to be motivated for your forensic science. If you are learning forensic science, you wish to work in forensic science, you have to be highly motivated for your work. There may be job or not, but you have to create something like that. Like I have chosen this field, and I will work in this field with my 100% dedication. Now, crime scenes are never consistent. As I've told, they are always inconsistent. So you have to understand, if there is a simple case of theft and the theft amount is only 50 rupees, maybe 100 rupees, maybe 1 lakh, 2 lakh, and crores. But the majority of chances of fingerprint in normal theft cases, maybe some biological evidence like hair or blood. If there is a entry or exit through window and any kind of ventilator, and anything like a door is broken, and any almirah or anything else that has been, that may be like the chances of majority of fingerprint. And when the families there is a theft, they are known to the theft, like they will randomly check everything and they will just overlap the fingerprints. So what's your duty as a forensic expert or fingerprint expert at crime scene? You have to collect so many fingerprints just to find only one partial or full fingerprint. That's your duty. That is your dedication. Like if family has touched the surface, how can I get fingerprints? So you have to get that fingerprint. That's your duty, to collect one drop of Amrit from the Sagar. So that is forensic science. That is your dedication. Can be classified by the location of the crime, maybe primary crime scene, secondary crime scene, and tertiary crime scene. If you are a good expert, you have to understand what is the primary crime scene, secondary crime scene, tertiary crime scene, and there may be other areas of crime scene like air, digital media, tower dome, CDR, call detailed record, and some new crimes. That is now we will talk about like cryptocurrency, blockchain analysis. So there are some information, the evidence not in India, outside India, with some other agencies. But if you are a good thinker, you are a good forensic expert, you have to understand all the evidence in your quick time. So this is my message to all of you. When you are at crime scene, always feel you are at a crime scene. There may be something new you haven't read in your book, because it's my personal experience. That's why I've written this. You will get something new in every crime scene. If you are not getting anything, the case is blind and the people are under stress. Police are under stress. Forensic experts are under stress. But your hard work, you can find something if you are giving full dedication and time to your crime scene. So the next classification of crime scene or death, natural. Natural death means that is non-criminal. If there is a suicide, that is also non-criminal. If there is accident, that may be non-criminal or criminal. And the fourth one is homicide, that is a criminal. Majorly we focus on homicide, that is criminal cases. And we take it very serious, like there is a murder, so we have to collect evidences. And a very normal way we collect normal evidences. So the thing is to tell all these things. If there is a suicide case, and everyone has thought like this is a suicide case, normal case, and forensic is called like just for formality. But when you go there, you feel something different. It may be accidental, but it may be homicidal. So what you think, that is important. And what you think comes from your experience. And experience comes from your work and hard work. So you have to earn experience also to make yourself a good expert. That is your dedication. That is your responsibility to make forensic a good platform for coming generation and your hard work for justice. So we have to just mix the things. The thinking process should be different. In natural cases also, 99% the cases of natural, heart attack or old age. But you have to think for 1%, it may be some criminal activity, any accidental activity. So that 1% is important. So nobody wants to go into that side. Police don't want to go to that side, because if the case is natural or suicidal, there is no major work in or file work or investigation. But as if a
Sir, I think there is some technical, we are not able
what
to.
information from crime scene you are going to achieve? Things as Lockhart exchange principle. Physical evidence can link suspect, victim, crime scene.
Sir, can you share the screen again? I think
Okay.
because of network issue, it was.
Yeah, please. Is it okay?
Yes, sir. You can make this as a full screen.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
So we are here to just to think about the person, places, and things. Physical evidence can link suspect, victim, crime scene, and objects to one another. So what are the physical evidences? There may be big evidence, there may be minute. Now we are going to microscopic evidences also. Like we are talking about bacteria and virus as evidence. The nanotechnology is coming. They are going to like very big achievement of forensic science. So you all know the Lockhart exchange principle. So the next thing, the time is very important factor to visit a crime scene. Every crime scene must be visited without wasting time. So I use this thing every day whenever I go to any crime scene. And victim, suspect, and crime scene, you all know the relation of victim, suspect, and crime scene. But we normally read these things, but practically, do we try to connect all these things? That is important. After visiting a crime scene, do you think about your crime scene? The crime scene, the case is solved or not, and what kind of extra assistance you can give to police or investigating agencies. That is important. Do you work after returning from crime scene? Do you work on photographs or the case like a good forensic expert that we have seen in the movie Forensic? That is your internal feelings to be a good forensic expert. You are not only a scientist, you are expert. So based on the scientific methods and Lockhart exchange principle, logic and forensic techniques involved. I use the word logic. Why? Because these things are really works at crime scene. You have seen the movie Bahubali. There was the logic. According to the situation, you have to train your mind. You have to create something like to collect evidence to make the situation normal, smooth for working, and to make your team accumulated, motivated. Because in Andaman, we are surrounded with sea every way. And the 6 months, 5 to 6 months, the rainy season, and the majority of area is a forest area. So it's very tough to visit a forest area with rain, with so many you can say like wild animals like snake and centipedes. So what kind of motivation do you need for visiting that small case, like a suicide case, a hanging case? And we have to move for 1 kilometer, 2 kilometer inside the forest area towards a small house that he was working in the field, and a small hut was there, and he normally visited there every day. But that day he commit suicide. So case is small, but your motivation and your teamwork is important. When you can work here in this situation, you can also work in different situation. So I used to work in different big cases, but I'm not getting that type of big cases, and I have no authority to go into the depth of the cases. Or something maybe like that is not my area of working. But if you are interested, you are doing good, slowly you will get that authorization from senior authority, like he is a good expert, take his or her help. So you are not representing yourself, you are representing forensic science. You are representing the whole forensic fraternity. If you are doing good, your work will go to whole forensic community. Like a forensic expert has done this. That's why I have taken like the body farming in India. There's the part of medical officer, but I'm trying to do that. I'm being a forensic expert. If it is done, like a forensic expert has supported this. So we are representing the whole forensic community here. So now we talk about the crime scene: recognition, identification, individualization, and reconstruction. Recognition, what the crime scene survey. When you see a crime scene, what do you feel? What do you think? This is a crime scene. And what you want to collect information like documentation and collection. This is your internal mind plan. What I have to do. What's your identification for comparison purpose, for testing. That's your plan. What type of evidence you are going to collect, and what are the evidence you cannot collect, and what are the evidence you cannot see. So individualization, evaluation, and interpretation. Sometimes you'll feel that any investigating officer or police officer can say like, why are you collecting these evidence? There is no value of this. But according to you, like a forensic expert, there is a value. I will tell you why there is a value. And the reconstruction, reporting and presenting. If you have done a good crime scene investigation, that will support your testing when the case is submitted to FSL for testing, and that will represent in court, like the case is going to be acquittal or culprit is going to be hanged or any kind of punishment. So goals are to determine the following: what happened, where happened, when happened, why happened. The question is who happened, and how was the incident carried out. When there is a common thing, like if there is a information like someone has done this and he is missing from his home, he has done, everyone has confirmed like he is the actual culprit, that is 99% truth. For 1%, nobody is thinking about, he may not be the culprit. So that 1% you have to work on that, like if he is not the accused, who may be. So your thought process can solve so many cases. If the cases are blind, don't think about your particular local area job. Think about the national and international cases also. Like there was case in Russia, in China, in US, UK, and the case is still blind. Who may be the accused? So you can also work on that silently. You are not getting any evidence, but your dedication, you can work, you can explore your mind, the depthness of your mind, you can go into depth. So slowly you will get some new information, new ideas to solve a case. Here in India also, we know normally what happened, all we know. Where, when, why. The question is why may be missing, but who? Sometimes this is the question. In so many cases, when the case is referred to CBI, from police department to CBI, that is the big question. Why? Police is not able to work on that case according to the need. And how CBI can work for in so many cases, CBI has cracked the cases. What are the reason? What are the role of forensic science that time? Are we weak, or police do not want to use us? Or are we not able to solve that case according to the situation? So these are the questions we have to ask every day. Like if we can do something better, we should do, and we have to do. This is my personal feeling, like self-talking regarding a crime scene. That's the plan. You cannot get these things anywhere in books, or this is my personal experience. I have specially written for you. Use the way. When you are visiting a crime scene and you are taking a way of 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour, maybe in Delhi it takes more than 1 hour sometimes due to traffic, but in Andaman we normally use 15 minutes to 30 minutes. So use the way just to know the history of case and your assumption. What may be the probability about the crime scene? Set the boundary of the case. If you have visualized the case, there is a murder case in a particular area, so you have to set the boundary in your brain, like what have to do, what is my planning to start investigating the case at crime scene. So you have to motivate yourself during the way. Your protection gloves, mask, PP kit, and other kits also. Are you full-fledged, prepared for visiting a crime scene? Your vehicle, your team, your photographer, videographer, and all necessary items, so you should keep with you. People at crime scene, this is my personal experience, like there is a crowd at crime scene, there is a murder case, maybe media and 50 to 100 people also. So there may be witness. That is not your part to collect and talk to witness, but there may be witness, victim, or accused. If there is a victim at crime scene, there may be another victim in crowd. There may be accused in crowd also, and other friend of accused. So if you are not getting anything from scene of crime, so these all are evidences. You can also check witness, victim, accused, every person of crowd, and you cannot do that time. That time, what you have to do? You have to use your team, your photographer. Like psychologically, how can we investigate a person? It's face reading. So forensic photographers are ready or not for that purpose or not. So silently, we have to use psychology. Being a forensic expert, if you are biologist, chemist, ballistic expert, document expert, cyber forensic expert, you have to work on psychology also. Because we have to replace the third degree with the help of psychology. This is the new generation for employment for a forensic expert. We are not using lie detection here. We are simply talking to any kind of accused, victim, or witness, just to sweetly interrogate. And we can support to police also, just to replace the third degree. So is there any possibility for that also? So we can create some extra posts, some extra recruitment, some extra employment for forensic expert. So we have to use psychology also. And during the crime scene visit, is your team ready or not? You may be a team leader, you may be a part of team. Are you ready? Or your boss is ready? Or your team, your colleague is ready or not? Your photographer is ready or not? So you can decide, you can check what is the definition of ready. Sometimes you are fully motivated, like I have to do a good job today. But your colleague is working on a mobile phone. He's talking to his girlfriend or boyfriend. He's not interested with you. So you will feel like a change in your crime scene investigation, collection and evidence. You may miss something. So that's why I'm talking about this. What is your motivation and how you feel at that time? If you are going to watch a movie and suddenly you get a call like there is a crime scene, what do you feel that time? No, I have chosen a wrong field of work. This is not a good field. So you have to decide, like, it is not that type of, I am fully motivated and I have so many future plans for forensic science, national, international, and worldwide. But my motivation is high. Where to start for your crime scene? Sometimes you will feel where to start. There may be a different condition, like traffic accident, blood and tissues on road, and with a full crowd, and sometimes aggressive crowd. They are going to burn something, buses or shops, or they have broken all glasses. So you have to be very careful for that also. Like you have to deal every situation. And for that, what type of mind you have to create? Because your vision is to collect evidence. You are not going to fight anyone. So your mindset is important, the outline of crime scene. How can you control your crime scene timely and the best way you can use? So what type of mistakes and precautions you have to take, and what kind of mistake you can do, your team member can do. These are the things. Things will come as slowly with your experience. But if you are going to think about these things now, you can be take the things according to the situation. Like if you are feeling like I have to be a good forensic expert at crime scene or in my lab, you can work a better way. Acquisition of case, the whole assumption of case. So you have to understand from the basic, like what has happened and the final trial in court after 5 years. The story, you have to just visualize in your mind what are going to be happen, whether the accused will be caught or not, and he will be punished or not, and where is the accused, the whole assumption. Accordingly, when you prepare an outline, you can properly work at your crime scene. And the crime scene reconstruction, that is in mind or real. Sometimes in small cases, you just prepare a crime scene reconstruction in your mind. You can take 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes silently. And in case some some is high profile cases, you have to create crime scene reconstruction with silent tone. These are the things we normally read in books. The steps of crime scene investigation: evacuate, hospitalize injured person. It's not our part, but you should know. If you are getting any person injured, first your duty and police duty and anyone duty is to just to hospitalize the person. Protection of crime scene must. If you are going a crime scene and police is protected that crime scene with stones, tires, and 2 police wala with sticks, that will not work in a good investigation or evidence collection. You have to protect the crime scene with cordon of tape. That is important because you have to present the crime scene like that's your area of working. So if you are able to protect that way, you can work calmly and you can get more evidence with proper preservation. Photography, videography, sketching, documenting, searching, recognition, I'm going to take in detail. So protection of crime scene. So things are very small, like everybody knows what is the protection, but the small mistakes that can change the direction of your case. The first officer at crime scene is responsible for securing and protecting the area. You are not the first officer. First officer is always police. But sometimes they don't have the cordon of tape. And they are not feeling like it's not like to cordon up like this. Why should I make like drama? It's a simple case. In 15 minutes, forensic will come and collect evidence and the case is finished. But in case things are high profile, who would be the responsible person for that? So must secure the area with crime scene tape or other barriers, must make sure that the evidence doesn't get compromised. Set an initial boundary larger than scene, create a staging or work area outside the scene, locate physical evidence for collection, create a single path in and out of the scene. Don't be lazy in securing crime scene. So I feel like people are lazy in securing the crime scene. So many times I've just discussed with senior officers, why don't we have so cordon of tape in police stations? We have only one in forensic lab with a mobile forensic unit. And nobody is thinking about that. It's not that like it's a crores. It will take 30 to 40,000 only. And the quality of work is increased. Nowadays, social media and media, so many media persons are there at crime scene. So it's a forest area. There is no need to protect the crime scene. Nobody is going because one policeman can control the entire crowd. but we use normally this type of cordon off so that we can work calmly. So for this case, there was a case like we found the bones, spread condition bones in a forest area, and for 2 days we collected only bones. There was no need from the side of police, but we have to learn the better way and quality work we have to do. This is another case. Like everyone was moving into near the crime scene where the dead body was found, and there was no boundary set. So we have to set a boundary. Nobody will go into that inside that area. The senior officers also, they will just see from outside. That is the major problem with police. Like nobody is giving to weightage you at crime scene. You have to create that weightage. We are forensic team and we are working here. Nobody will come here. No policeman, no media person, only 1 or 2 person from side of police like IU and 1 or 2 supporting staff. So you have to create like your image. And this is the third case. Before 1 hour, there was a dead body in between this area. But after we shifted the dead body to mortuary for post-mortem, and now the high tide. There is no sign of where was the actual crime scene or the type of the evidence of incident. So you have to think like this is the space, and you have to preserve all the information with the help of photography. The role of photography is very important. I think in 2 or 3 cases we have got success with the help of photography. So you cannot see everything at crime scene. If you are having a good forensic photographer with you, so he can take some good pictures, and after returning from crime scene, you can see the picture, and you can find some new information that may be evidence or not, but information can help you. So according to the requirement, indoor photography, outdoor photography, and chain of photograph, that is important. Nobody is thinking about the chain of photographs. They are taking randomly. So we have to manage that thing, and we have to teach them. Police photographer, like you have to take the photo in series, overall, mid-range, close-up, and with the scale. And sometimes they are very lazy. Okay, why should I do that? No, this is photograph, we can arrange all the things. But there is a chain of custody like timing of photo. And BPRND and NCRB is also working on crime scene photography. They will upload data online from crime scene. So things are being happened in India also, some good works. Accordingly, in some heinous cases, we have to videograph also. So for photography, overall scene, entrance and exit point, which may be a window, door, roof, a hole in wall, ventilator, condition of a dead body. So if there is a ventilator, and how can a photographer take a photo? It's very high, I think height of 8 feet or 9 feet. So if he is not lazy, he can take a photograph, because there may be any kind of chance print on the broken glass of ventilator. There may be one hair and one drop of blood during maybe scratch from maybe skin. If he is not interested in taking photographs, how can we find? Or you as a forensic expert, you have to touch that area also. But I don't think like you are fit for checking that area. I have to check the ventilator like that. I am fully motivated. So some people are not feeling like that. No problem. There is nothing. They opine everything silently. Condition of a dead body, all possible angle, photography of dead body, face, tattoo mark, other for identification of disease, injury, wound, abrasion, scratch, burn, ligature mark, etc. on deceased body. Struggle marks like broken bangles, spread articles, tables, chairs, books. Spatter and pattern of blood. Tool marks, bullets, shell, pellets. So we have to check, we have to record everything with the help of photography. So normally we do not use the standard pattern, but small things can change your entire case, and we are not taking this thing seriously. Nowadays also everywhere photographers taking photographs randomly. They don't know how to use these techniques, and it works for solving a case, presenting a case. Next is sketch. Who prepare a sketch? Forensic expert is not ready for preparing a sketch. Police person is not ready. So they are simply doing a rough sketch at crime scene and final sketch in police station. But the quality of sketch is not good. I've seen so many sketches of police, but the dimensions that is important. When we think about the real managed forensic investigation at crime scene with the help of forensic expert or policeman, sketching should be proper. If you are thinking about a case, someone has pushed someone from first floor to ground floor, and a case of accidents, but the case is not of accident, case is of a murder, homicidal activity. So the inches and centimeters and feet they value. Where was the person? Where was the fingerprint found? And any kind of other evidence. So to locate the position of the victim. Illustrate the exact location and relationship between physical evidence and surroundings. Refresh the memory. This is the help with the help of sketching. It indicates the direction, position and distance of clue, reconstruction of crime scene in future. If you have attended a crime scene today is 18 June. And after 1 year, the case is still unsolved, and you are called with your any senior officers, like what happened that day, what kind of support you have given to police that day before 1 year. How will you remember? Like photographs, sketching, and how will you explain that time? And what is your role? If you have some another information, if you study this personally, a particular case that is a blind case or a suspicious case, high profile case, you can explain in a better way. Normally rough sketches are prepared at crime scene, and the main thing is the distance, estimation of distance, not assumption. So many people are using assumption, maybe 7 feet or 8 feet, or I should write 7 feet, nothing else. So use of compass, and must use a conventional symbol of indicator. So this is the rough sketch. I will not take more time. Time is moving very fast. And this is the final sketch. We have to take like the dimensions of crime scene. Documenting the scene. Police is also collecting documentation, taking statements of victim's family and witness, and sometimes forensic experts should also take some documents like exact location, what type of evidence you are going to collect, what type of evidence you have collected and assisted to police in collection, and what are the things to work in later, like when you come back from crime scene, you have to study, you have to submit a report. So what kind of report you are going to prepare and what kind of help you are going to give to police, that is the important thing. That documentation is important. Sometimes in 1 or 2 cases we had wrong information, that was a reason of problem in court later. That was a part of documentation. So notes, photographs, diagrams all are used to document the crime scene and location of physical evidences. Thus now we are talking to searching. This is the most important part for forensic expert, like how we search a crime scene, because no policeman will work with you here. They will trust you, like you are a good expert and you will search everything according to the need of time or crime scene. So why we search? Establish that a crime was in fact committed, establish when and where the crime was committed, in identify who committed the crime scene and possibly why, because you can get some evidence of accused. That's why you can say like who committed the crime scene. And be practical, not the case, because practically visiting a crime scene, searching a crime scene is very tough job. These are the methods you all know: strip, spiral, grid, sector, and you can see the photograph, the level of work, how a forensic expert or policeman, they are searching evidence. In India, we cannot assume this with a forensic expert. No, I will not like do this type. So we cannot make a cloth dirty. Evidence collection. So eclectic mind management. This is a new word. This is the word from psychology. I'm reading nowadays psychology. So eclectic mind management, like I was using logic that in the earlier slides. So you have to use all type of mindset, all type of techniques at crime scene. And you have read in books like there are only these types of how to collect this evidence, how to collect this evidence, but there is a different evidence, and you haven't read like how to collect this evidence. You have to use your logic, and you have to use all the things you know. That's why you have to learn everything. What type of mind management I can do to collect a crime scene, to solve a crime scene, and how can I support agencies to be a good expert and to do something good for society and justice. So these are the list of evidence: blood, semen, fingerprints, firearms, bullets, cartridge, hair fibers, suspicious food pills, footprint, tire marks, tool marks. We can go in a separate PPT just to explain these, how to collect these evidences. So this is the luminol. This is a real case here in Andaman. I'm not using Vanjidine here. We are using luminol for last 10 years. And this is also luminol. You can see in daytime also. Luminol is normally don't work in daytime, but it's working. And you can find the blood in cemented material, ground in soil, and on glass piece also. So you have to just see where is the evidence. Sometimes the blood is wiped or washed. So you have to find the blood. This is the blood pattern, the shoe print, and the packing of evidence. Each item must be placed in separate container to prevent cross-contamination. Package should be clearly labeled and sealed. And if the entire piece of evidence has it found a crime scene, if possible, if the piece is small, then we can take. And in case of the evidence is large inside, we can take like the piece of that evidence, or in case of blood, we can prepare a gauze and we can first dry it and we can keep in a like paper envelope. And according to the evidence, we have to keep containers with us, because no police van, no police thana is having that type of container. We have to arrange in a mobile forensic van. So finally, the chain of custody. So for this slide, there is one thing we have to understand. Like, if there is more than one victim, how will you collect blood evidence for two victims? And the dead body has been shifted to mortuary. And maybe there was a case of struggle, and you can get blood of victim as well as accused. So what is your assumption how to collect two blood sample? So what is the possibility that you can get that type of information to collect blood sample from different places? That the probability can work for that time. So you have to understand the history of case. The majority, a policeman is telling you history, but you can also discuss with the witness and the family members what has happened. So you can get some more information, you can get more evidences. So if we talk about the chain of custody, the sequence of the order of procedure which any evidence collected by the police has to go through in order to maintain its authenticity. The game is completely for authenticity. So in case something is different and how to maintain chain of custody, you simply think like you have to maintain authenticity, and you can work logically on that also. And there may be chain of custody form somewhere there people are using and not using in India to record all changes in seizure, custody, control, transfer, analysis, and disposition of physical and electronic evidence. So this second line is very important, like seizure, custody, control, transfer, because we normally use this thing in internal case transfer also in laboratory area. And when case is transferred from policeman, forensic to police, medical officer to police, police to forensic, and forensic internal department, and forensic to police again. So this is a part of chain of custody. A typical chain of custody form will describe the evidence and detail location and condition under which evidence was collected. So what is the need for Indian forensic? This slide is especially for you. Support to each other. We nowadays, how we have become, we are just running for, I don't know, money or something. So we have to run for motivation, country, and for these things like support to each other, teamwork, understanding, and dedication to your work, ethics. So normally I talk about the forensic ethics and forensic discipline. Nobody is listening in India. These two words, I'm working on that also. And you should make a good network, and your thinking should be very good while at work and without work. And that would be your strength. So yesterday I prepared this slide, and the total I made the for dedicated to the all Indian forensic students. So this is my personal feeling towards Indian forensic. That's why I normally say that Dr. Ranjit is doing a great job. Finally, we are going to enjoy forensic science in coming lectures. So this was the basic. And for the next session, I have something new with you, for you. So I don't know when I will take this session. So all the best for your future, all students. And my final message: the forensic expert should always be motivated and enthusiastic. So you should not be feel like you are weak. If you are a forensic expert, I feel a forensic expert can do anything in this world because he has the total knowledge of science, every aspect of science. Then you can work with a great motivation and enthusiasm. So all the best from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful session. And the next session we have a course, crime scene, investigation course in next month. So I'm sharing the link of this crime scene investigation course. Those who are interested, you can join, and your guest sir is also going to take the session in that. I'll send you the invitation from the same sir. So thank you so much, sir, for explaining the things. And I can relate the last slide. Forensic scientists should be always, dedicated, enthusiastic, and that make me become a forensic scientist. Otherwise, all of my family members is in the government sector, so I also must have joined the government sector. So it's a dedication required and the passion required to become a great forensic expert. Yes. And thank you, sir, for sharing your knowledge and making this event successful in going forensic summer finishing school. Your knowledge on the depth of awareness and the dedication of the crime scene definitely going to be very beneficial for the students. I received one personal question before going to further. Being in such a beautiful place like Andaman, people go there for the roaming. How you go at the scene of crime and enjoy the scene of crime?
Actually, my expertise is like I like scene of crime. That is my dedication from the entry of forensic. So here we have a van, like is one beautiful car with fabrication and some kits. So we run with the kits with one police photographer and one forensic expert. So this is not a very like criminal area. It's the crime scene is very less, the heinous crime scene. But in other cases, we normally use like in case of suicide also we are going. In theft case, we are sending fingerprint team only. We are not moving. That if there is some biological evidence, we normally go. And we are trying to use the best practice of forensic science here, because here are so many problems. Like the crimes in itself is a bad area. You can feel mud, you can feel mosquitoes, and dark and rainy season. So we have to be full of motivation. So the full of challenges of the visiting crime scene here, and you cannot go always with car. You have to use helicopter. Sometimes you have to use some ships and small boats also. Sometimes dinghy also, if
Yes.
you are going to. So this is a very challenging. So you have to be fit. You should not make your belly more than 34. So maximum limit. My team I also says like, don't make your pet outside. You have to work, you have to check ventilator, you have to check fans, you have to sometimes you have to climb on tree also, because forest area. So you have to be fit, very fit, so mentally and physically.
Very
That's
excellent.
why last year I've written one book. Like, you have already purchased that book, I don't know you have read or not, but that book inspired me. Now sometimes I feel like very depressed. It's a very normal, like you are working with police department and forensic science. So what can help you that time? So I myself help me. So my message to all, like, you are your best friend. Nobody can motivate you other than you. That is the permanent motivation. That's why I'm working on forensic journalism, the first body farm of Asia, and my dream is of World Forensic Organization. That's why I've connected with you also, because you have done a wonderful job in India.
Thank you, sir.
So these are the thing of this is my personal feeling towards forensic.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for sharing your valuable knowledge with the participant. On behalf of organizing committee, Sherlock Institute of Forensic Science, I would like to request you to kindly accept this e-mementos for your wonderful.
Thank you so much.
And also this e-certificate for imparting the valuable insight and inspiration on the topic, the depth of awareness and dedication at crime scene.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. So with your permission, we are moving to our next speaker.
Please. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this wonderful session.
Thank you, sir. So we have our next speaker, Dr. Rajesh Kumar, sir, from Government Institute of Forensic Science, Aurangabad. And sir's topic is going to forensic identification from randomness to the certainty. I request my co-host Aarti to kindly give the introduction of our esteemed speaker.
Thank you, sir. And I take this privilege to introduce Dr. Rajesh Kumar, sir, to our audience. Dr. Rajesh Kumar, sir, is a forensic scientist, academician, and researcher, completed a master's, MSc, and PhD in forensic science. He has been associated with the field of forensic science since 2004. He has a vast experience of working in prestigious forensic science laboratories and academic institutions in the country. He has examined more than 300 cases and visited more than 150 crime scenes of diverse nature. As an academician, he has developed curriculum in various disciplines of forensic science, worked in various committees of national and state level, including UGC, Public Service Commissions, and many more. He is a well-known researcher in the fields of computational and multimedia forensics, published several works of international repute, handled research projects funded by various funding agencies, including DFSS New Delhi and RGSTC Mumbai, and guided various students at master's and PhD levels. He has delivered more than 60 invited talks in conferences, workshops, and training programs organized by institutions like IIT Bombay, ISI Kolkata, and CBI Academy, Ghaziabad. For his contributions to forensic fraternity, he was conferred upon the prestigious Young Scientist Award by the Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India, New Delhi. And presently, he is working as a head Department of Forensic Science at Government Institute of Forensic Science, Aurangabad, Maharashtra, India. Thank you very much, sir, for your for accepting our invitation. I hand over the session to you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Aarti, and thank you, Dr. Ranjit, for having me in this session. So let me share my screen first. Can you see my screen? Is it visible to everyone?
Yes, sir. It's coming, sir. You can make this as a full mode.
Yeah.
Perfectly fine, sir.
Yeah. Okay. And I am writing something on the screen. Is it visible to everyone?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Before starting to this session, I would like to know my audience. So whether most of the students are of the background of forensic science or not?
So maximum are from the forensic science background, bachelor students and master
Okay.
students.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. So I'm going to first switch off the video so that there should be less problem due to network. Yes, so since morning, we have, or the organizer has started this session with a very interactive session with the team of forensics. And then you had 2 special lectures so far on different domains of forensics. My topic is rather general. I thought like most of the students will be from the schools or maybe outside forensic, would like to know more about forensic thing. But yes, during this talk, you will find various interesting things related to forensics. We'll also look into a few case studies. So let's start with the topic, which is forensic identification from randomness to certainty. I think I have 45 minutes time, right?
Yes, sir. 45 minutes to 1 hour you can take, sir.
Okay. So I'll be abide with the time. We'll take 45 minutes only. So friends, here on the screen, you can see a few photographs or maybe cutouts. And as we understand, like forensic science is the field, we have getting since morning that things are there, it is getting solved. We try to solve many things. But still, you will see that there are some cases which remain unsolved. And what could be the reason? Whether it is forensic science, their limitation, or its investigators, what it is. So mostly what has been observed that whatever case has been remain unsolved, mostly the problem is with the crime scene. Mostly the problem is the crime scene was not properly investigated, or it was not taken from the angle of forensics. So I always believe that forensic science can do anything and everything. All the miracle can be done with the help of forensics. As a student of forensic science, it is my personal belief that although there are some limitations as far as techniques are concerned, but a forensic scientist who is conscious, who understand the techniques, they can solve many of the crime scenes, except a few. But mostly the cases which you can see on the display are mostly due to investigating officer who failed to examine at very first hand the scene of crime. And since scene of crime was not properly done, the cases will remain unsolved. Or maybe later on that gets solved and people are in the impression that case is still unsolved. So since you are from forensics only, so we don't need to define what forensic science is, but what we understand as a forensic is basically giving you a multidisciplinary approach. As we were talking in the morning, or the experts were talking in the morning, in the very first session, the real thing are different than what is in the real world. But yes, now forensic experts like Dr. Ranjit are helping them to make it more realistic. So forensic science is basically a multidisciplinary approach, and mostly which you will also agree with me that in forensic, mostly whatever we do is the comparison. So mostly forensic science is the science of comparison. We mostly compare the things, and then based on that, we try to link or identify the objects from the traces which we get at the scene of crime. So why I'm saying traces and I'm not using the word evidences or maybe objects, the reason is in most of the cases, the evidences which we get are in the form of traces, because nowadays criminals are much more smarter than they used to be 20 years before. Now they try to have destroyed all the evidences which is nearby or which can be left. So what we are left with as a forensic scientist are the traces. And we need to identify the things based on the traces, applying the multidisciplinary approach, which we do. So multidisciplinary means, since you are all forensic students, you must be understanding that forensic science is amalgamation of all the basic sciences, sometimes arts, maybe sometimes account, commerce, and everything else which can be applied in crime investigation, and not necessarily in crime investigation, or rather in any other cases where it is required. Now, when we are talking about identification in forensics, I would like to quote Edmund Locard, and which says that every contact leaves traces, and whatever principle we read as a forensic students, what is important is the Locard principle, which in maximum of the cases, or almost all the cases, you will find it true. And here, we need to find out from those traces to the evidence. We make those traces, we need to convert those traces into the evidence. So here, there are some terminology which I would like to use here. So most of the time at the scene of crime, we get traces. And based on those traces, so a scene of crime may have various traces. For example, let's say at the scene of crime, we have got small traces of blood. So it is not necessary that blood is from human. It may be from, let's say, mosquito, or maybe any other animals. So what is important is we need to find out relevant traces from the traces which are available at the scene of crime. Sometimes, let's say in case of burglary, when we visit the scene of crime, we find different crime scenes, different fingerprints at the scene of crime. And then if we take those prints, most of the time what we find is it is matching with the family members. So that fingerprints may not be relevant fingerprints. Those traces which is there, they may not be relevant traces. So as a forensic expert, as a forensic scientist, we try to find out the relevant traces from whatever traces, because a scene of crime can have tremendous traces, because everybody who is present at the scene of crime, knowingly or unknowingly, will leave some traces. But out of all traces, what we need to find out is relevant traces. And then from those relevant traces, what we try to find out is some information. And that we can term as clue. And finally, it is whatever information which we get that is presented as an evidence in the court of law. And evidences, here I'm terming it as the word which we can use in the court of law, what we can take in the court of law. So converting traces or taking information from traces and converting into info or into evidences is what a forensic scientist does. And mostly whoever is a qualified forensic expert will be able to convert all traces into evidences. Now, the process in forensic identification is, or rather, let's say, if I have to use a general term for identification, we can say recognition. So like we need to recognize the things, or we need to identify the things, we need to verify the things. So in that, all the kind of thing, the process will be, we need to compare, identify, and then individualize to a particular thing. So it may be linking to an object or linking to a person. So that is what we do in forensic. So, or you must have gone through the identification approach, which is ACEV, like analysis, comparison, examination, verification. Most of the, since you are a student of forensics, so it won't be very difficult for you to understand. But this is what the procedure is. Like in forensics, what we get maybe 2 traces or 2 relevant traces, and we need to compare them. And based on that, we have to have link that what is the probability that this is from the same source. And if the probability is high, then we say that, okay, it is individualistics. Okay, now from where we get these traces? So as a forensic students, we understand that we can get these traces at 3 stages. One is pre-crime stage or pre-crime act. So for example, let's say a criminal would like to commit a crime with planning. So there will be some traces which will be left there. So at the time of planning, there may be collection of logistics. So you will see these kind of things. Case study I have kept for the last session, the last part of this talk. Once we will build up with some concept, we'll discuss with some cases utilizing all these things. And again, we'll use these terms like pre-crime act. So some evidences, some traces come from the pre-crime act, whether the criminal or the perpetrator try to have some planning, try to accumulate some logistic to commit the crime. So this is the first stage from where we can get the traces, or this may not be first. This has to be the link with the main crime scene, which is criminal act. And here during the criminal act, of course, as per the Locard principle, there will be transfer of evidences, transfer of traces. And that may transfer maybe from suspect to victim, that may be victim to suspect, or maybe suspect to scene. And that is how we link crime with crime scene with criminal or perpetrator and the victim. Then sometime there is post-crime act also. Once the crime has been committed, in most of the time in these like crime scenario, today's crime scenario, you must have seen there are lots of crime which is coming in and people try to destroy the evidences. So you must have heard like Shraddha murder case in Delhi or Noida. And then very recently there was a crime where a living partner was murdered in Mumbai and then cut into pieces, and that is those pieces was boiled in pressure cooker. So now people has come to those stages where they are a bit of aware about the evidences which is there. They are mostly aware about what kind of technique forensic experts are using, thanks to various series and movies like forensics, that people know what kind of thing forensic are using. So accordingly, they try to destroy all those things. And again, as I was mentioning in the beginning, that I have a firm belief that forensics can have all those things, even if things may be cleaned up, it is destroyed, and all those things may be there, but things can be detected. So the third stage is post-crime act, where we take the evidences from post-crime act. So these three are the scenario from where we get the traces or evidences. One is pre-crime act, second is criminal act, and third is post-crime act. Now, mostly in forensics, what we do is either we have to do source identification or we directly identify the person who may be involved in the scene of in the criminal act. So source identification, you will see the firearms, whether this firearm has been used in the scene of crime or committing the crime, whether this printer was used for make a fraudulent document, like devices, whether this device has been used to create audio, image, or video, soil, whether these two soil are from the same source, glasses, paints, ink, etc. As you are from the forensics. So you are knowing all these things. These are the something where we mostly go for source identification. Similarly, like when we need to identify the person, we go for DNA, fingerprint, face, iris, gait, voice, handwriting, etc. And these are not the exhaustive list. Just to differentiate between the source identification and person identification, I have just listed a few of the example which is relevant and mostly found at the scene of crimes. Now, since we would like to identify the things through comparison, we need to know how things, how objects, how person is individual. And what I believe is there are two things, or there are two process, or there are two stages where anything acquire individuality. One is at the time of manufacturing, if it is object. Let's say, for example, a machine is making tool. So there it will get individuality, and that is where randomness come into the picture. You will say, let's say a company is making in a batch 100 or more than 100 t-shirts, and everybody is using the same t-shirt, right? Then how it is individual? How the t-shirt will be individual? Everybody is using the same. But see, there is some randomness which is coming in while manufacturing. Those are random error, which is introduced while making that t-shirt. Similarly, in human, like we see that our fingerprint is unique. Why our fingerprint is unique? So as a forensic student, you know that during birth or during gestational period, right, there is some random process which is going on inside the womb of the mother. So there are various factors which is coming in, and that is making your fingerprint individual. So there may be some genetic feature, but not all genetic features. And that is why we have seen that fingerprints of even twins are different. And second stage where they get individuality is during the uses or throughout the lifespan. For example, let's say the t-shirt which is made, or which is made in a batch. So that can go to let's say different person, and then the person is using different detergent powder to wash it, different water is using to wash it, and then maybe the sweat which is of the person is coming in, and there are many things during uses that get some individuality. And that's why when we are matching threads and we are saying, okay, due to this this thread may have come from this t-shirt, and that is what the probabilistic approach where it comes in. And the second is, let's say in the human being, let's say for example, we were taking the example of fingerprint. So as we say that fingerprint is persistent, it is not changing throughout the life, but throughout the lifespan, there may be some scar in the fingerprint. If it is a deeper scar, as a forensic student, you know, it gives the it's a deeper one, so it gives some permanent scar. So that is again giving individuality to the fingerprint, or maybe extra individuality, as you can say. And for example, let's say if some person is working as labor or breaking bricks and those type of work, so again you will find that some ridges has been vanished, or those has been erased, and those kind of things you will see. So that is giving further individuality to the fingerprint. So these are the processes. For example, I have taken again here we can have a third example, like let's say if there's a mobile phone, we purchase costliest mobile phone, whatever it may be, that may have 120 megapixel camera, or maybe 500 megapixel, or whatever. Nowadays, whatever number you can talk, you can get the phone with all those specifications. So even if you get an iPhone of, let's say, rupees 1.5 lakhs, that also will have some intrinsic random noise which is coming in at the time of manufacture. And let's say we are using the phone, so at the time of using it, due to aging, some different noise is get developed, and that makes it unique. And let's say if some audio or video or image has been generated from that mobile phone, or the camera, or you can say microphone of that mobile phone, still that can be connected with that mobile phone. So from here we get, or this is for every object or every individual, that individuality comes mostly with the randomness, and with those randomness we try to make with not certainty 100%, but with very much probabilistic calculation that it is from the same person. And as in case of fingerprint, we have discussed already, there may be permanent scar at different locations. So that may give even probability which is equal to 99.999 or whatever 9 you can add there. And that is what the individualization is. Okay, so let us discuss like how we, as we have discussed, like how evidences we get, and we try to find out or link it to the objects. So this I have kept a general slide for anyone who is either from forensics or outside forensics. So see, the source of all kind of object mostly are the scene of crime. Sometimes the suspect also, which is which may not be the part of scene of crime, but whatever things which is being taken is by the crime scene only, where the crime has been either committed, or let's say it is pre-criminal thought, act, planning has happened, or post thing has been happened. So whatever you will see, the source of the thing is the crime scene only. And there are various techniques where we can go for crime scene investigation. I think in the last session there was a detailed discussion on crime scene investigation. Now, when we talk about identifying the objects, either it may be source or person. So one of the crucial evidence is blood or blood pattern. And you know, blood pattern is, since you are the students of forensics, you are knowing that what we cannot, or everything almost which we can find out from blood pattern. Unfortunately, in India, mostly at the scene of crime, whatever experience I have, people are mostly ignoring blood pattern analysis because the manual blood pattern analysis is quite cumbersome. Finding out the angle of impact, origin, or maybe speed, etc., at the real crime scene may be difficult. But now the things has come with computer-based blood pattern analysis. We have various software and techniques which is being applied. And here it is not that cumbersome. Once the photograph at the scene of crime has been taken, it is most of the system are basically interactive kind of thing where you can find out the speed, origin, height, angle, even from what surface it has fallen. And if there has been any aftermath, if any change, any post action, let's say if some person has been dragged on the blood, so all those drag marks and post processing thing is also determined based on these blood pattern analysis. Okay, as far as forensic toxicology is concerned, here also most of the time we have unknown things and we have to find out what it is. Or many of the times we have two things. One will be question one and standard. So we need to compare. So in almost all the cases, you will see that there is again comparison, then identification, and if possible, then individualization. So here also, as you are students of forensics, like we are trying to identify from food item, from viscera, from blood, urine, saliva, or whatever, we try to find out what kind of, whether these two chemicals or whatever you say, the objects, the traces are from the same origin or not. And nowadays people have trying to have various new techniques. They are having alternative samples, like instead of viscera and blood, people try to have maybe vitreous humor, or they also try to find out many other things. For example, dried blood stain instead of wet one, and try to find out things from there, because transportation of dried blood stain is not very difficult. Similarly, nanotechnology is now widely used in various forensic applications, including forensic toxicological analysis. Chemometric is again where statistics is applied in chemical analysis, forensic toxicological analysis, to have speedy result. And then people are also working on metabolites, this kind of identification which is being done. Okay. One thing, as far as trace evidence is concerned, I have taken a few examples just to discuss those things, so that later on we can discuss the cases based on whatever example we are taking. So soil had been a very important and crucial evidences throughout. If you see the soil pattern of India, so what you will find that there are basically only 8 type of profile. If you see the agricultural research, you will find that there are only 8 different kind of soil. And then how we get soil comparison, and we say that, okay, these two are from the same source and from the different sources. And how we do that? So all we do in forensic examination, that, okay, we take, let's say, for example, there is a vehicular accident case. So we take soil sample from the, let's say, tire of the vehicle, and let's say the place where it may come from, and we try to match it. For matching it, one of the popular technique is, or one of the simplest one rather, I would say, density gradient method. We try to match and see the profile, how densities are varying. Those kind of thing we see and try to see whether there is a match or a non-match. But the thing is, if the variety of soil which is used in India is only of this 8 types, or maybe sometimes you will find 7 types. So these 7-8 type of soil are there, then still we see that, okay, we can match these kind of soil. And that is again due to randomness. Because the place where we are taking the soil, or maybe this place, how this place is getting an individualistic soil. These things which we are talking, which is mostly general. If you see in forensics, we are not talking about similarity wherever we do identification or wherever we do comparison. We mostly focus on the differences, what kind of differences we are having in the sample. And see, there are 2 factors which is mostly contributing in individualization of soil. One is natural factor, which comes from these kind of soils. And second is the man-made factors. Like, for example, at this place, somebody is doing some kind of work, maybe in our neighborhood, some wooden work is going on, and there may be several other works. And those, every interaction of this soil with different you can say habitat is making it individual. Otherwise, we have only these 8 types of soil. And as you can see in the map, it is how this is how it is located. But still, it has been seen that soil sample had been very useful. And recent techniques is basically trace elemental profiling, which we do. And if we do trace elemental profiling, we can say that, okay, these kind of traces are available in the soils of the locations which we try to find out. And then based on that, we can say whether it is of the same source or from the different sources. Now, fingerprint, we understand, like we are being a forensic student, I don't need to discuss much about fingerprint. We all know what fingerprint is and how we need to identify fingerprint, what are various identification technique, classification technique and all. But now, since, as I told you, that people are now more aware about forensics, you will find there are lots of artificial fingerprints which are coming in. People are using artificial fingers or artificial fingerprints to take access or maybe to hide their identity, because see, there was a time people used to have or you can say gloves and all, hiding it and then wiping it. Now people are trying to have artificial fingerprints. They are using it. So we need to rely not only on one technique, rather now the thing is we are going at multi-biometric approach, where we rely on not only one, but various kind of identification technique. Biometric, as you can understand, it is physiological and behavioral trait found in a person. So it may be face, voice, fingerprint, DNA, everything. So nowadays, you will also find that computer-based enhancement techniques and all those things are coming in as far as fingerprint identification is concerned. Now, as far as identification is concerned, DNA is considered the most trusted trait to identify a person. See, you must have heard that there had been various committees and various reports which has questioned the forensic techniques. And DNA has come as the most reliable techniques out of all, whatever technique we are using. So nowadays, as far as forensic identification is concerned, now people have come up with the technique whether much or very less processing of DNA is required. Initially, like classical approach used to be like, let's say we have a sample, let's say blood, from there we used to extract DNA and then we try to amplify through PCR and then quantitate it. And then we used to go towards identification of the person. In the actual forensic scenario, what may happen that the evidences which we get, the traces which we get at the scene of crime, that may not be that pure. There may be chaos, there may be lots of mixing of things, contamination of things. And now we have now research, based on the research, several techniques have come where we need to have very less sample preparation in case of that. Let's say if there is a mixture of several DNA, so now systems are there which is take care of all those DNA, separate it out automatically, and then try to find out, try to again amplify it and try to find out what different sources that contaminated sample, that mixture of sample may have. So now all these things are possible as far as DNA is concerned. As far as face biometric is concerned, initially we used to have a very limited technique. Now there are hundreds or thousands of software which is available for criminal investigation, and you will find it is not very difficult to find out the person, even if his photographs of 20 years back is available. So even the photographs of 20 or 25 years back of that person is available, we can find out, we can identify the person today. One more thing which is there, like in every crime scene, you will, or in most of the thing, you will find that police release sketches. So there are techniques where based on those sketches, we can have, or we can synthesize photographs. So we can convert those sketches, whatever sketches are made by forensic artists. So all those sketches can be converted into photographs using machine learning technique and or using artificial intelligence, whatever term you understand better. So based on that, we can do these kind of things. So these kind of identification. Now, once it has been converted into photographs, so again, face recognition becomes easier. So you can understand now it is again possible by the system to identify a person based on the sketches, and it is not required to have photographs. Even if the sketches are there, and in the database we have several photographs. So based on the sketch, we can identify whether the person is present in the database or not. So those kind of thing is nowadays possible. As far as document examination is concerned, we have seen that mostly the examination which is done here in Indian scenario is manual, but now many automated techniques, which is quite reliable, is available, and all those things you will see can be done using an automated techniques. As far as recent crimes are concerned, now deepfake images, videos, and audio recordings are being prepared. So you will find that lots of these kind of things are coming in, and people are using it. Very recently, you must have seen or you must have heard that some company has used photograph and voice of Sachin Tendulkar for selling a product. Voice which you are listening is similar to Sachin Tendulkar, which was artificially created using artificial intelligence and machine learning techniques. And Sachin has to go to the police station to register a complaint that this kind of thing has not been done. So it was used to endorse a product, but let's say if it has been used, which is mostly being used also for, you can say, assassination of character of someone, then it will be very, very difficult. And now the scenario will come where the scenario has already come, where investigating agencies are finding lots of these kind of cases, which has already tarnished the image of a particular person. So these type of cases is now not new, and identifying things out of that, whether it is artificial one or artificially generated or it is the real one, can forensic scientists are working upon. Even in our lab, we are also working in similar area on deepfake through our GSTC project. Now, like linking camera with the image, again, as I told you that the camera, whether it is a mobile phone or that may be traces. And like now it is mostly used in forensic scenario as photo response noise uniformity is like a fingerprint of camera, which can connect the camera with the photograph. So these are the things which are available. So now we have left with the 10 minutes, and we'll discuss few cases. So let us discuss the first case. This is way back, a case way back which has done in 2008 in Mumbai. This is very famous case of Neeraj Grover murder case. And whatever we are listening or we are getting today, like some murder has happened, the body was chopped, it was burned, and it was thrown in jungle and all those things. So this was one of the first, or not the first, but one of the important cases which were happened at that time in 2008. And there was a series called Extreme Forensics. I had got a chance to work with the team of Extreme Forensics to work in this series, where we have worked upon this case, and I forensically helped them to have documentary on this case. So this Neeraj Grover case was like that. She is Maria. Maria used to be a model. This is Neeraj Grover, who used to be a television executive. And this guy, Jerome, who used to be boyfriend of Maria. And on one very day, 6th May 2008, this Neeraj Grover has went to the apartment of Maria. They were good friend. And on the phone call, Jerome used to be the boyfriend of Maria. On the phone call, Jerome could have the voice of some person which may be present in the night in the house of Maria. And then Jerome came to know that, okay, somebody is in the night at the apartment of Maria. And then Jerome came early morning from Kerala. He used to be a lieutenant in army. And he came to the apartment of Maria, and then this boy, Neeraj, was killed by Jerome. Now, story is not important. What is important is how it can be solved forensically. And here, this person was killed, then cut into pieces, thrown into a jungle, burnt, and everybody came out. And then a missing case of Neeraj Grover was filed. Nothing happened for months. And then investigation started. And finally, it linked to Maria and Jerome. Even Maria has reported that Neeraj is missing. So now, what are the forensic plan of action, or what may be the forensic question in this case? How this case may be forensically relevant? What kind of query it will be whenever we are visiting the scene of crime? What we should have in our mind? The first one is the identification of the victim. Since the body was cut into pieces, it was burnt. So we have left with the burnt pieces. So whether on those, based on those burnt pieces, we can identify whether that person is Neeraj Grover or not. So yes, we have now a very proven technique of DNA. So we can identify based on the DNA pattern of the mother and father of Neeraj Grover, and we can identify the person. Second is proving the crime scene location, whether the Maria apartment is the scene of crime, whether the person was committed or the primary crime scene, whether the person or Neeraj Grover was killed. So we need to prove that. These two guys were educated, they were quite smart. The boy was working in army, lieutenant. So they have cleaned everything, over painted the things. So room was quite clean, nothing was visible. But again, forensic examination on doorknob, and once paint layer was removed, again, alternate light source have been used to see whether there is something inside the frame, inside the paint. So the traces of blood, which was not visible on doorknob, and again on the beneath the paint, that could trace the blood of Neeraj Grover. So that was proved it. That proved that, okay, it was the crime scene. Then the third important thing is wherever this person will get convicted or not for murder, is connecting the murder weapon to the suspect, whether the knife or chopper which has been used, it has been found or not. So in this case, that was not found. They have just destroyed it, thrown somewhere, did not tell police. Regarding that, police has never got the murder weapon. So connecting murder weapon to the suspect is again thing. One thing, that whether the knife or chopper, whatever it is, has been used to kill that person. And finally, whether the suspect has committed the criminal act, whether the murder was committed. Let's say if the murder weapon has been found, so we can see, okay, some fingerprint is there. It means the person has used this. And if, let's say, if we get on the blade of the knife blood or traces of blood of Neeraj Grover, and we could have told that, okay, it has, the person was killed by this knife and it was killed by these two persons. But here in this case, this was not through this knife. In this case, but these are the questions which is quite relevant for forensic point of view whenever we are visiting the scene of crime. But we need to investigate the scene with these points. These should be the target. So whenever as a forensic scientist, we are visiting the scene of crime, we must know the case, what has happened, and accordingly, we need to make our own questionnaire that what we need to establish at the scene of crime. And then it becomes quite easier to find out the traces and convert that into relevant traces or clue or whatever we say as evidence. That becomes easier for us. And here, the evidences which were there was transaction of purchase of knife, chopper, bag, although the knife and bags, chopper, etc. was not traces. But the credit card of Jerome was, and CCTV camera, which was there at the store, was showing that he has purchased this. And the credit card has shown that he has purchased knife, chopper, and bags. Then mobile phone location, when they were disposing the person, disposing the dead body. So some call has come on the mobile phone of Maria, and she has mistakenly, by mistake, she has taken the call, and police could understand the location of that. Again, based on burn bones, the victim could be identified, and blood traces, etc. Then here, soil, the series which we are working on, it has been also shown that soil, although in real case soil was not there, but again soil on the vehicle which was taken there, and soil of the forest, that could be matched, and it was a match. So this was a kind of case where locating like forensics was important, because initially Maria confessed that she has part of this, like killing Neeraj Grover, but later on they have, both of them became hostile. They were saying no, they have not done it, and both of them have no idea about what happened to the Neeraj Grover. But all these forensic facts could establish that only Jerome and Maria have killed them. So this was one of the case. The second case, which was a very high-profile case, which happened in Delhi in 2014, it was a road accident case. I may not reveal much detail of this case, but the forensic point of view in these type of cases, what is important, we need to understand. Again, we need to have some forensic plan of action once we know about the history of the case. And those maybe in this case is whether there is a collision of vehicle. But see, sometime what can be done, that people can frame it also like there is a collision between the vehicles, but whether there is actual collision of vehicle, that has to be established. Let's say the person was killed in the car, so whether the person was present in the car or he was kept afterward. So that is the second forensically relevant question. Third is the reason for collision, like if we have evidences around the scene of crime, we can find out what may be the region of collision, and of course cause of death, with the help of doctors who is committing or who is performing autopsy. Based on that, we can have this kind of thing. And the evidences which we have got in this case was few pieces of hair, blood traces, paint traces, mobile location, part of the vehicle. And based on that, we could find out that there was a collision between these two vehicles, and it was over speeding. And based on the autopsy find, it was find out that death of the person was due to shock. So since we don't have much time, we are at the end of the time. So I think we'll stop here. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge along with the case studies. So
now, if there is any question, take that.
Sir, I think there is no question in the chat box. So anyone, if you have any question, please you can ask the question. So I think there is no question, sir. So thank you once again, sir, for delivering a wonderful talk on forensic identification from randomness to certainty. And on behalf of organizing committee, Sherlock Institute of Forensic Science, I request you to kindly accept this e-mementos for your wonderful talk.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ranjit, for having me here. Thank you.
Also, I'll request you to kindly accept this e-certificate for your valuable insight and inspiration on the topic forensic identification from randomness to the certainty.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for accepting the invitation and delivering the talk.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Commission, we are moving to the next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Sudhir Yadav, sir, from Guru Ghasidas University, Bilaspur. And sir is going to talk on the topic legal issues and challenges associated with environmental and forensic toxicology. I request my co-host Aarti to kindly give the introduction of our esteemed speaker.
Thank you so much, sir. And I would like to take this privilege to introduce Dr. Sudhir Yadav, sir, who is currently working as an assistant professor at Department of Forensic Science, GGU Bilaspur. Earlier, he worked as a guest lecturer in Department of Criminology and Forensic Science at Dr. H.S. Gaur University, Sagar, and took undergraduate second professor classes of MBBS and at Department of Forensic Medicine, Institute of Medical Sciences. He did his PhD in Forensic Science from Department of Forensic Medicine, Institute of Medical Sciences, BHU, Varanasi, and Masters in Forensic Science from B.R. Ambedkar University, Agra. He has qualified UGC NET lecturer exam consecutively for 3 years in 2006 and qualified for UGC JRF exam as well. His area of research interests include forensic medicine, forensic toxicology, environmental toxicology, wildlife forensic, forensic criminology, and forensic drug toxicology. He has been awarded and appreciated for his research and academic work. He has presented his research work at numerous seminars, workshops, and conferences at university, national, and international level. He has also published numerous research papers in various national and international journals. Thank you so much, sir, for accepting our invitation. I hand over the session to you now.
Thank you so much. Can you share my slide? Actually, I have already sent to Dr. Ranjit.
Yes, sir. Aarti, are you going to share? Okay, no problem. I'll share. Sir, over to you, sir.
So thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity. Actually, whatever the topic I have chosen for my today's discussion is concerned with the environmental. Certain toxicity is there because of some environmental disposals, some hazard substances, those are oozed out from the certain factories. So, and I was thinking that most of the persons, the group of the people are from the student side. So I have chosen this topic because most of the forensic scientists are taking very less interest in this particular topic, but this is now is one of the fascinating topic, one of the modernized topics. So I think we should concern about the legal issues and challenges associated with the environmental forensic toxicology. Can next slide, please? So if we move toward the environmental forensic toxicology, it's just similar to the toxicology. Toxicology is what? It's just concerned with the study of the toxic substances. They might be in the form of solid, liquid, or gases. And they once enter in our body, they create what? They create harmful effect, disease or death. Similarly, in case of forensic toxicology, environmental forensic toxicology, we are just concerned with the two things. The first is the toxicological principles, and second thing is the methodologies. What are the principles are required to resolve or sort out the problems? So nowadays we are seeing some advertising in our the media by our honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, he appreciate how we'll reduce or minimize the environmental aspects concerned with the exposure. So simply advertisement is there ki single-use plastic ban, ghar se thela lao, man, like that. And this is concerned with what? This is concerned with the microplastic. So several in micro countries, if you see, microplastics are studies are nowadays run by some researchers and scientists to find out the things in the conditions, a trace amount. So we can, based on the toxicological principle and methodologies, whatever the methodologies we are generally used to sort out. So first of all, we investigate and whatever the legal issues concerned with the environmental contamination and its effects on the human health, they will be somehow correlate and finally sort out. So mainly, what is the basic need? What is the challenge? The challenge is mainly that how you are going to collect, preserve or analyze, as well as interpret your environmental samples. So which type of sample you need to collect? Suppose basically I am working in Chhattisgarh, and before that I have worked in MP, then UP. So basically I'm from UP. So I have seen so many factories. So being a forensic scientist, I have approached in Chhattisgarh because it's an untouched area regarding the pollution as well as some other things. So I have finally decided to work in this particular field. So I have decided to do some work in the Korba and nearby areas of the Chhattisgarh, because there are several factories. Some of them are the coal-fired plants, and some are the cement factories, some are the brick factories, and some other factories are also there. Some steel factories is there, Jindal plant is there. So there is no doubt, in case as per the Government of India rules and regulations, they are framing some rules, whatever the norms are there, already framed. They have already framed, but even then, how much they are going to implement, it's a very important thing. So once there is certain things are there also. One is the how much chimney height will be there if you are going to set a factory there. What will be the peripheral area that will away from the residential area. So this thing will be there. So, and which type of plantation you have to use there. So once they release in our environment, how they release? They go in our environment through the environmental factors, through the ecosystem. Somehow they reach to soil. How they reach to soil? Through the leaching effect. Once they fall down in the sediment, they reach one distance to other distance. So somehow they might affect the population which is residing there. So collection is very important. Suppose you are going to collect the soil sample. It's environmental matrices. So what you need to collect the sample from the surface area as well as depth beneath the surface area. And how will you preserve? You just use the nitric acid. You put some 1, 2 or 3 drops of nitric acid in this. This will create what? This will create a metal keep the metal in ionic form. So this is the preservation. And how will analyze? So through the analysis, there are several techniques which I have already coded in my slides. I will explain later. So first of all, you should decide the concentration, whatever the least amount is there, and whether this least amount causes any harmful effect on human body or not. If caused, then how much it's above from the permissible exposure limit, that is known as PEL. So that is already decided by certain government agencies, some national and international agencies, which I have already quoted in my other slides. I will explain later. So can I my next slide, please? Can I my next slide, please? So if you are going to see how it affects, first is the protecting public health. So environmental forensics science study how you protect the public health from the exposure. So what you should need to minimize the exposure of hazard substance. Hazard substance about, they might be heavy metals, there might be some gases, there might be some other substance, there might be some silica particles, there might be some dust particles, some sediments also. So somehow they reach in our body. How they reach in our body? Through the our respiratory system. Respiration is one of the most targeted organs. Second is the skin. Suppose you are moving in health around such an area where the polluted environment is there. So what you will see? Suppose you are wearing light clothes. So what will happen? You will see the changing of color in the dark form. The dark form of changing of color is what? It will be sediments that suspended particular area. So suspended particles may stick over your body. So hazard substance exposure should be minimized to provide potential adverse health effect over the human health. So once they leave or release a particular area, they certainly cause some adverse effect. Suppose if a person is doing work and he or she is employed in the particular factory, what will happen? There is a norm. You should do your shift work for 6 hours. But because of need and deed and because of certain other issues, he or she may work more for 2 hours up to 6 months. So what will happen? Certainly, whatever the exposure that is already decided by Government of India regarding factories, so that will reach much more to his or her body. So once it reaches in his or her body, what will happen? It will cause some adverse effect. So second thing is the ensuring appropriate remediation. So how will ensure? By providing scientific evidence, by analysis of the particular evidence. And second thing is that establishing the necessary framework for responsible party. Means responsible party will be who will be responsible party? That will be the factory where the worker has working. The third condition is determining responsibility. Who is responsible for environmental contamination? Suppose if we not talking about the industries area, suppose we are talking about the residing areas or colonies where we are residing. So what is our duty? We dispose such type of thing in a proper manner. If you are not able to dispose the things in a proper manner, what will happen? Your society will be contaminated by such type of toxicates. Which type of toxicates will be there? I will discuss heavy metals, particular particulate matters, PM10 to 2.5. Nowadays, you can already see. I think most of the person are seeing in the each and every Tara, Chaura, and whatever the informative area, they are using a screen. This screen is indicating what? What is the right now? What is the current position of the pollutants? PM category pollutants status, heavy metal status, noxious gases status, that will be indicated there. Now you are in the moderate zone, now you are in the safe zone, now you are in the risk zone. So these are the parameters you can see there. If anybody has not seen till date, then you can just pay your attention. Certainly you will see such type of the monitoring of the environment pollution there. So they are governing by the Center Pollution Control Board. And the fourth is supporting litigation and legal proceedings. How? It provides expert scientific testimony, technical reports, and evidence to support litigation cases. Integrating toxicological principles, it strengthens what? The legal arguments and increase the chances of successful resolution of disputes. Whatever the disputes will be there, so that being a forensic scientist, that will somehow depends on you, which type of report you are going to present in front of the court. So you must be very careful from collection to analysis or interpretation of your results. Once your result will be bind up and you are going to present in front of court, so your results will be somehow pay very attention toward the particular case. Can I have my next slide, please? So initiative, which type of initiative be required? So which type of initiative we need? First is the identification of responsible party. First of all, you should go and decide which party will be responsible. Establishing certain causations. This type of causations are there. What is the main reason why such type of exposure is there? The third condition is analytical method and techniques. Which type of analytical method and technique you are going to handle the case? And the fourth is the expert testimony and scientific evidence. And the last one is the regulatory framework and standards. Which type of regulatory frameworks are already decided by the Government of India as well as the global global form. Which type of standards are there, and how much your data is going to deviate from the standards. either in positive direction, either in negative direction. So can I have next slide, please? So challenges of the responsible parties. Which type of challenges responsible parties generally face? Multiple potential sources. This type of sources are there that create the exposure. So there might be some many type of sources will be there. That might be from the fumes, that might be from the water, that might be from the some other aspects. So that source should be identified. Complex contamination pathway is the second one. So complex contamination pathway is what? Which is the major path of contamination there. Suppose you are going to do your analysis in coal mine factory. So what will be the major pathway? That will be fumes. And whatever the source, that source will be the coal. Which type of coal, which quality of coal they are using. So you, being a forensic scientist, you should pay your attention at the time of investigation. Suppose if you get any case there. So the lack of documentation, it's very difficult. No doubt, GEO has already decided documentation, but even then, some factories, even some standard factories, though are maintaining maximum possibilities to avoid or minimize or reduce exposure. But even then, they are now maintaining certain documentation just for getting the personal benefits, just for creating some confidence among workers. We are safe, that you can do your work. Sometimes employees are do some work. Work means what? That is other work. Means some more than their expectancy. जिसको बोलते हैं overtime work. So they take such type of employees in confidence. If we are having very safe environment, then you can do your work shift. You may increase your work shift from 4 to 6, 6 to 8 hours. And most of time they are doing increase their shift because of their need and need of his or her family. So, so documentation should be proper as per our point of view. So, and the second is establishing the cause link, investigating contamination pathway. Which type of pathway they are using? You, being a forensic scientist, you must take care about the pathway. Environmental freight and transport, which type of transporter they are using to serve the nation through the raw material, which is generally used to make some good utensils, some good household keeping, some good household other things. So your transportation should also be taken into consideration. And the third condition is exposure assessment. How will assess the exposure? First report they will send you each and every factory, each and every year they produce an annual report and they show all the data. How much employment is there, how much employees are there, which type of sections are there, which type of measures they are taking to reduce or minimize pollution. But you should cross-check this examination and whatever the report is there. You should concern about the report, go to 1, 2, 3 previous year reports, annual reports, then you concentrate on these reports. What will you see there? You will see after examination analysis of data, how much variation is there. On the basis of these variations, you can easily identify whether they are having proper norms or not. And the third condition is legal implication. Once you decide the permission limit is more than permission is whatever the result you get, that they are more than your permissible limit. So then you should go for the legal implement, holding responsible party accountability is the first one. Determining liability is the second thing, and the third is the enforcement of remediation. Can I have my next slide, please? What are the basic steps which we need to establishing causation? Establishing causation is what? It's also a very important work for the environmental forensic toxicologist. Focusing on what? Focusing on the complexity of the environment system, exposure pathways, addressing confounding factors and importance of toxicological evidence. Complexity of environment is what? It's understanding the indications crucial for determining how contaminant travels, how they are reaching in our body, and whatever the surrounding residing there, how they are reaching their body. Second is the exposure pathway. Exposure pathways completely depend on the three things: inhalation, ingestion, and dermal contact. Inhalation, it means you are going to inhale the things. They might be in the form of fumes, they might be in the form of dust, they might be in the form of some other forms. Ingestion, we are going to engulf the things, engulf the contaminant or toxicants of the particular site. Third is the dermal contact. Because you are residing in a particular area, so whatever things are coming, they may be stick over your body, over the surface of your body. So, and then third is the adhesive confounding factory. Which type of factory is involved to cause potent exposure of these toxicants there? And the fourth condition is toxicological evidence. What is the toxicological evidence? Demonstrating a case and effect of relationship. Particular case is highlighted how much the things, how much interpretations are captured by us, and what is the effective relationship with perceived exposure limit, and what is the outcome. The outcome might be cause some disease, might be cause some harmful effect, and sometimes it might be cause death. So once it causes death, it means heinous toxic exposure is there. That should be avoided at any cost. Exposure response relationship is also very important thing. You should make to take all the information. They help to establish threshold limit. Threshold limit is what? 0 to 10. Suppose you are going to make a limit 0 to 10. So which type, which point you go to capture after analysis? So that is the threshold limit up to between 0 to 10. And that might become into permissible exposure limit. So determine the safe exposure. So on the basis of this scale, you can decide on the basis of the standard, previously decided standard, how much concentration is required for any factory for the exposure of particular toxicant. It might be heavy metal, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, might be particulate matters, because these are the major concern right now. Microplastics, they are also major concern right now. So they should be avoided. And the biomarkers and biological effects. So suppose I'm going to take the case of arsenic. In case of arsenic, simply you go to take what the concentration is there. So simply you are going to use the VGA, vapor generation assembly, hydrate generator. You can calculate the actual amount of the arsenic concentration is there. So then you can go for the glutathione. Glutathione is nothing, it's a biomarker of effect. That is a enzyme, biochemical enzyme is there. So on the basis of this, you can identify how much cellular level exposure is there. So if the biomarker of exposure nowadays, arsenic and heavy metal toxicity, urine is one of the best biochemical marker. In case of lead, blood is one of the best biochemical marker. So on the basis of this, you can identify the particular amount of trace evidence there. Next slide, please. So there are several methods which are generally used nowadays. Next, please. Next. Yeah, this one. So analytical methods and technique which we are generally using to analyze our pollutants. So first, sample collection and preservation is the first point we should take care about all these things. I've already explained previously. Their study is also very important thing. And the analytical technique, which type of analytical techniques we generally use to analyze these toxicants. The first is the chromatography. Chromatography is what? Basically it's a separation technique. Chroma is what? Coloring. Graphing means some graphs. So coloring substance may be separate over the separate layer. Most of us, as a student, most of target students here, so we should know about the TLC, thin layer chromatography. Simply, it is an advanced technique which nowadays we are using mass spectrometry and spectroscopy. So chromatography basically is a separation technique where we separate the component in the form of colors. It's simply, as we know, in case of TLC, we use what? We use just a spot, and that spot reaches up to a solvent front. So that through this spot, we can calculate the RF value. Simply, if we use HPLC, means high performance liquid chromatography, where we need what? At the in case of TLC, we use what? Adsorbent surface. That surface is made up of silica gel G. Here we use column. So in this particular column, column is generally coated with what? Silica gel G is not here. It's here the carbon chain combined with silica. So this is the carbon coated C14, C18 column is there where we can separate our component. So the desired component may be read out through the monitor. So through the monitor, we can read what we need. We see their peaks. So these peaks area can be calculated. On the basis of these peak areas, we can easily identify how much amount of trace evidence is there. That cannot be seen by the new dyes. That need some analysis. Secondly, the mass spectroscopy. Mass spectroscopy is nothing. Spectroscopy is what? It means you are going to visualize the thing in the form of a spectrum. It completely based on the Lambert-Beer's law. What is Lambert-Beer's law? When a beam of monochromatic light is allowed to pass through the homogeneous concentrated medium, then rate of decrease of intensity of transmitted light is directly proportional to the concentration of the medium is Beer's law. If is directly proportional thickness of the medium, that is Lambert law. Two things are also here we should note. First is the positive deviation and the second is the negative deviation. So suppose you get a graph in the parabolic or linear graph, you will see in absorbance versus concentration. So if the linear relation might be go in the upward direction, might be go in the downward direction. If the sample is somehow contaminated. So we need what? We need a standard sample to get a perfect line in the form of linear relation. So positive deviation is indication of some mixing is there, some chances of adulteration is there, alteration is there, and simply in case of negative deviation. So in case of atomic absorption spectrophotometer, we need what? We need to check out the sample first through the blank sample, then we use the test sample. Simply the spectroscopy is nowadays one of the fascinating technique, one of the most advanced technique which we are generally using, that is ICP mass spectrum. It's nothing. It's a mass is what? It's a detector by which you can read out your samples readings. So can I have next slide, please? This type of the quality assurance and quality control. So most of you people heard about the some quality control labs where we are analyzing some medicines formulations. Suppose simply if we go for the ibuprofen content, what it's if you see the wrapper of this particular medicine, you will see certain formulation is there. That is what might be paracetamol is 325 mg, some muscle relaxant ibuprofen is 2 mg, and some cannabis like might be there for because they are using the painkiller. So some standard companies, some local companies, and pharmaceutical companies, they are making drugs. So they will send the drug for the trial whether they are fit by the formulation or not. So through the quality control, we can analyze and set where the particular requested data is matched or not. Simply in case of environmental toxicology, we can also perform the same experiment. We just collect the sample from the particular location, preserve them, analyze them, so and validate the method, which method is suitable to identify the sample. Quality control sample. Simply, we can take some quality control sample where the exposure is not there. Either minimize exposure is there or completely avoided the exposure sample is there. So by matching up these control as well as the case, we can find out the probability of incidence, probability of exposure also. Proficiency testing, we also use some reliable techniques to check the proficiency, what is the accuracy of this particular data method which you are going to validate, and whatever the things you are going to identify, whether they are accurate, they are precise or sensitive toward the environment. Data quality assurance. So nowadays, accuracy, precision, and traceable analytical results can be identified with the use of this segment. Can I have next slide, please? Next one, please. Yes, this one, expert testimony and scientific evidence. This is the major part where we should take attention. Being a forensic person, at least we should take attention about these. What is the role of expert testimony? Is what? Communicating complex scientific concepts to help for the criminal justice system. Criminal justice system is what? It is completely based on the 4 limbs. First is the police personnel, second is the forensic scientist, third is the juris members, and the fourth one is the medico-legal experts. So your opinion should be in this way that all 4 limbs should be satisfied before going to take any decision in front of court. Interpreting scientific finding. So the person who is going to make a trial or going to make an experiment or going to make a handle a case, he or she should have this much of expertise by which he or she can understand, analyze or interpret the result in a very accurate manner. Next slide, please. So second is the admissibility of scientific evidence. It's also very important. Legal standard for reliability and relevancy is required to opt when you are going to handle a case. Third is the challenges in court. Sometimes it's very difficult to save yourself being an expert because the defense lawyer might be asked some relevant question. So you should prepare yourself in this way, whatever the questions asked by him, you should able to explain scientifically there. Credibility of expert. Once you analyze the things proper way, certainly your credibility will be decided there. Conflicting interpretation of evidence. Sometimes some conflictings are there, some conflicts might be there. So you should resolve. How you will resolve? You should read the things in depth. You should do experiment honestly. You should prepare the result honestly. Because forensic science is such a field where honesty is one of the potent format. Honesty should be there. If you are going to make any mistake, you should consider at the time of this mistake was occurred, so might be some result a little bit fluctuate. So if I get sample, environmental case, there is no any problem. But if you are going to handle a case of human, so at that case, suppose you are going to take sample from the mortuary. So once you take sample from the mortuary, it means after your taking sample, body will be disposed of. So you will take sample once a time. But in case of environmental sample, you can collect again and again. But one thing is also there, because it completely depends on the climatic conditions, climatic factors. So within 15 days, in next 15 days, they may be changed. So your data might be fluctuating there, might be your result fluctuating there. So resolve the things better to in a proper way in the first experiment. So in case of environmental samples, if you are going to analyze, you should make your result in a triplicate form. First, second, third, then you can go to make a report on the basis of mean of the concentration of these 3 experiments. So that will be save you yourself inside the code. Can we next slide, please? Next slide, please. So this is the example. Let's consider the scenario where the expert in environmental forensic toxicology is called upon provide testimony in case of involving groundwater contamination nearby a factory. So which type of potent exposure will be there? That exposure will be might be because of risk associated whatever the contaminants present over the groundwater. So what about the sections? Suppose there are 3 main governing bodies. First is the Indian Penal Code, and the second is the Criminal Procedure Code. So there are certain sections which can decide. So suppose in case of section 278 of CRPC, making the atmosphere noxious to health. If the person is going to make the environment noxious, so then will be punishable under section 278 of Criminal Procedure Code, section 78, and the section 84 negligent conduct with respect to poisonous substance, and section 304A causing death by negligence depending on the specific circumstances and charges. Totally depend on the charge. Which type of charge? That is depend on the severity of incidents. Suppose after taking some medicine, after taking some exposure from these factories, if the person get disease, having some symptoms regarding the same, so punishment will be minimum. If the person might get death, then the punishment will be very rigorous. And somehow, if it has been proved whether the factory norms were followed by the particular factory or not, that is completely depends. Once it's proved they are not following the proper norms, and any employee get that, and it has proved that is because of exposure in this particular area. So that might be the case of either culpable homicide or murder. So it will completely depend on the intention. So being a environmental forensic scientist, we can do this. So next, please. So this is, can I have a next slide, please? Next. So this is one of the most important case of December 3rd, 1984. Most of all, if you heard about the methyl isocyanide poisoning that was occurred in Bhopal gas station. So in this case, what will happen? Cyanide was oozed out. No doubt they were following the proper norms there. But what was happening there? They were much more, not much more ever about the cyanide poisoning. And the carbide factory is there, still a factory is there. So whatever the workers who were working there, so because of leakage of this, several casualties were occurred there. Several radiations were occurred there. Even right now, they are suffering from such type of radiations. No doubt radiation is not going to minimize, but that is completely the fault of that particular factory. I am going to explain the things later. Can I have next slide, please? So these are some cases which were identified there because of this factory exposure. So in case of their CT scan, so many things are coming. Even nowadays, X-rays, some people of that Bhopal, they are moving here and there, and sometimes they are facing such problems. So even children, so a lot of radiations were there. So when we use ultrasonic waves, so what we found some deformities in their bones, some deformities in their teeth, some deformities in their body, like skin rashes. But at that time, more of the person was found dead, and finally it was proved that is because of, next slide, please. Next slide, please. So this is the experiment done in the tank residue. So what they have proved. So the Indian Medical Council for Social Research and the Council for the Medical Research has proved that this is because of hydrocyanic acids. So what the implementation were there, what is the obligation were there. Can I next slide, please? This one. In a legal context, the Bhopal Guest refers to the legal proceedings and case associated with the industrial disasters that occurred in Bhopal, India in 1984. The legal aspects of tragedy involves multiple parties, including the victim, the government, and the corporation responsible for the incident, Union Carbide Corporation, and subsidiary Union Carbide India Limited. So here were some key aspects which was noted in that particular incident. The first was the criminal case. The Indian government filed criminal charge against UCC and its officials, including the CEO at the time, Warren Anderson. However, Anderson left India, was never extradited to face trial. In 2010, 8 former officials of UCIL were convicted of negligence and sentenced to 2 years in prison. But sentences were widely criticized as inadequate. As I have probably discussed, that will completely depend on the severity of case. The second finding which was there, civil litigation, civil suits were filed on behalf of victims seeking compensation for the damage suffered. The litigation involved negotiations, settlements, and the legal matters spanning several decades. In 1989, UCC agreed to pay party $470 million as a full and final settlement. However, the compensation amount has been widely criticized as insufficient, and the victim continue to damage further compensation. Even nowadays, if the people are having a radiation of the particular who are residing in that area, so how they will get compensation? They will go and file a case. And once the case will prove, only then they will give. And the legal fallout. The legal fallout of the Bhopal gas tragedy included discussion on liability, corporate responsibility, and the need of stronger industrial safety regulation. The incident also led to changes in the Indian law related to environmental protection and industrial safety. Warrant Anderson case. Warrant Anderson case what? Warrant Anderson, the former CEO of UCC, faced arrest warrant in India, but was never brought to trial. That is the lacuna somehow. Still we are facing our trial in our legal proceedings. He passed away in 2014, and his case remains in topic of debate and disappointment regarding the pursuit of justice. So most times such type of things will occur because of the handsome amount of money, because of some reputed position. Our justice system are giving to relax to them. So case will never improve. So next slide, please. Here I have quoted some government agencies which are continuously working on the environmental exposures. So, which type legal standards are there for the environmental exposure? I have already told to you. First is the metal toxicity exposure. Second is the particulate matter exposure toxicity, and third is the polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon toxicity. So there are certain government agencies, some Indian government agencies like the World Health Organization, WHO. US EPA, United States Environmental Protection Agencies, CDC, Center for Disease Control, and some NIOSH, NIH, National Institute of Health, National Institute of Safety Management, National United States Environmental Protection Agencies. Some regulations are there by them. OSHA, Occupational Safety and Health Administration Standards. So just thinking over these occupational safety agencies and whatever they are working, you should, being an environmental forensic scientist, you should check or cross-examine the level of toxicants around your areas and or whatever area assigned to you to investigate the things. Can I have next slide, please? Next slide, please. Next. This one, data availability and interpretation. So what is the challenges for us? Limited availability of data, environmental monitoring data. They are still, no doubt, government agencies and some global agencies are still working, but even then we are facing problem regarding the data. So you should need to generate the data. Being an environmental forensic scientist, it was not possible to cover all the data from these particular agencies. So you should validate the data, validate the experiment, interpret the data of the particular area. Challenges in interpretation is still a matter of concern. Data integration, you should go for the perfection, with perfection to integrate your data. Expertise and collaboration. First of all, you should do the expertise, how to handle the environmental cases, how will handle their experiment, how will handle the report, how will present the report in front of the court. And if we need it, then you should go for some good collaboration. They might be help you to analyze, interpret it, and presentation of these data in front of the court. So next slide, please. Remediation and liabilities. So what is the step we need? Determining appropriate remediation measure. So first is the cleanup strategy you can follow. And second, the contamination measures. Besides the contaminants are there, you have to measure. And risk reduction strategy. Which type of risk reduction strategies are required there? Allocation cost, financial responsibility, and second, the insurance coverage, government assistance. Next slide, please. Liability and consultation, legal framework. Legal framework is what? Including environmental laws, regulation, and statutes. Provide the basis of the assigning liability of the environment contamination. These frameworks vary across jurisdiction, but often include provision for determining responsibility, establishing liability, and outlining the consequences for the non-compliances. Potential legal action is what? The event of environmental contamination. Various legal action may be pursued. These can include civil lawsuits, administrative proceedings, or enforcement actions by regulatory authorities. Legal actions aim to hold responsible party accountability, seek compensation for damage, enforce compliance with environmental regulation, and promote environmental justice. Dispute resolution related to liability and recommendation may be raised among responsible parties, insurance companies, affected communities, or other stakeholders. In the legal context, dispute resolution mechanisms such as negotiation, mediation, attribution, litigations can be utilized to resolve conflict and reach settlement or judgment. Next slide, please. So, if we are going to conclude those things, concerned with the legal aspect and environmental concern. Addressing the legal issues and challenges associated with the environmental forensic toxicology is crucial for protecting public health, determining responsibility for contamination, and implementing effective remediation measures. How? It requires multidisciplinary approach involving collaboration between scientists, lawyers, policymakers, and certain stakeholders. Identifying responsible parties and establishing causations are key challenges considering the multiple potent sources of contamination and the need to demonstrate a cause and effect relationship. Analytical methods and techniques play a vital role in accurate analysis, but challenges in sensitivity, specificity, and interpretation of the results need to be addressed. Whatever the instrument you are going to use, you must take care about its sensitivity, its specificity, as well as how you are going to interpret the result. Expert testimony and scientific evidence play a significant role. Legal proceedings require effective communication of complex scientific concepts, adhering to regulatory framework and standard essential as they provide the basis of environment regulation and compliances. Ultimately, by working together and considering various perspectives, we can overcome these challenges and ensure the protection of public health and environment. It is through this collaborative effort that we can effectively address the legal aspect of environmental forensic toxicology and contribute to a healthier and more sustainable future. So, a recommendation, being a forensic environmental scientist, I just recommend the layman as well as whatever the person residing in our society and residing in a particular area, whether or the area which is highly polluted. So they need what? So, if we think about just 2 or 3 years back, I think not more than a year back, there was the COVID episode. So in this COVID episode, what we were using there, we were using 2 masks to protect ourselves from the viruses. We were using some cleanup procedure. Several times we wash our hands with some certain sanitizers. Certainly at that time, most of time after every hours we use sanitizer. So about the particular virus. Similarly, we adhere in environmental contamination. We use what? We use, if we are residing in a particular area, we must use mask, and 95 masks you can use. And in this particular area, you can make plantation. As per our Honorable Prime Minister in Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. So in most of the institutions, the guideline is following. So through the Swachhta Pakhwala and some other event, we are using what? We are using plantation of plants in our corridor of the class area or school area to minimize or reduce the pollution. Simply in factory areas, what I should advise, I think they should use such type of plants whose surfaces are broader. So if the surfaces of the leaves will be broader, so certainly whatever sediments are coming, they will settle over the particular leaf. They need what? They need to certain ponds where they can dump their ashes. Nowadays, no doubt, they are using certain norms. They are making bricks. In Chhattisgarh area, we are seeing the grey bricks. They are made up of what? They are made up of that particular ash. So to minimize pollution. So the greenery is one of the most important thing. Second, protection of yourself is second thing. And third thing is that you should take such type of vitamin B complexes that can reduce the pollutants or exclude pollutants from your body. So I think it's over from my side. Thank you so much, Dr. Ranjit sir, for giving me this opportunity to present my work in front of you, as well as whatever the target people are there. So I'm not very sure, but it's still hope that most of the people it's at least familiar now about the environmental pollution which is occurring in our society. So how we will minimize. So we should take some initiatives through the advertisement, through the reading books, some articles and some other sources, so we can save ourselves. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for explaining the topic in a so nicely way. And we can see in the comment box as well. So it's a very informative topic. So on behalf of organizing committee, Sherlock Institute of this evening for your wonderful work.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
And also this e-certificate for imparting your valuable insight and inspiration on legal issues and challenges associated with environmental forensic toxicology.
Thank you, sir. Okay, thank you so much, sir.
So thank you so much, sir. So with this, we come to the end of today because 2 speakers, due to some official engagement, they are not able to come. They might come on the other day. So thank you, Kapil sir, Yogesh sir, and Rajesh sir, and Sudhir Yadav sir for delivering a wonderful talk in this opening day of Forensic Summer Finishing School. And thank you, Komal ma'am and Deepika ma'am as well for accepting our invitation. So to next Sunday on 25th June, we have again a session from the esteemed speaker. Here is the list of the speaker: Mandeep Kaur, Navpreet Kaur, Dr. Tejaswi Bhatia, Dr. Sarma, Dr. Kirti, Dr. Shruti. So again, On third Sunday, we have a list of speakers like Dr. Anita Yadav, Dr. Tilak, Dr. Om, Prashant Pendrawal sir, Dr. Amit, and Mevin Wilson. So, and on the last Sunday, we had the list of speakers like Gaurav Gill, Dr. Manu, Dr. Karan, Dr. Tanarup, Dr. Nasir, and Dr. Priyanka. And by this, we will come to the end of this summer finishing school, which is planned for 4 Sunday for 6 speakers each day. So thank you all the speakers for today's for making out this event. We are going to organize this international conference in August, that is on 24th to 27th August. So you all can submit your abstract. This abstract submission will close on 30th of the June. So I'll send you the link of registration here so that you can make a registration and submit your abstract in this. So you can find the registration link in the chat box. You can register and submit your abstract by before 30th June. We have a esteemed, international speakers and panelists and the jury member from that. So I request all of you, all the students, it's a good platform. And this is our 14th international conference where you will get the opportunity to present your work, your knowledge, and your work, your research. And this month, again from July, we are going to start this course, Crime Scene Investigation, where we are going to study the different kind of crime scene and their investigation, like homicidal, accidental, custodial death, strangulation, road accident, forensic engineering, firearm analysis. This registration is also open till 25th June. So those who are interested in this course, you can register in this course as well. We'll share the link again in the group I earlier sent also. But now again, Aarti will send the link to all of you in the group. And with this, we have one UGC NET program. So those who are completed a master degree, this program we make once you qualified your UGC NET or your JRF. After qualifying UGC NET, you will get your complete fee refund. And once you are qualifying JRF, you'll get the, after getting out clearance of the JRF, you'll get the double as a scholarship reward. So in successfully, we have conducted 2 batches for the UGC NET. This is our 3rd batch. So those who are in the master pursuing, I recommend you all to kindly register in this course and start learning together. So thank you for today. All our speakers, Kapil sir, Rajesh sir, Yogesh sir, and Sudhir sir. And again, welcoming you all on next Sunday, 11 a.m. to same time with our esteemed panelist of the speaker. So with this, thank you all for the day. And thank you all for joining this wonderful summer finishing school with us.